So Jude, we're back in the studio once again. This time it's for CanJam London 2026 because this is the CanJam London 2026 preview video. So we are returning to London July 18th and 19th, 2026, once again at the Park Plaza Westminster Bridge Hotel. Now, I do want to give a special shout out to our CanJam London event sponsors, so thank you so much to HIFIMAN and Linsoul for supporting the event. You guys are helping make CanJam London possible.
This is a very special one.
Yes.
So we had, of course, lockdowns in 2020 and 2021 that kept us from doing CanJam Londons those years. So counting back to the first one, CanJam London 2015, which was at the Russell, and then going forward to 2026, I'm counting 10 CanJam Londons now.
Yeah, this is the 10th event.
This is the 10th CanJam London. So that's a special one. I'm really, really looking forward to it. I say this every year, I think. The community that we have there in the UK, they're kind of our OG international community.
Right.
And CanJam London was the first international CanJam that we did. So it's always a special event for me. I always love going back. Now, we do get people from all over the world attending that one.
Oh, yeah.
Which does make it feel very international. So anyways, I can't wait to see everybody. So we have a lot of gear to go over. It's just a sampling of some of the stuff that will be at CanJam London, so we should probably get right to it.
CanJam London is known for incredible talks, panels, and presentations, and 2026 will be no exception. This year features 4 must-watch seminars over 2 days, each taking place in the Plaza 12 and 13 suites, just 1 floor above the main exhibit area. Keep your schedule open because you won't want to miss a single one. Our seminar schedule kicks off on Saturday, July 18th, with a talk presented by Headphones.com reviewers Cameron Oatley and Griffin Silver. They will be asking the question, why can't we just agree what a headphone sounds like at 12 p.m.? Headphones are manufactured to exacting tolerances to minimize variance. With industry-standard rigs, measurement consistency and repeatability is well-accepted certainty. And even subjective opinions largely adhere to a well-defined lexicon, refined through decades of discussion and consensus. So, why can't we all agree on what a given headphone sounds like? Join Cameron and Griffin as they delve into some of the reasons why the same headphones can behave so differently on different people, why trying things for ourselves at events like CanJam can be so important, and how, perhaps, we might be destined to never agree. Next up, come join Rob Watts, digital design consultant, at 2 p.m. for his first seminar of the weekend, The Quartet Has Arrived. Chord Electronics' much-anticipated Quartet M-Scaler has proven to be Rob's most complex R&D project to date. After an astounding 8 years of development, the long-awaited Quartet M-Scaler is finally here. Rob will talk about Quartet's features and performance, but more importantly, discuss the latest advanced research into interpolation filters and how to reconstruct the sampled data into a continuous waveform without any audible losses. Obtaining lifelike musical perfection from sampled data has turned out to be incredibly difficult, and some of the numbers needed will astound you. On Sunday, July 19th, Zach Merbach, founder of ZMFheadphones, will take to the stage for a talk titled ZMF Testadera, How Trickle-Down Experimentation Built 5 New Technologies at 12 p.m. Many flagship headphones become flavors of the month by showcasing novel advancements. Few are built upon a combination of solid acoustic principles combined with a decade's worth of continual experimentation and the resulting patented technologies. Come discover how Testadera benefits from a long acoustic lineage featuring ZMF's Caldera asymmetrical magnet structure, Atrium damping system, ZMF acoustic matrix, soundboard resonator system, and Caldera pad system integrated seamlessly with a new 1-micron planar diaphragm to evolve into a listening experience that is more than the sum of its parts. Our final seminar of the weekend kicks off at 2 p.m. when Rob Watts returns for his second seminar, Closing the Circle of Conversion. If a signal chain is only as good as its weakest link, then surely the finest playback experience must begin in the studio at the moment of capture and conversion. Rob Watts has been shouting from proverbial rooftops about pulse array analog to digital converters, ADCs, for many years now, but finally this new technology has been perfected. It promises the same kind of improvements that pulse array DACs are known for, but on the recording side. Rob will cover the benefits of this fully discrete pulse array ADC, its technical details, and describe the listening tests that validate its incredible performance. And finally, the discussion will close with a survey of future Pro Audio ADCs currently under development. Again, each of these seminars will be taking place in the Plaza 12 and 13 suites, located 1 floor above the main CanJam exhibit area. Limited seating is available, so be sure to get there early to grab the perfect spot. We can't wait to see you there.
This is the Astell&Kern A&E Ultima SP4000T. T stands for tube or tubes. There are several of them in there, so we'll go with tubes.
Yep.
I have been looking forward to this. So when they did the SP2000 some years back, they eventually then did an SP2000T. They did the SP3000, then they did an SP3000T. So then the SP4000 came out. I was hoping they'd eventually come out with this, and they did. And what I was hoping is that it would incorporate some of the key things that they had in the SP4000, like, for example, the high driving mode. They did. We'll get to that. Anyways, let's talk about what's inside the SP4000T. So inside, there's the Hexa audio circuit structure with complete separation of digital and analog signals. We've seen that before in their high-end players. 2 AKM on the DAC side, 2 AKM 4191 EQ and 2 AKM 4499 EX. There are 3 amp modes, op amp, tube, and hybrid amp modes. So I've been spending most of my time in tube mode.
Yeah.
Big surprise there. Now, as for that tube mode, there are 4 Raytheon JAN 6418 tubes. And of that, Astell&Kern says, industry first DAP with mil-spec vintage vacuum tube Raytheon JAN 6418 in quad configuration. The tubes work in a differential configuration with each pair facing the other in mirror symmetry. So I have it in tube mode now. I'm going to flip it over. You can see that window with the glowing tubes. When you put it in tube mode, it's a little brighter. In hybrid mode, it's still lit, but not as bright. And then when it's in solid state mode, it's not lit at all.
Right.
But the funny thing about this is the window shows 2 of them.
Yeah.
But there are 4 of them in there.
Yeah, so many tubes they can't fit in the window.
Yeah, exactly. I think the 2 more are up here somewhere or something like that. All right. Now, in tube mode, there are 3 tube modes, triode, ultralinear, and pentode. Tube enthusiasts know what that means, and tube enthusiasts will be very excited about this. I am one of them. All right. Industry first DAP with triple tube mode. Not surprised. Adjustable tube current, 3 levels. Again, tube enthusiasts will understand that's a cool thing to have.
Yep.
Second generation anti-microphonic noise architecture. It works.
Yeah, impressively.
Impressively. So we plug our IEMs into it, and both of us were doing this, directly flicking the back of the chassis to see if we can hear tube microphonic noise.
Right.
None. I wasn't hearing any. You weren't hearing any. And that's kind of a first, actually, where you're directly flicking over the tubes and not hearing it. So whatever that second generation anti-microphonic noise architecture is, it works. Great job, Astell&Kern. 7 selectable DAC filters. We've seen that before. Astell&Kern's high driving mode. This is something I was hoping that it would have from the original SP4000, was that high driving mode for more current, for more oomph. It has it. It also has ESA and advanced DAR. These are things, again, we've seen in other players. All right. Octa-core processor with full open Android. 6-inch 2160 by 1080 display. Lovely display. Bluetooth 5.2 with aptX HD and LDAC. 2.4 and 5 gig Wi-Fi. 256 gigs of built-in storage. You can add to that with an SD card up to 1.5 terabytes.
Yep.
Yeah. Micro SD card.
Micro SD.
Up to 10 hours listening time in terms of battery life. 5 hours charging time with USB PD, Power Delivery 3.0, fast charge. Stainless steel or copper. This is the stainless steel version. Premium Minerva leather case from Battleassi Carlo. So Minerva, I believe that's the name of one of the tannages of Battleassi Carlo, which is it's an Italian tannery.
Yeah.
They've used them before.
Yeah, for a couple of their cases.
Yeah, I have some leather goods made of Battleassi Carlo leather. It's a really high-end leather. Leather enthusiasts know what I'm talking about. It'll be in the cognac colorway. We don't have that case yet because this is a pre-production unit, but I can't wait to see that because I love Battleassi Carlo leather. The price for the SP4000T, $3,300. So I am so excited about the SP4000T because of what I'm hearing. And what I'm hearing, and I'm pretty much running it mostly in tube mode, is what is everything you'd expect from great tube amplification.
Right.
And one of the things I love about this, I also loved it about the SP3000T, but it sounds better and it has more drive. And it has, more tubes and it has more drive because of the high driving mode. And so more flexibility with what you can use with it. I never imagined, that I would one day be able to use like IEMs with tube sound, like actual tubes, and now we can. There are many nice options to drive with tubes these days, but I love having a DAP and all-in-one, right? Not like a separate amp, just to have it all in one.
Right.
And right now, maybe nobody's doing it better than Astell&Kern here with the SP4000T. It's that fantastic. So what am I talking about for those of you who aren't tube enthusiasts? Rich harmonics, just rich in tone, holographic, soundstage, just things floating, but yet solid. That's what I'm talking about. And again, I love that you can adjust it in tube mode any number of ways to tweak it to your taste. And so even if you're not a tube audio enthusiast, you've never used tubes before, at CanJam, make sure, because that's the beautiful thing about it. When you change the settings, it happens pretty instantly.
Yeah.
Right? So you can change it in real time to hear the effects. I mean, that's just a fantastic thing. So at CanJam, do that. Bring your headphones, your IEMs, and try it. It's a fantastic thing. So at CanJam, the SP4000T has one of my highest recommendations for auditioning. You have to hear it. Now, while the SP4000T, which we just talked about, might be the newer one, this remains the flagship. And this is the Astell&Kern A&E Ultima SP4000. No T, because there are no tubes in this one. I'm going to say it. I love tubes. This is no secret. But this has an advantage when it comes to just sheer resolution to me. And it still has, like, musicality and that resolution. I think a lot of the advantage comes from the DAC section. So this does have a different DAC section than the SP4000T. It has what Astell&Kern calls the real quad DAC. I believe it's the only DAP that has that, which is specifically 4 AKM AK4191s plus 4 AKM AK4499 EXs. I don't think there's any other DAP that has that, to the best of my recollection. I think that gives us an advantage in terms of resolution and just reference class sound. It's still my high standard for digital audio players. I've heard a lot of them, not all of them, but of all the ones I've heard, this is still, to me, the best I've heard. Now, it is a little more expensive than the SP4000T, and then if you favor tube sound, you might still, and I love tube sound, you might still favor the SP4000T, but to me, this is the more reference class player and remains the flagship. So at CanJam, listen to the SP4000T. And I think a lot of people will gravitate toward it because it's newer. But if you haven't heard the SP4000, this is still a can't miss and remains my high standard for portable digital audio players, period. This is the Astell&Kern PD20, and it will be at CanJam. How much time we have, Brian? A lot to go over.
Yeah.
So much to go over. So many things about this to talk about. Let's start with this. Astell&Kern says that the PD20 is the first digital audio player to support personalized sound through a hearing test. We'll get back to that. Now, getting to the basics, let's talk about the DAC section, which is very impressive. It reads more like a desktop DAC. It's a quad DAC configuration that uses 4 ESS ES9027 Pro DACs. So very nice. And then there's a triple amp architecture. Again, kind of reads more like a desktop amp in terms of the specs, because you can select Class A, Class AB, or hybrid mode, which combines the refined texture of Class A, they say, with the efficiency and power of Class AB. And it's a physical switch.
Yeah, I love they did that with hardware.
Yes, you can switch those 3 amp modes in real time whilst you're listening with a physical switch. And then there's adjustable Class A current. So in Class A and hybrid modes, the amplifier current can be adjusted in 3 levels: high, mid, and low. And they say it precisely fine-tunes the energy density and driving behavior of the amplifier, allowing you to further refine sound quality according to the characteristics of your earphones or headphones. And again, that's another switch, another physical switch. And again, when I'm listening to various IEMs and headphones, I love being able to customize with those switches in real time whilst I listen. I have generally gravitated more, like most commonly, I'm on Class A. And then even with IEMs, I find myself with current on high a lot of the time. It's just with Astell&Kern digital audio players, as one might expect now, in terms of self-noise, they tend to be pretty much dead quiet.
Right.
So I love that. All right, now let's get to that personal sound that they talked about. It was developed in collaboration with Audeze, and they say by precisely analyzing your hearing characteristics and independently compensating for left and right ears, it dramatically enhances clarity and balance. And it even comes with earphones that they recommend using for the hearing test. And essentially the hearing test is a simple one, and it's quick. It's like a couple minutes, few minutes.
Right.
It just says, can you hear it? And it plays tones at various frequencies, and then you tell it when you can hear it. And then it builds a profile. I've done it a couple times, and my results were pretty consistent, almost identical. Now, here's what I'll say about it. If you have gross deficiencies in your hearing or imbalances between your left and right ear, I can see this being a huge benefit.
Oh, yeah.
And you can switch it in and out in real time, so you can hear the effect of that profile that it creates from your hearing test. For me, my ears are close enough. My left ear isn't as good as my right in some frequency ranges, but they're close enough that for me, the benefit I don't think is as much there than as if I had gross deficiencies.
Right.
But it's interesting still, nevertheless, to hear what it does based on my hearing test that I do on it. And it's cool that it comes with the earphones to do the test. So you have because it's probably calibrated for those.
It's a reference set, yeah.
Yeah. I'll say this. I tried listening to music with those the hearing test earphones. I probably wouldn't use them for listening to me for listening to music. But I love that they include them as a standard.
Yes.
All right. It also has something called Audiodo Audiosphere, immersive spatial sound from stereo sources. 4 presets: subtle, balanced, immersive, and echoic. And you can hear it, especially when you're listening to stuff with vocal, like human vocals. Subtle, I can see using that sometimes. The others can be, very noticeable.
Yeah.
So I think some people might enjoy them depending on the music or content you're listening to. So they're there when you want them. There's a sound master wheel, which is this wheel here.
Yep, more hardware.
Yeah, I love that hardware control.
Yeah.
And this wheel, to me, is a very big deal, which I'll explain. With it, you can independently adjust bass, mid, and treble in 160 adjustment steps from minus 8 dB to plus 8 dB. To the best of my knowledge, I don't think it's a full parametric EQ, because I don't think you can adjust Q. But it's not just bass, mid, and treble that you can't adjust. You can actually, in the graphic interface, choose your center frequency.
Right.
And then adjust from there with the buttons. Then you can save profiles, because with some IEMs, for example, or headphones, there might be specific ranges that I want to specifically adjust. And I do use EQ, both desktop and portably. And so I love having the ability to switch through those and have profiles, right, physically.
Yes.
So that is a big, huge deal for me. All right. This also incorporates the ESA technology that I think first appeared in the SP4000 to address group delay. I don't know specifically how much that contributes to why I love the SP4000 so much, and I love the way this sounds too. I'm going to just say how I feel about both of these shortly, but it's there. This ESA technology is now also in the PD20. It also has Astell&Kern's Teraton Alpha sound solution, Astell&Kern's Advanced Digital Audio Remaster, or DAR, which I use on the SP4000 and there are other players, and I use on the PD20. I pretty much usually have it set to do remaster to DSD. Let's see. Open Android powered by an octa-core processor. I'm not sure specifically the processor, but it's snappy.
Yeah.
This is very responsive. 6-inch FHD Plus display. Lovely display. 3.5 and 4.4 millimeter headphone outputs, Bluetooth 5.3 with aptX HD and LDAC. With my DAPs, I don't often use Bluetooth, but I love when I do, knowing that the good stuff is in it. 256 gigs of storage, micro SD expansion up to 2 terabytes. I love that it has 256 gigs. With memory prices as they are today, that's a big deal. Up to 14 hours of runtime, and it supports Power Delivery 3.0 fast charging, which is nice. Price $1,800 or $1,965 if you opt for the PD20's goatskin leather case.
Yeah, I'm going to say go ahead and just get the case right now.
Because it does kind of have sharper edges and corners.
The corners are kind of pointy. Yeah.
It is pretty, though.
Oh, yeah.
It is pretty, though. All right, so here's how I feel about this. The SP4000, their flagship player, is still maybe the best player I've ever heard. Probably is. This, though, and by the way, the output on this has a lot of output, at least in terms of voltage. I believe it has an even higher maximum voltage output than the SP4000. I don't know about current, but for voltage, it does. I love the way this sounds, and the big deal to me is being able to have an Astell&Kern flagship sound, and then the adjustability with the physical controls.
Right.
Having those profiles that I said I can save for various IEMs, various headphones, and then being able to adjust them with the physical control is a huge deal. And so for that reason, I could actually see myself using this even in place sometimes of the SP4000 for that level of flexibility, depending on what I'm carrying with me. Like if I want to bring a few different IEMs with me, I could see carrying this instead because it performs beautifully and it's just so incredibly customizable. So this, the PD20 at CanJam, you're going to need some time. Ask for a tour of it. But what a wonderful, full-featured, crazy-featured digital audio player.
So on the table right now is the Golden Wave HIFIMAN GA10. It is a desktop tube amplifier, and the fact that tubes are involved explains why I really haven't seen this around the office, because you stole this pretty much the second it came in.
Yeah. Like I said a zillion times in other videos, I am a big tube amp enthusiast. I have been since I was, since a kid. I mean, since as long as I've been an audiophile. Now, unlike some of the members of our community who seem to have limitless budgets
Right.
for like the highest end tube amps, and I'm sure those guys are shopping very carefully for the best value for their high end buck.
Right.
I don't tend to shop in that range. It's not usually my budget range. So I'm looking for more affordable stuff, more reasonably priced stuff that performs at a really high level.
Mhm.
The Golden Wave HIFIMAN GA10 absolutely fits the bill. We'll get to the sound signature in a second. Let's talk about what it is. Like you said, it's a desktop tube amp, obviously. Inside, 4 ECC83 or 12AX7 tubes and 4 6P14 or EL84 tubes.
Mhm.
They call it a SEP architecture, SEPP architecture, which I believe stands for single-ended push-pull architecture.
I believe so.
Inputs, XLR and stereo RCA. Headphone outputs, 4-pin XLR and 4.4 millimeter, which is nice.
Mhm.
And also, of course, 6.35 millimeter or quarter-inch. Power.
Yeah.
It's a tube amp. So high impedance headphone enthusiasts are going to be pretty happy because it outputs 3,000 milliwatts into 300 ohms.
Yep.
So rejoice, high impedance headphone fans. But still, even if you have like a lower impedance headphone, 600 milliwatts into 32 ohms.
Mhm.
So it has juice.
Yeah.
I've been able to drive every one of the current HIFIMAN headphones with it without any issue at all. Beautifully driven. Like the Aria Unveiled is gorgeous through it. The Susvara Unveiled is gorgeous through it.
Yeah.
I guess if you're going to use like a Susvara first generation, which is pretty power hungry,
Right.
you're going to get good sound out of it, but it's probably not going to be the beast you might be looking for. So just keep that in mind. But for all other, I also used it with the Meze Elite a lot.
Yeah.
Another beautiful pairing. Anyway, the headphone outputs impedance switch. There's an impedance switch on the front. It lets the user select the best impedance match. So 32 ohms or under 32 ohms, you'd use low. 32 ohms or over 32 ohms, you'd use high. That's what they're recommending, I believe. Shielded 120-watt transformer, audiophile grade components, given its HIFIMAN and Golden Wave. No big shocker there. I'm not going to break those parts down right now.
Yeah.
It's larger than we expected it, by the way.
Oh, a lot larger.
So in the pictures, which is what we'd seen first,
Yep.
I think because the volume knob is so huge,
Yeah.
we didn't realize that, so it makes the amp look smaller in photos. Nope, the volume knob is pretty huge.
It is.
And the amp is pretty largish, 16 pounds. Keep that in mind if you're shopping for your desk. Now let's talk about the sound signature. Here's in my notes, it says warm and transparent. It's still neutral, harmonically rich with crisp detail, solid bass extension. I love the sound of this amp. It is pretty much everything I want. Now, I'm not a tube roller.
Right.
So whatever the stock tubes are, work beautiful for me because I'm not really a tube roller anymore. I used to be. Whatever the stock tubes are going to be are probably what I'm going to be listening to, and I love the way it sounds with those tubes. I've already said what headphones I've used it with so far. Beautifully done. So if you're a tube audio enthusiast especially, make sure to audition the GA10 at CanJam. And if you're just curious about what a great tube amp sounds like for a reasonable price, make sure to audition the GA10. This is the FIIO M27. We've been waiting quite some time for this. We've known that it's coming out because FIIO's told our community that it's coming out. This is the replacement for the FIIO M17, their flagship player. And what a worthy replacement. What a beautiful replacement. I love that the FIIO M17 was out for like a few years.
Yeah, it was.
They give their flagships a long life. I dig that. So they call the FIIO M27 a reference class compact desktop smart hi-fi player. Now, in the context of desktop, and we're going to get to that because it's kind of designed more like a desktop component. Yes, I can see why they call it compact. As portable digital audio players go, though, it's on the large side.
Right.
You've called it more...
Oh, I said it was more transportable than portable.
Yes, it's more transportable than portable. I think I agree with you on that. But again, beautifully executed, like a small desktop component inside dual ESS ES9039 S Pro DACs. Those are like desktop DACs.
Right.
That are more common in desktop DACs. The amp section is... it's more of a desktop amp. Up to 5,000 milliwatts per channel output in its highest gain mode, which is insane. So 5 watts per channel output. And it's low noise.
Yeah.
So in the low gain settings, as low as under 2.9 microvolts of noise. That just means essentially no noise, practically speaking. And in the highest gain mode, less than 7.6 microvolts of noise. This thing is essentially dead silent. Qualcomm QCS 6490 processor. That just means it's really fast.
Right.
This thing is so fast. It's the most responsive DAP I think I've ever used. It boots up in seconds, and everything responds quickly to your touch. Beautifully executed. Qualcomm QCC 5181 Bluetooth chipset supporting Bluetooth 5.2 and 5.4. Supports pretty much every codec you'd want, including aptX HD, aptX, aptX Adaptive, LDAC, LHDC. It runs Android 13, which is nice. 8 gigs of memory, 256 gigs internal storage. You can expand that with dual micro SD expansion slots. I love that there are 2 of them.
Yep.
You can use 2 terabyte micro SD cards for up to 4 terabytes of additional storage. The headphone outputs also speak to more of a desktop design.
Right.
So, of course, there's 3.5 millimeter output, 4.4 millimeter for balanced, but there's also a 6.35 millimeter, a quarter-inch headphone output, which, kind of makes you think of more full-size headphones, over-ear headphones. Digital outputs also, USB Type-C, optical and coax, dual USB Type-C inputs for power and audio inputs, and 9,200 milliamp hour battery, big battery that's user replaceable.
Yes, that's a big deal.
That is a big deal. This one has an aluminum alloy chassis. There are 2 versions, an aluminum alloy version and a titanium alloy version. We opted for the aluminum alloy version. There's a fiberglass backplate with marble magma texture on both. It's quite nice. The aluminum alloy version we have weighs about 556 grams, and the titanium alloy version 630 grams. So these are not lightweight players.
Right.
But, again, desktop performance in this package, phenomenal. The leather case is actually nice, and it comes with it. They call it a heat-dissipating authentic leather case with built-in cooling gel/ice pack film for active heat dissipation. You can see it when you take the case off. And then there's a stainless steel hollow-out design for additional cooling and a tactile feel. It's actually a beautiful case for something that comes with it. I think it's a lovely case. Then it comes with a multifunctional cooling stand called the FIIO DK1 Plus, and the stand is packed with multiple ports with USB audio support. And they say the stand also has a built-in cooling fan, which it does.
Yep.
I haven't needed it. But we're in Michigan. Maybe
Right.
if you're in Singapore, you might need it, but I haven't had any heating issues with it, overheating issues. Price for the aluminum version that we have, $1,799. For the titanium alloy version, $2,199.
Yeah, and in the world of flagship DAPs, that's actually very affordable.
That is a reasonably priced flagship for sure.
Yep.
This at CanJam is going to be immensely popular. It is so versatile with the output power that it has, and that output versatility with the 5 gain settings and up to 5 watts per channel. I was at Podafest, the e-earphone show in Tokyo in December 2025. And this gentleman came up to me. I think it was the Modhouse Tungsten.
Yeah.
And he wanted to see how this would drive it because it is notoriously difficult to drive. In its high output mode, drove it beautifully.
Nice.
And he said, it was the best he's heard a DAP drive it.
Okay.
A portable DAP drive it. And then, of course, you can use any in-ear with it. There's not been an in-ear I've not been able to drive with it, like in terms of zero self-noise. It is so versatile. And for that reason, I think at CanJam, it's going to be a massive hit. Everybody's going to want to try this. And it sounds gorgeous, too. More of a reference class sound. It is a flagship player. I also use it as a small form factor desktop rig on that stand.
Yeah.
And it works beautifully for that. And for a couple of my desks, which, as you know, are tiny, it's very appreciated. FIIO M27 at CanJam. Do not miss it. Get in line, because people are going to be lining up to hear this one.
On the table between us is the FIIO R7, but this is not the R7 that a lot of headfires probably recognize. This is the R7 R2R, and I'm sure a number of ears just perked up hearing that. So the FIIO R7 R2R is a desktop high-resolution transmitter, decoder, and headphone amplifier all in one. And like we said about the R7, I don't think that covers everything this does. This does a lot of stuff. Now, because they're both called the R7, as you can imagine, there are a lot of similarities. So, for example, both have headphone outputs of 6.35mm, 4.4mm, and 4-pin XLR. Both have outputs on the rear for optical coax, 2 pair of RCA, and XLR as well. Inputs, you have 2 USB, optical coax, and Ethernet. You have 2.4 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi connectivity. It has built-in internal storage. It has SD card expansion. It has a 10-band equalizer. It has a hardware output dial, which I love. All of that is the same between the R7 and the R7 R2R. Now, there are also a number of differences, and some of them are very appreciated. So, most notably, the R7 R2R is an R2R DAC inside. That is a fully differential 24-bit R2R resistor array developed in-house by FIIO, and it has a switchable oversampling and non-oversampling decoding option, so you can toggle between those two. It has a new headphone amplifier design, so the R7 was based on the THX AAA 788 Plus in the R7. This is their own in-house design. It has up to 3 watts of power per channel, which is a little lower than the original R7 that had, I believe, 3.6 watts per channel. But 3 watts is still more than enough for pretty much everything you're usually going to use in a device this size.
Yep.
It has Qualcomm Snapdragon 680 processor compared to the 660 found in the R7, and this one is running Android 13 as opposed to Android 10 found in the R7. Another big improvement here, this has a 5.5-inch touchscreen, which compared to the R7's 5-inch, it may not sound like that big of a gap, but when this is on a desk and you're only effectively inches or feet away from it, that is a big difference, especially when it's right there in front of you. And finally, one of my favorite improvements here, this has the XMOS XU316 chip, which FIIO's R9 had, but not the original R7, and that gives you that low latency synchronous connection between your computer and your player. So basically, I loved the R7, and that hasn't changed here. The R7 basically lived on my desk for months. It actually ended up becoming my main interface for both entertainment here at the office and for production work, and the R7 is kind of filling that void. I mentioned before that I love that hardware output dial. I hate, personally, going into menu systems and trying to dig deep into a menu to change between line out, between pre-out, and between headphone output. I want to have them independent, and having a hardware dial directly on the front that I could just quickly toggle between is so great from both a functionality and just an enjoyment system standpoint, because I'm not going into the system to dig down into that menu. R2R fans, you're going to be at home right here, because the DAC, it's FIIO's R2R DAC. We've heard it in some of their other products. It sounds phenomenal. It is an R2R DAC, and R2R lovers are definitely going to want to tune in for this. So when you're at CanJam and you're thinking, you know, I have a limited amount of space on my desk, maybe the footprint isn't very big, but you can give a little bit of height, this is something you have to check out. I love FIIO's R7
I
line.
love the R series, the R7, the R9, and now the R7 R2R. I am an R2R DAC enthusiast.
Yep.
I love their R2R implementation at FIIO. I am so excited about the FIIO R7 R2R.
Yeah, it is a must audition. I've talked about the FIIO Snow Sky Echo family a couple of times with the Echo Retro and the Echo Mini, but I think this might become my favorite Echo, and it's not just because it's orange. So this is the Echo Nano, and it's based around the Cirrus Logic CS43131 DAC, so it supports PCM up to 24192 and DSD 256. It has a really cool CNC machine chassis, and that's made with 6 series aluminum magnesium alloy, so it's quite light. And then storage, you have 256 gigabytes maximum storage via micro SD. Now I'm going to come back to that here in just a moment. At the top, there's the fingertip scroll wheel to control volume and menu navigation. I like that quite a bit. It's really easy to grab in the pocket and just twist the dial, get, quick volume boost. It has a USB DAC function as well, so if you're connecting with a computer or a smartphone, you can use that on the go. And then it supports multiple built-in EQ presets. They're already in there ready to go. And it also even supports inline controls. So if you have a cable that has one of those microphone button controls, you can pause, play, skip, go backwards, that kind of thing. It comes in black, titanium, green, pink, sky blue, orange, purple, and white. And I think we all agree this is the best color.
I think FIIO knew you liked orange.
It's so pretty. I love it. And it comes in the US at $49.99, so it's not going to break the bank either. Now, there's a couple of reasons why I think this has probably become my favorite Echo. The first is I think out of all the iterations, this is the most shuffle friendly. So because of the inline controls, because it's so small and lightweight, you can toss it in your pocket. And then because of that 256 gigabyte maximum storage on the micro SD, I think that's actually a benefit here, because if you have a massive library, the menu controls on this are functional, but they're not easy when you have a huge list to scroll through. And if you have a curated list where you're basically just managing your favorite albums and your favorite tracks, plop it in your pocket, hit shuffle, go out, have fun. I think it's fantastic.
So it works for the more limited library.
Exactly, it does. Now, my on-the-go USB dongle DAC is the FIIO QX13, and I love that it's small and compact. It's significantly more powerful than this, but if you don't need something that powerful, this is actually, here, something to think about is when you have a dongle DAC or you have a USB, dongle cable, a lot of times we keep those with us because they're really small and lightweight and they're great for portability, and they're usually affordable. We can toss them in a bag and go with us. I kind of feel like this is that version in portable players. It's something small, something lightweight, not too expensive that you can toss into your backpack and always have your music with you ready on the go, kind of like how I use that QX13, and a lot of people use their little dongle cables. So when you're at CanJam, I kind of feel like the Echo Nano, kind of got to check it out.
Yeah, I love that form factor.
Oh, yeah. Now, we've talked about Topping's DX52 in a couple of CanJam preview videos now. If you haven't checked it out yet, you definitely should. It's been on my desk since it arrived, and I've fallen in love with that thing. It's incredible what you get for $300, but if there's any kind of limitation to it, I think it's held back specifically by the fact that they were trying to achieve a specific budget. There are limitations that you're going to place on product because you want to keep it under a certain dollar amount. Well, what if Topping doesn't have to do that? That's what this is. This is the Topping DX9 Discrete. Now, the DX9 Discrete is the second generation of their flagship desktop DAC amp. There was the DX9 previously. This is the Discrete. Inside is a self-developed 16-element PSRM 1-bit DAC architecture. They say it supports PCM up to 768 kilohertz and DSD 512. And here's an interesting spec. So they say that it has 131 dB of dynamic range and 131 dB signal-to-noise ratio, which is, as a spec, kind of insane. I love that. It has a third-generation XMOS XU316 processor inside, and the amplifier is a 6-channel discrete NFCA headphone amplifier that delivers more than 7 watts per channel into 32 ohms. That's also nuts. So it has a fully balanced hybrid relay volume control on the front, very nice volume control. For inputs, they're pretty standard. You're looking at USB, Bluetooth, optical coax, AES, and I2S, and that Bluetooth is Bluetooth 5.1, so you get SBC and AAC, of course, aptX, aptX HD, aptX Adaptive, and LDAC. It has line and pre outputs via XLR and RCA, and it has headphone outputs. You get 6.35 millimeter for single-ended and 4.4 millimeter and 4-pin XLR for balanced. They also throw in a 1/4-inch adapter in the box if you need it. It has a 10-band high-precision parametric equalizer, which is really nice. That also has software control, so if you're connected to like a Mac or a PC, you can control it there as well. It has headphone crossfeed, which I know you're a big fan of. So there's multiple crossfeed modes inside of this. First, it's convolution-based crossfeed models HRTF and room acoustics. But if you want something a little simpler, it has a BS2B-based simplified mode as well. That has a CNC aluminum body, beautiful chassis, with a glass top and ambient lighting. Now, we both love the look of this. The DX5 II, it's pretty basic. It's kind of plain. This is stunning. This is a striking look, and I love it. It also comes with two 2.0-inch displays on the front. They're color displays. Right now, I believe we have it set up for VU meters, if I'm not mistaken. I had to check the monitor there. And then it comes in a black or silver finish. It's lovely. It also comes with a remote control. So anybody who wants to use it as more of like a entertainment center kind of setup, you have that as well. And price, it's a lot more expensive than the DX5 II because they're not held back by trying to maintain a budget on this one. This one is $1,299, but it's worth it.
Yeah, so $1,299, $1,299 is a reasonable price.
It is.
And certainly for everything you get. But for topping, that is premium pricing.
That is very premium for topping.
I think most people are used to more budget-friendly gear from topping. This, though, okay, when you think of their budget-friendly gear, phenomenal engineering that they bring to bear. And like you mentioned or are suggesting, when they can sort of cut loose with a bigger budget for something like this, man. So, okay, so I haven't had a chance to bench test it, but I've seen their AP measurements of it, their audio precision measurements of it. Spectacular measurements. I can't remember what the noise level was in terms of microvolts, but it was extremely low. Extremely low. And so, you know, for something that can output over 7 watts into 32 ohms, driving pretty much just about anything that I'd want to drive with a headphone amp, I wanted to know in its low gain mode how it would do with something like a Visioneer's VE10, a sensitive in-ear.
Okay.
And it drove it beautifully.
Nice.
So even at the lowest volume level, you could hear a little music coming through, but not noise.
All right.
And I don't mind that.
Yeah.
Because I'm listening to music anyway, and it's at an extremely low level. So, but the noise, no noise. And that to me is stunning for something that can, you know, in high gain mode, put 7 watts, over 7 watts into 32 ohms. Now, as far as its DAC goes, a self-developed 16-element PSRM 1-bit DAC architecture. I'm not so familiar with what that is, what it means. Their 6-channel discrete NFCA headphone amplifier. I love that they have a discrete headphone amplifier.
Yes.
So the sound of this, and something I love about the DX9 discrete, is it is extremely resolving without being clinical. And for me, a lot of the times, that is what I'm looking for. Something that is musical sounding, yet, you know, like insanely resolving.
Right.
This is fantastic. I can't believe at its price of $1,299, everything that it offers. And like you said, it's beautiful as well. I love the clear top. I love the clear top. But everything I've driven with it, you know, headphones, no issues, and drives them beautifully. This is a wonderful product that at CanJam, the DX9 Discrete is going to be immensely popular. I think a lot of people are going to be so fantastically impressed by it. I know I have been, and I love living with it. That's the Luxon X9. It's a fully balanced desktop DAC and headphone amplifier, and I feel like it was made by engineers who are unquestionably die-hard headfires.
Right.
So they have to be with the feature sets they put into this thing. They made it for headfires by headfires. Now, I want to mention that Luxon and Eversolo, maker of premium streamers, very popular premium streamers, are two audio brands under the same parent company. And I feel like they brought to bear their experience making those Eversolo streamers when they made the Luxon X9. No, it is not a streamer. But I feel like they took that experience of taking a bunch of features and making them easily accessible through a beautiful user interface. Like it's so elegantly done.
Right.
That does not feel like a first product.
No.
All right, let's talk about what's inside. So the Luxon X9, again, a fully balanced desktop DAC and amp. The DAC side uses the flagship AKM 4499EX DAC that they say is stabilized by an OPA 1612 op amp, providing an ultra-stable reference voltage for highly accurate signal processing. Now, the next feature I think they've taken directly from, on the Eversolo side, their premium DMP A8 and DMP A10 streamers, and that's the fully balanced R2R volume circuit.
Right.
I love it. So it is ultra-precise. They say it's 0.1 dB accuracy. I believe it. Even at the quietest volumes with the most sensitive in-ears I have, perfect volume matching.
Yeah.
And then, of course, perfect volume matching all the way to the top as well. Here's a headphone nerdy feature. Real-time impedance check system. Luxon's self-developed impedance detection system automatically measures the impedance of connected headphones and intelligently recommends the most suitable output gain setting. It's actually kind of fun to play with.
Yeah, it is.
You take different headphones, plug them in, or earphones, and you can watch it give you an impedance value, and then it adjusts the gain accordingly. Crossfeed and adjustable soundstage, a very important feature set for me. I've said this in many videos. Why? Because I listen to a lot of like old stereo recordings, even some new ones, where the engineers thought left is left, right is right, and nothing should exist in between. For those like hard pan recordings, like some old Beatles stereo recordings, I need crossfeed. Users can also adjust soundstage depth and width with both features implemented digitally, and it's very well executed. So I love that it has crossfeed and adjustable soundstage. It also has a 4-inch 1080p full-color touchscreen. Through that touchscreen, it's a lovely touchscreen, by the way.
Yeah.
You can access almost every option and adjustment. Now, obviously, what also helps with that is an app on your phone, which is very nice. But the user interface is so well done that you can access most of that through the touchscreen, which is also very cool. Now, this brings us to probably the single most headphone nerdy feature in the whole thing. The thing that's probably helping sell a lot of these to the HeadFi community.
Yeah, I think
so. And it's called HPEQ. The X9's unique HPEQ technology applies real-time hardware-level EQ adjustments based on each headphone's frequency response. This enables a sound signature closely aligned with the ideal Harman curve, providing an audio experience that resonates with a wide range of listener preferences. It also supports custom EQ profiles with one-click switching, backed by a growing database of over 2,500 headphone models.
Yep.
This is so cool. So I've played with several different headphones that are in the database, and yes, I can make them sound more Harman-like by choosing the options available within. This morning I was playing with the Focal Utopia 2022 with the Luxon X9, and I had at least two options that made it sound more Harman-like, and then I adjusted to taste using the customization, which was very nice. And it's a growing database. I think this is what a lot of people are buying the X9 for, but thankfully also just because as a DAC and headphone amp, it just sounds wonderful.
Right.
So it also has a lot of output power.
Oh, yeah.
Up to 6,000 milliwatts. So it'll drive all kinds of headphones. They say in the specifications, output level of 4 to 15 volts RMS at 0 dBFS. So it has a lot of drive, but know that the self-noise is so non-existent, essentially, that even when I use my most sensitive IEMs, like I said earlier, with that R2R volume control, I get such precise, no noise, volume. Anyway, I love the versatility of it as well, and it sounds wonderful. Super resolving, great drive.
Oh, yeah.
Now, for those of you going to put this in systems like a home theater system, I just want to quickly mention that it has XLR outputs, subwoofer output, Bluetooth, 12-volt triggering, HDMI ARC. And the price, $10.99, so $1,100. So I think that's very reasonably priced for everything they've done with this.
Yes,
what I also love that Luxon's doing is they're communicating very proactively with the HeadFi community. So on HeadFi's forums, they're communicating with prospective customers and customers, taking suggestions and recommendations, feature set requests, and implementing almost every reasonable request I've seen, and some maybe less reasonable, and they're still putting them in through firmware updates regularly. That level of support, again, just screams headphone nerd engineers making a product for headphone nerds.
Right.
Beautifully done. At CanJam, make sure to ask for a demonstration of all the feature sets. You'll probably be able to figure it out yourself. It's so easy to use. And it sounds wonderful. And it's immensely popular, and you're going to understand why.
This little guy is a magnetic DAC amp that you attach to the back of your phone. It's the Thieaudio MD3. Now, I call it a DAC amp because inside there's an ESS DAC. It has the ESS ES9039 Q2M DAC, so it supports PCM up to 32384 and DSD 256, and that's paired with a balanced amplifier circuit that's made up of 4 ESS ES9603Q amp chips, and they deliver up to 180 milliwatts per channel at 32 ohms. You have 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter output. To get that 180, you're going to have to go with the 4.4 millimeter. And it has an aluminum alloy chassis. Now, I like this because it has a vinyl-inspired look, they say. And one of the things that I really like is this Thieaudio logo on the side. It's kind of that old punch-out look. I like that quite a bit. It's just kind of a classic look to it. It has a premium leather back, and I appreciate this because if you're attaching this to the back of a phone because it has the magnets inside, you don't want to have metal on metal. You don't want to scratch at the back of your device. And that gives it like a soft separator between the two, and I like that a lot.
It also gives it an elegant look.
It does, and it's kind of like a nice red-orange color, and I like that too. It has a magnetic backplate that is made with N52 magnets, so it's very, very strong. And on the front, it has a 1.28-inch circular LCD display. Now, I point that out because you can do a lot of cool stuff. There's like animations on this, you can upload photos, there's games, I'll get to that in a second, and it just has a lot of personality and a nice round display. I like that. 2 USB-C ports, and the reason for that is because you connect the bottom USB-C port out to your device, and that's also where your headphone connections are. Then you connect the top USB-C port to a charging source, and then it can charge your device while you're listening to music. I always like that kind of functionality because it doesn't tie up your USB port in case you need a little bit of juice. It has a 100-step volume control and 8 sound filters, and those built-in games that I was telling you about. It has just a little dice game, which is kind of fun. Spin the bottle, rock, paper, scissors. It's just neat that that's in there. It's a little bit of personality, and I appreciate it.
I haven't tried those games yet. I haven't tried them.
They're kind of fun. And it's also 0.47 inches thick. So when it's on the back of your phone, it is going to add a little bit of depth to the device. That's to be expected, but it's not going to add a ton. And I think that's important because when you think about how thick a lot of the 4.4 millimeter connectors can be, this gives it a little bit more of a gap between your device because of that thickness. So again, you're not worrying about that connector scratching up the back of your phone.
I agree.
Yep, very nice. It comes in anodized silver or anodized black finishes, and you can pick it up for $149. Now, Thieaudio says that it delivers a detailed yet musical listening experience, and I can definitely agree with that. Now, I'll be honest, I only listen to this with in-ears, but at 180 milliwatts max power, you're not going to be driving anything demanding. So I think in-ears are a great pairing for this, and I listen to typically a lot more reference or even kind of bright-leaning IEMs. And this did deliver a detailed experience, but it did a nice job of being transparent. It kind of got out of the way. It didn't really, hamper the music. It's not going to add a lot of flavor of its own, but a lot of guys, that's actually what they want when they're out and about. And for $149, it's delivering a lot of oomph. So, if you're on the go and you just want something magnetically attached to the back of your phone, definitely check out the MD3. So Jude, I think you know why I'm so excited about this, because this is an Audeze amplifier that will finally fit on my small desk.
Yeah. I don't know who's more excited about, you or me.
I am definitely excited, and I know you are as well.
I know.
So this is the Audeze Brioso PHP A1. I'm just going to call it the Brioso because that's so much easier. Now, the Brioso is a portable DAC and headphone amplifier, but because it comes from Audeze, that means it is also equipped with their Oatley technology. Now, that stands for Electronic Loudspeaker Imaging Simulating Amplifier. Now, we'll talk more about that in a second here, but I also want to mention inside is the DAC. That's an AKM AK4499 EX EQ and AK4191 EQ DAC combo, and that's also paired with AKM's Velvet Sound. It supports PCM up to 32768 and DSD 256. Now, on the top, you have a number of controls here. So you have controls for turning on and off the Oatley circuit, setting the stage, setting the angle. You also have bass adjustments. You have a digital input of USB Type-C, which is really nice. That's going to be for the DAC. And for the charging, there's 2 separate inputs there. Analog inputs, you have 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter. And for headphone outputs, you again have 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter. Now for power, this delivers a lot of juice. So per channel, at 32 ohms up to 2 watts, at 64 ohms up to 4 watts, and then at 150 ohms up to 2.7 watts, again, that's per channel. It has multiple adjustable gain toggles, so you have 0, 8, 16, and 24 dB gains. And they say that it can be used with all dynamic headphones with an impedance of 6 ohms and above. Weight, it's only 240 grams, which makes it very pocketable, very portable for any kind of portable rig. Pair it with your phone, pair it with a laptop. Now, we don't know final price. This is still a pre-production unit, so it's not 100% finished, and the pricing has not yet been announced. But it is going to be at CanJam.
It is, and I am so excited about this one because their large desktop HPA1 Maestro amplifier is one of my reference amplifiers, like high reference amplifiers.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
And the Audeze circuit is so critically important to me. And to be able to take it with me now anywhere.
Yeah.
And it has all the capabilities in terms of the adjustments and everything else, plus the bass. So the adjustable bass boost, which is actually nice to also have on the go. That's a huge deal for me.
Oh, yeah.
Because the HPA1 Maestro is huge.
Gigantic, yeah.
That is not.
Yes.
So to me, the Brioso at CanJam is going to be a huge hit. I would not be surprised if there's a lineup to hear it.
I can almost guarantee there will be.
Make sure not to miss it. Now at CanJam London, Chord Electronics will have the Chord Electronics Quartet there. I have been waiting for years for this. Rob Watts has been working on it for years.
Yeah.
Had a chance to hear it briefly at CanJam Singapore 2026. This is the successor to the M Scaler, essentially. It is much more advanced and much more complex than the M Scaler. But the Dave M Scaler combo is something we hold in such high regard here at HeadFi HQ that when we use our Sennheiser HE1, we have an HE1 here at the office, and we need a source, that's usually the source I go to, the Dave M Scaler combo.
Right.
And this is a substantial upgrade over that, so let's talk about it. The Chord Electronics Quartet is a reference class digital audio upscaler powered by 5 Xilinx FPGAs with 5 times the processing power of the reference Dave DAC. Features an integrated pulse array ADC, that's analog to digital converter.
That's a pretty cool feature.
That is a very cool feature, so that's new. This allows analog sources, including high-end turntables, to benefit directly from the device's upscaling power. That would be very cool to use.
Yeah.
I have ideas. All right. A 2-box configuration now separates sensitive audio circuitry from the power supply. It has USB-B, optical, and dual BNC outputs, maximum resolution up to 768 kilohertz. They say about this, at the core of the Quartet's performance is the all-new Blackbird WTA Watts transient aligned filter, representing the culmination of 46 years of specialized research. The Blackbird filter utilizes a staggering 4 million filter taps, the technical measure of interpolation complexity. The Blackbird WTA represents a 10-fold increase over previous WTA designs, achieving a 10-fold improvement in transient timing accuracy. Plus, it has even more taps at its disposal for even better performance. Again, I hold the Dave M Scaler in such high regard. I heard this at CanJam Singapore 2026 briefly, was blown away. Like, talk about incredible first impressions. I can't wait to hear it at CanJam London. One day, I would love to hear a Dave Quartet combo with the HE1. One day we'll have to do that, but I will listen to this at CanJam London, and do not miss it.
So, Jude, longtime CanJam goers are no strangers to Ferrum, and on the table right now, I have the Ferrum Wandala and the Ferrum Hypsos. Now, I brought them out because there was a firmware update for these that brought some really cool quality of life improvements, and I'll talk about those in a minute. But for anybody who's not currently familiar with this DAC, I do want to mention what the Wandala and Hypsos are. Now, the Wandala is a desktop DAC. It's a fully balanced DAC and preamp. It's based around the ESS ES9038 Pro DAC. It has 7 filter settings, digital and analog volume control. For inputs, you have USB-C, optical coaxial, HDMI ARC, I2S, and AES. For outputs, you have XLR and RCA, and here in the US, it runs you about $2,800. Now, beneath that is the Hypsos, and the Hypsos is a linear switching hybrid power supply, and Ferrum says that the benefits of that include low ripple and noise, as well as fast transient response and high efficiency.
So essentially, they're trying to give you the benefits of both types.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
And it also features what they call sweet spot tuning. They say that enables the possibility to fine-tune the output voltage for the best sound. The voltage level can be safely adjusted on the fly to allow easy comparison testing, and here in the US, that'll run you about $1,200. Now again, a number of headfires have already experienced this system in the past, paired with a number of different amplifiers, but because of that firmware improvement, I think a lot of headfires want to check this out because, again, it's bringing quality of life improvements to the table. So firmware 2.0 was first shown at High-End Munich 2025, and it brings a number of things, including what they call Ferrum streaming control technology. I'll come back to that in a second. Improved volume control, improved user experience, support for more devices when connected via that I2S input, and you can also set input favorites. And best of all, it's free for any current Ferrum Wandala owners. Now, I want to talk about that Ferrum streaming control technology because to me, that's where the biggest quality of life that I experienced using this system comes into play. So what Ferrum says is, with our Ferrum streaming control technology, you'll be able to control your streaming music right from Wandala's touchscreen and its remote control. A quick look on Wandala's screen will tell you title and track information and give you the ability to play, pause, and skip your beloved songs. So what this does for you is it puts information that you would normally have to get from the computer screen on the front of your DAC. So for example, when I'm working on this preview video, I was putting together our show notes and I was able to have the track information at my side. I didn't need to swap over to a different program to see what I was currently listening to. And that just really nice quality of life improvement in my opinion. It also receives currently playing data. So you get a track bar across the screen that'll show you how far through the track you are. You get current track name, you get track artist, you get streaming information about the file that you're playing back. It's really, really nice. And then Ferrum also says, Ferrum streaming control technology puts the control over your music right where it belongs on Wandala and its remote control. So I know a number of headfires have already seen this system before. If you haven't, or if it's been a while, definitely check it out. And if you have seen it recently, check out that new firmware because that's going to be bringing stuff to the table they've never seen. CanJam London still has more in store for headfires on the search for new amps, sources, and software. If you're interested in simulating a loudspeaker setup with your headphones, check out Externus at Amoinus Audio. Elise Audio will be demoing the SAEQ Astreus for tube lovers at the show, and J-Cali will be showing their portable collaboration with Crinical, the J-Cali Crinical AP6. MASS-Kobo will have their flagship Model 465 alongside their more portable and more attainable Model 475. Finally, if you're looking to experience one of the best streaming platforms around, be sure to stop by the Kobuz exhibit during CanJam weekend and grab a free trial. HIFIMAN will be joining us at CanJam London this year, and they're also one of our CanJam London event sponsors, so thank you HIFIMAN for helping make the show possible. This year, HIFIMAN is bringing something classic and something new to CanJam London with the return of the HE6 and 2 new Wi-Fi wireless headphones. Here's our take on the HIFIMAN HE6 Remastered, ARIA Wi-Fi, and HE1000 Wi-Fi.
This is the HIFIMAN HE6 Remastered. I'm going to say this is the HE6, period. It's back. On one side, it even says HIFIMAN. On the other, it says just HE6. I'll explain in a minute. All right, so here's what HIFIMAN says about the HE6 Remastered. They say it's a limited edition flagship planar magnetic headphone designed for serious audiophiles and collectors. Very key, they say it faithfully preserves the original technical specifications, including the 50 ohm impedance and the 83.5 dB sensitivity, which is to say, this is not a sensitive headphone at all. It's a hard-to-drive headphone.
Yeah, but I would say that was a defining characteristic of the original HE6.
Yeah, I would agree. That was actually one of the defining characteristics was that journey of finding amps that would drive it beautifully. But now, what's nice now is we have a lot more amps than we did back then. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a second. They say it features HIFIMAN's nanometer diaphragm technology. Now, what's interesting about that is you might think, oh, so it's a new driver. No, it's the same driver, as I understand it. Someone on HIFIMAN's team on our forums told us something that you and I didn't know, and that means probably the rest of the community didn't know. The original HIFIMAN HE6 was actually their first headphone to use their nanometer diaphragm technology.
Yeah, we thought that was the HE1000.
That's correct, because that was the first one that they marketed it for.
Right.
They just didn't market that particular technology for the HE6, even though it was in it. So this is, again, the HE6. It's like a one-to-one, but with some changes. So what are some of the changes? New composite headband design.
Right.
It's just an infinitely better headband now. It is so much more comfortable. Anybody who knows the original HE6 knows the headband was not its strength.
No.
The sizing mechanism was not its strength.
No.
So now you have a modernized comfort strap headband with a beautifully executed modern sizing mechanism. Thank you. All right. Also, cable connection updated 3.5 millimeters. Anybody, so just the plug, a 3.5 millimeter plug.
Right.
Original HE6 had some weird twisty connector thing.
Yeah, I think it was called the mini RF connector, if I'm not mistaken.
I have no idea. I just know it was a headache. Any HE6 user, the original HE6 user, will remember the need to like pre-untwist it before you twisted it on so that it would go on straight and not end up in a tangled mess. I know some of you who've never used it don't know what the heck I'm saying. HE6 users know what I'm saying. You remember, guys. All right, but this is just a 3.5 millimeter plug. Thank goodness. All right. They say because of that lack of sensitivity that we referenced, the hard-to-driveness, if that's a thing. Not recommended for portable USB DAC dongles.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. Not recommended for entry-level DAC amp combinations.
Nope.
Nope. Not recommended for low-power portable players.
Right.
So, yeah, I agree with all of those things. Limited edition, they're saying it is. Initial production run of only 1,999 units worldwide. So they're saying it's a limited edition. Priced at $1,899 US. So now, here's another thing they say about it. The HE6 Remastered retains the distinctive sonic character and extraordinary performance potential that made the original HE6 famous, while solving one of its most commonly cited drawbacks through an entirely redesigned ergonomic headband. So that drawback they're referencing is that headband we were talking about earlier.
Mm-hmm.
The original HE6 headband was, to say the least, not great. This is much, much better. But this is the HE6 with these better bits and pieces. So recommended pairings. These are HIFIMAN's recommended pairings.
Yeah.
Biased recommendations. But I agree with them. HIFIMAN's EF6 Class A amplifier they recommend.
Yeah, which is not crazy expensive.
I'm going to say this right now. We've had one since it came out a zillion years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a classic amp as far as I'm concerned. It's a beautifully executed amp. And yes, it will drive it beautifully. The Golden Wave GA10 tube amplifier.
Also not crazy expensive, and for tube lovers.
Yes, for tube lovers, that is another, and those are both reasonably priced choices. I decided, because I didn't have those handy at the time that I was auditioning these the first time, so I used it with the HIFIMAN EF1000 DAC, which is their flagship DAC amp.
Right.
Inordinately expensive,
Mm-hmm.
and as one might expect, drove it beautifully. I've also used it with the FIIO IDSD Phantom.
Yeah.
Another gorgeous pairing. Drove them beautifully. So here's the thing with the HE6 and also the HE6 Remastered, because they're effectively the same headphone.
Mm-hmm.
I found that if you drive them with an amp that is not an ideal pairing, they can tend toward brightness.
Yeah.
But when you find the amps that have just the oomph to drive these the way they're supposed to be driven, they are not bright to my ears. They are more neutral, but they also have a richness and a slam that you need the proper amps, right, to drive it with, to achieve.
Mm-hmm.
And now we have a lot more choices than we did then, and it can be done. I did compare it to, we have a couple of different HE6s here. I did, the originals. I did compare it, but none of them have the pads that this has, the exact same pads.
Yeah.
And so I could make a sort of comparison. I will say this sounds like an HE6. This is an HE6. So I'm so excited about this, the return of the HE6 for real, but now like modernized in the mechanical important ways, but in terms of the motor, the sound, it's an HE6, period. CanJam, if you haven't heard an HE6 proper, listen to the HE6 Remastered at CanJam. This is the HIFIMAN HE1000 Wi-Fi. You're holding the HIFIMAN Aria Wi-Fi.
Mm-hmm.
This is a HIFIMAN HE1000. That is a HIFIMAN Aria. But as the name suggests, they're Wi-Fi enabled. And when HIFIMAN came to me and told me they would be doing Wi-Fi enabled flagship class headphones, I wasn't clear on the value proposition.
Yeah.
Having used these now, I am totally clear on the value proposition. I get it. Let's talk about these. So HIFIMAN describes both as Wi-Fi streaming media planar headphones. And they're designed around HIFIMAN's 3-in-1 audio foundation system design, which is essentially like treating the internals as separate. It's a separate DAC section, amp section, and of course, the transducer.
Right.
For the DAC, it's an in-house developed DAC using the Himalaya Mini R2R DAC, which I'm a big fan of.
Mm-hmm.
I love the whole Himalaya sort of range of goods. The amplification circuit is a dedicated amplifier circuit that's a Class A AB design. So that's cool. That's not something you're going to see typically in a wireless headphone. And of course, the driver, flagship planar magnetic driver design. All right. They say about the Wi-Fi provides significantly greater bandwidth and stability than Bluetooth. This enables lossless, uncompressed transmission of high-quality audio files. They say the Wi-Fi streaming technology supports high-speed transmission and high bitrate and multi-format lossless music, support for most online streaming services like Roon, Tidal, Spotify, Qobuz, etc.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So with Bluetooth, right, we have LDAC, aptX, things like that. Those are still lossy, compressed protocols. With Wi-Fi, you don't have to worry about lossy anything. You can go full lossless, high res.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me, I wasn't sure how big a deal that would be, right, in a headphone that has both. It is a huge deal. There's a big difference between the two. So there are multiple wired and wireless options. As I mentioned already, of course, that's what we're talking about here. Wi-Fi for better wireless audio quality and range. Bluetooth 5.1 for better battery life, and it also supports SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX HD, and LDAC, so that's nice that it has all of that. And USB-C audio for best audio quality, they say. I'm going to get back to that, and I think this is important to get back to. Now, some of the returning features that we're familiar with HIFIMAN headphones, nanometer thickness diaphragm with the HE1000, super nano diaphragm with the ARIA. This is a higher-end driver in the HE1000, no big surprise.
Yep.
It is more resolving, but both are very resolving headphones. Incredibly resolving. I think our community is familiar with both the HE1000 and the ARIA family of headphones. Enhanced magnet design using stealth magnets, and then also HIFIMAN's Gen 2 composite headband. I like this new design headband from HIFIMAN.
It's a nice change, yeah.
It is a very nice change, and it's very comfortable. It looks nice. By the way, I love the color of the HIFIMAN HE1000 Wi-Fi. What is that, like a champagne?
Yeah, I call it champagne.
Oh, so beautiful. Reminds me of some of the old gear, like AccuPhase gear and things like that. I have some old Luxman pieces like that. Anyway, they say it can be used on the go with a mobile hotspot.
Yeah.
I haven't tried that yet. The weight for both, 452 grams. Battery life on Wi-Fi, 6.5 to 7.5 hours. Bluetooth, 23 hours. 3 to 4 hour charge time, 30 days standby. So obviously with Bluetooth, you get a lot more life. But man, when I'm at home or when I'm at the office, I don't worry. 6.5 to 7.5 gets me there.
Yep.
And then you just plug it in when you're not using it to charge it. And the sound quality is substantially better. Now I get it, right? When you use it in true lossless mode via Wi-Fi, a couple of things. Number one, I don't have to worry about where I am. Anywhere in my house, anywhere here at the office, as long as you have a Wi-Fi connection. I'm getting lossless, high-res music to these or those. Fantastic. Compared to USB-C audio, they say it's better with USB-C audio. I'm going to say I can understand why, in theory, it would be better. Between the two, though, that is between Wi-Fi and USB-C audio, so close. So close. And that is a huge deal, to be able to do that wirelessly. But what's also nice is when you don't have Wi-Fi or you don't use Wi-Fi and you want to just use a USB-C cable, then you know you get the USB-C DAC in here. And that 3-in-1 audio foundation design, I mean, it does sound like a dedicated system when you're using it with USB-C audio or Wi-Fi. So do I get the value proposition? I do. Both headphones are, again, incredibly resolving. This is a more resolving headphone than that one. You should pay more for it. But wow, I get it. It's a big deal for me to have these three options now. It's going to be hard for me, right, to go back to a headphone that's just Bluetooth when I can have Wi-Fi as well. And at this level of performance with the HE1000 and ARIA, it's just a really big deal. And it does take, I think, in some ways, maybe that level of resolution to be able to fully appreciate the value proposition that having Wi-Fi brings. Anyway, these will be at CanJam. Make sure to audition them, and you'll understand it too. This is the Meze Audio Arta. This is Meze Audio's flagship open-back headphone. And I've been around headphones for decades because I'm old. And in all of that time, I will say it, this is the most beautiful headphone I have ever seen. Yeah. It is gorgeous. All right, let's talk about it again. It's Meze Audio's flagship open-back headphone. It uses Renaro high-impedance isodynamic hybrid array MZ5 H-ohm driver. I think we both believe that stands for high ohm. Right. Because the impedance is 225 ohms. And they say about that, the single highest impedance planar magnetic headphone transducer to date, delivering exceptional linearity, stability, and signal purity. And I believe that's true. I can't think of another planar magnetic headphone that's come to market with a higher impedance than that. They say the planar magnetic trace is 2.5 times longer with a cross-sectional surface area that's 2.8 times smaller, achieving a higher density trace geometry that spreads electromagnetic drive more evenly across the membrane. And that membrane's a low-mass composite material membrane. It uses the dual-shaped voice coil array and that switchback coil and spiral coil that we've seen, very unique design, that we've seen with the Empyrean and Elite, but with that improved trace that we just talked about. They say Arta's high-impedance design minimizes sensitivity to amplifier output impedance variations, ensuring the headphone's own acoustic character remains consistent regardless of amplification. I see where they're coming from with that, even for a planar magnetic headphone, especially if you're using maybe like vintage amplification or an OTL and output transformerless tube amplifier or something like that. I can see that being even more true. Angled acoustic blades, the grill. Yeah. So beautiful.
They are lovely.
So beautiful. The grill geometry, they say, is carefully designed to work in concert with the Renaro MZ5 H-ohm driver's precision, ensuring that enclosure acoustics do not constrain the transducer's performance. And more specifically, they say, through their precision-engineered angled design, the blades diffuse rear wave energy and minimize internal reflections, supporting cleaner transients and a more natural, open presentation. We'll talk about the sound shortly, of course. And then of the chassis, they call it the living metal chassis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's quite pretty. I think it has kind of like a combination of industrial and organic look to it, and it's a really nice fusion of those two.
It is so beautiful.
Yeah.
Living metal chassis, precision metals, carbon fiber, and leather.
Mm-hmm.
They say Arda's design transcends conventional headphone aesthetics, blending futuristic, bionic fluidity with refined Art Nouveau elegance. Kind of what you just said.
Yeah.
And there's sometimes I'll say there's not a bad angle on it. I will say with the Arda, every angle on it is beautiful. There's nowhere you can look at it from any angle where it's not just gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
So beautiful. Anyway, improved comfort. We've optimized our flagship planar build to perfectly fit larger and smaller heads alike, while also providing additional padding on the leather headband, making an already extremely comfortable design even more pleasant to wear and for longer periods of time. The Empyrean family, including the Elite, probably some of the most, maybe the most, certainly some of the most comfortable full-size over-ear headphones I've ever worn.
Right.
And a big deal is that kind of recurve headband that makes that work. And these are incrementally more comfortable. So I agree with them there. 2 sets of magnetic ear pads installed with it on it were the duo angled ear pads that you see here, crafted from a complementary blend of perforated lambskin, leather, and Alcantara, and precisely angled for a richer, more impactful presentation. And then it comes with slim Alcantara ear pads, which is this ear pad here. It comes with those. Crafted from 2 types of Alcantara with perforations on the inner chamber, designed for more neutrality and a smoother, rounder upper region. And again, we'll talk about the sound. 2 2-meter cables are included. They're both silver-plated linear crystal oxygen-free copper conductors, dual-strand configuration, dual mini XLR connectors at the earpiece side, CNC anodized aluminum housings, 6.3 millimeter, 6.35 millimeter, and 4-pin XLR terminations. The price for the Arta with all these things and that beautiful case, comes with a beautiful case, $6,000. I think it's worth it. This is such an incredibly stunning flagship. All right. And they say about it, the sound simply, Arta delivers a rich speaker-like presentation with lifelike detail, offering the most immersive sonic experience we have ever created. Now, as for the sound of the Arta, obviously I love the way it looks. I've made that abundantly clear.
Yep.
I am at least as excited about its sonic performance, and that's saying something given how beautiful it is to look at. The reason I think it's such a strong value, even at $6,000, is because you are getting 2 precisely engineered flagship headphones for that price. And both signatures I love having available to me. And because you can change the ear pad so quickly, you can have them seconds apart, right? They're just so easy to do. So let's talk about it. It came installed with the duo angled ear pads. These duo angled ear pads to me, I know we're running really long here, so I'm going to get through this quickly. The duo angled ear pads to me are like the next generation evolution of Meze's like sort of original flagship signature established with the 1st gen Empyrean and then continued with the Elite. It's not exactly like those two. Well, those weren't exactly like either, but I think you get what I mean by rich, lush, detailed.
Right.
Not to me as much neutral as it is lush and beautiful and romantic. That's the duo angled ear pads. This is the next evolution of that. Now, earlier I was kind of reading some of that marketing speak that they had and where they say supporting cleaner transients. I actually agree. That's how it sounds to me. I haven't measured the transient response, but I would not be surprised with either ear pad to find that it had better measured transient response than say, even the Elite or something like that. Because it sounds more refined and at least as resolving, probably a little more. Imaging with either ear pad, the best imaging I've heard from Meze Audio, period. Now let's get to the slim Alcantara ear pads, because this is the second headphone you get. And it's not like an afterthought ear pad that they threw in there to change it up a little bit.
Right.
It's like I feel like they carefully engineered the headphone to work precisely with both ear pads. And they've been working on it a long time. I heard the first prototype I heard anyway was actually years ago. So they've been working on it a long time. You get another headphone with this ear pad. And that headphone is like an evolution, the next evolution of Meze's more neutral signature, flagship signature that they introduced with the 2nd generation Empyrean.
Right, and that's the sound signature of theirs that I gravitate towards.
Correct. And by any definition of headphone neutrality, that's their most neutral flagship headphone to me. until now. So now you have this, and you get the next generation of that in the same headphone. Again, swappable in seconds.
Yep.
You get two precisely engineered, beautiful signatures in one flagship. That's why I think it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's also the most beautiful headphone I've ever seen. So at CanJam, you'd be a fool to miss the Meze Audio Arta. Do not miss the Arta. This is the Meze Audio Strata. These are lovely headphones, as everything from Meze seems to be. Just gorgeous to look at. But these are a closed-back headphone, as you can tell. But you might think they're planar magnetic when you first see them.
Right.
Because they look a lot like the Lyric family of headphones from Meze Audio. But they're not. The Strata is dynamic. So let's talk about it. The Meze Audio Strata, again, a closed-back dynamic headphone. On each side, there's a 50-millimeter dynamic driver. Now, that driver, and this is interesting, has a biocellulose composite dome and a beryllium-coated torus, which I believe is the surround.
Mm-hmm.
So that's an interesting combo.
It is.
The chassis of the Strata is magnesium and zinc, and so are the accents. Again, just gorgeous. Macassar ebony wood ear cups and a hand-painted finish, which is stunning.
Yes.
So I have some color blindness. I've mentioned this before. And even with my lack of color acuity, I can tell these are green.
Mm-hmm.
These are very green, very green. And I mean that in a good way. I love green. I love the shade of green and the hand-painted finish. It reminds me so much of like a super premium luxury car finish.
Yeah, my mind immediately went to automotive paint.
Yes, and there's like a depth to it
Mm-hmm.
and a little bit of a shimmer.
Yeah.
It's really beautiful. All right, leather ear pads that use magnetic ear pad mounting system.
I love a magnetic mounting system.
We are both big fans of that. I wish everybody used a magnetic ear pad mounting system. 40 ohm impedance. And the Strata comes with two dual-twisted Kevlar-wrapped OFC cables. One terminated 3.5 millimeter, the other 4.4 millimeter, which is nice. Price, $799. So these are very reasonably priced. And I really enjoy the way these sound.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so here's how they describe the sound. With its full-bodied sound, excellent noise isolation, and natural sense of space, it delivers a harmonious acoustic experience where detailed texture and dynamics come through with effortless precision. Okay, I think that's a fair description. I agree with it. However, when they say full-bodied sound, I would have expected it like to be, from that description, maybe to be bassier than it is. And the funny thing is I heard them before I saw any measurements of them. We haven't measured them yet. But I did see Andrew Resolve's measurements of them. And even his measurement shows what looks bassier than it sounds to my ears. So the bass is extended, and as I'm hearing it, but I find it to be, for my tastes, and I do like a richer toned headphone, typically, but for my tastes, more on the neutral side with good extension.
Yeah, for me, it's a little emphasized on the low end, but it still works.
Okay. So when Brian says it's a little emphasized, that's neutral for most people.
Yeah.
So the bass to me is like more neutrally tuned with really nice extension.
Yeah.
Overall, I would actually say that it's a more neutral headphone.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is a distinct like treble presence and shimmer.
Yep.
And I would actually call, for my taste, the treble actually above what I would call my range of just like right down the middle neutrality.
I can see that.
Yeah, but it's nicely done. So,
Yeah.
for example, I'm not getting any sort of harshness at all, but I'm getting tremendous detail and articulation. I'm getting no issues with sibilance or anything like that.
Right.
So it's a neutral, closed-back headphone to my ears with shimmer. And that image is lovely for a closed-back headphone.
Yeah.
For $799. Frankly, I'm very excited about these. Like everything Meze Audio makes, they're also gorgeous to look at and feel. But I love the sound as well. So at CanJam, if you're looking for a closed-back headphone that sounds beautiful and looks beautiful, the Meze Audio Strata is where you should start. This is the Audeze LCD 5S, now the flagship planar magnetic headphone from Audeze. Now, whenever they release a new planar magnetic headphone, it's a big deal. When it's a flagship class planar magnetic headphone, it's a huge deal. Huge news. These are huge news. So again, The Audeze LCD5S is the flagship planar magnetic headphone from Audeze. On each side, there's a 90mm planar magnetic driver that uses a new nanoscale parallel uniforce diaphragm. Now, they describe it as follows. The LCD5S uses a new driver design featuring our thinnest, most responsive materials. The nanoscale parallel uniforce diaphragm connects to a revised chassis structure, allowing the most precise mid-range tuning possible. And they have retuned the mid-range versus the original LCD5 in a way that I love. We're going to get to that in a minute. Okay, they also say, a new driver design combines with SLAM technology to produce mastering-grade precision even better than the original LCD5 with a more natural, lifelike frequency response. I agree with that description in every way, which again, I'll get to in a minute. Now, SLAM stands for Symmetric Linear Acoustic Modulator. SLAM is something that I think was first seen on the Audeze Carbon 2, then the Audeze LCD S20, and I think now the Maxwell 2 also uses it.
Yes.
All right. Now, they say SLAM allows controlled pressure equalization between the diaphragm and ear area, ensuring fully symmetric and uniform forces regardless of diaphragm direction. In simpler terms, with their open back planar headphones that incorporate it, I would say it also improves the bass. It gives it better bass response. And to me, that's a great thing. All right. Now, the LCD5S is constructed using carbon fiber, magnesium, genuine leather, and polymer acetate with copper accents. I mean, at first blush, it looks a lot like the original LCD5.
Right. They share a lot of similar materials.
Right. And I do love that high-grade acetate they're using. My eyeglasses use really high-grade acetate, and I love the way it looks. All right. There's also a new ear pad design with the Audeze LCD5S, an ear pad design that both of us find very, very comfortable. All right. So, what are some of the other iconic Audeze technologies? We talked about parallel uniforce diaphragm and SLAM acoustic management. It also has the Flexor magnetic array and the phaser phase management. All right. 30 ohm impedance, 90 dB sensitivity. The weight is 475 grams, about what we expect from Audeze these days with a headphone like this. But the design makes it very comfortable to wear for hours. Are they comfortable for you as well?
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're extremely comfortable. The cable is a 4-pin XLR premium balanced cable that uses directional OCC high purity copper strands. It comes with a 4-pin XLR to 6.35 millimeter adapter, which I'm glad they include, and a 6.35 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter. And all of that in a beautiful aluminum travel case that we've seen from Audeze and high-grade headphones. It's a beautiful case, and all of that is priced at $4,500. Okay, now let's talk about the original LCD5. We did, when it was released, quite some time ago, we did a video about it, a dedicated review video about it. I believe it was in that video that I said the original LCD5, the upper mids are a bit too energetic for my tastes, and I tend to EQ it down because I love that headphone, but I sometimes have to EQ the upper mids down.
Right.
With these, I never have to EQ them at all. I don't mind EQing a headphone. These I don't EQ because the upper mids on this are, to my ears, significantly more neutral, smoother. For my tastes, I'll say it way better. And then with SLAM, giving it more bass on the low end, it gives it just an overall richer signature. I would call it like a rich neutral to my ears. Now, I might be describing to some people something that sounds too smooth, but they've somehow also tuned a beautiful treble response into it that is very airy, and there's quite a bit of treble energy in a good way to my ears.
Yeah.
And for someone like you who really values treble response and treble detail, is it enough for you?
It is. Yeah.
Okay, good. So to me, the same. I love the sound signature of these, and somehow they're more detailed and more resolving than even the original LCD5, and that's saying something. Those are very resolving headphones. It's entirely a win. If you asked me to modify, to edit, to improve the Audeze LCD5, this is it, the Audeze LCD5S. So at CanJam, anytime you have a chance to hear a flagship planar headphone from Audeze, you have to. And these are no exception. The Audeze LCD5S is an absolute can't miss at CanJam. If you would have told me 10 years ago that one of my favorite Audeze headphones would be a gaming headset, I would not have believed you.
Right.
But it is. This is the Audeze Maxwell 2. And even though it's a gaming headset, you need to audition this at CanJam. I'm going to explain why in a minute. It's so good. So the Audeze Maxwell 2 is the second generation wireless gaming headset, the successor to the very successful Audeze Maxwell. On each side, a 90mm planar magnetic driver has the Audeze Technologies Flexor and Phasor, but they added SLAM.
Right.
So SLAM stands for Symmetric Linear Acoustic Modulator. It's also seen in the Carbon 2 LCD S20 and the flagship LCD5S. They say SLAM allows controlled pressure equalization between the diaphragm and ear area, ensuring fully symmetric and uniform forces regardless of diaphragm direction. Simply put, to my ears, it pretty much improves bass response.
Right.
I like what they do with the bass with SLAM. The Audeze Maxwell 2 supports Auracast, LEAudio, LC3, LC3+, LDAC, AAC, and SBC.
Yeah, that's a lot of modern codecs right there.
That is a lot of modern codecs, and it's Bluetooth 5.3. Ultra low latency wireless connection. That's lag-free high-resolution audio up to 24-bit 96 kilohertz with the included dongle.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a new wider headband.
Yeah.
I much prefer this headband.
Yep.
It's much more pliable, and it's much more comfortable.
It distributes the weight better.
Yes, and since the Maxwell 2 is a little bit heavier than the original Maxwell, I think that's important.
Mm-hmm.
Swappable magnetic side plates.
That's a fun feature.
Yeah,
I
can
like
you
that.
explain that? So these come off.
Yeah, so they're customizable. They have a reskin customization system, and you can personalize the plates. They also have collaborations with, limited collaborations, I think, with like gamers and maybe some personalities coming down the road as well.
Ooh, I'm curious to know about that.
Yeah.
Because I've seen some reviewers on YouTube reviewing the Maxwell 2, and they have cooler faceplates.
I've seen a couple of the photos of the faceplates,
Yeah.
and they look nice.
Yeah.
So I'm curious to see them in person.
These are the standard faceplates.
Yeah.
So it comes with a detachable boom mic, which I don't have attached, of course. Very nice, not just for gaming, but also for communication.
Yeah, they're great for conference calls because of that filter AI noise removal.
Ah, yes. So there's filter AI noise removal. It is spectacularly effective at removing noise from your outgoing voice. So you could be in a factory floor.
Yeah.
Don't know why you would do that. Talking to people, and they will not hear the factory equipment. They'll just hear your voice. It's actually very effective.
Mm-hmm.
Compatible with PC and Mac, Xbox, PlayStation, Switch 2, iOS, and Android. 80 hours battery life, like the original Maxwell.
Yep.
Okay, so you're an avid gamer. I game, but you're like an avid gamer.
Yeah, the original Maxwell is used for many hours every single week in my household. And the nice thing is you can just plug it in here and there
Yeah.
and then forget about it. The battery seems like it runs forever because those 80 hours will take you a long time to get through.
I know. I charge mine just once every great while.
Yeah.
It's a fantastic thing. Compatible with the Audeze app, and they've really refined the Audeze app.
Yeah, it's been improved quite a bit.
Yes, it's gotten quite nice. So you can do things like tune its sound and things like that. Anyway, and more. Price. $329.99 for the PlayStation version, and that uses Sony's Tempest 3D for spatial audio. And then $349.99 for the Xbox version because that uses Dolby Atmos for spatial audio, and so a Dolby Atmos license is included in the purchase price, which is nice.
So that's that price difference. You get the license for Atmos, and it's tied to the dongle, so you can move it around to different devices and still have Atmos.
Yes, very nice. And so essentially, this does everything the other one does.
Yeah.
Right. So
Plus Atmos.
I went with the Xbox version because here at HeadFi HQ we have the Xbox, we have the PlayStation 5. All right. So also I want to mention connectivity. So wireless, of course, USB-C, ultra low latency. Then you have wired digital, so
Right.
USB-C with dual audio endpoints and game chat mix. And then wired analog, 3.5 millimeter TRRS active. Okay. Do I prefer this to the original Maxwell? Yes. I'm such a Maxwell fanboy, too. Like, I think I ordered every special edition of the Maxwell that came out.
I think you did.
Yes, I'm a big Maxwell fanboy. But I do prefer the Maxwell, too. I think it sounds better. I prefer the bass on it.
Mm-hmm.
And again, you can tune it in the app. But so this is not just a gaming headset. You use it a lot for gaming. I actually use it more for music than gaming.
Mm-hmm.
It's a musical wireless headphone.
Yeah.
It's fantastic, actually. So at CanJam, just because it's a gaming headset, do not skip it over. The Maxwell 2 is something you absolutely have to audition. So that's the Audeze Maxwell 2. But now there's another Audeze Maxwell 2 that will be at CanJam that we have to tell you about.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the Audeze Maxwell 2 ANC. As the name suggests, ANC is active noise cancellation. And it is mostly like the Audeze Maxwell 2, but with some very important differences, including performance differences,
Right.
which we need to tell you about. So we're going to focus just on the things that are different about it, starting with, of course, the obvious ANC, active noise cancellation. They give you an aviation-grade active noise cancellation with transparency mode. A lot of you have been asking for ANC. After a lot of R&D, we were actually present for some of their bench testing of the ANC. It's extremely effective, cancels a ton of noise, so make sure it CanJam to test that ANC to see how much noise it attenuates for you. It's a lot.
Yeah, it is. And in addition to that ANC, there's a big change on the amplification side. So Audeze says it has dual dedicated balanced amplifiers. So it delivers up to 1.4 watts per channel, so a total of 2.8 watts overall. Now, the original Maxwell 2 features a dual single-ended amplifier setup, so it does have dual amps, but they're single-ended. So that maxes out at 1.4 watts, so you're basically getting double power in the balanced setup.
Yes. And then the memory foam. So it comes with it's optimized memory foam ear pads. So these are different ear pads than on the normal Maxwell 2. These are memory foam. And part of the reason, or maybe the main reason they're doing that, is related to ANC. And they're extremely comfortable, by the way.
Yeah, they definitely are. Yeah. And then one more big change is for production professionals. So the original Maxwell 2 didn't have head tracking, but the Maxwell did. That's back on the Maxwell 2 ANC. So it's compatible with Dolby Atmos Renderer, APL Virtuoso, and Audio Kinetic Wise. So again, professionals, if you need to use head tracking in your setup. And I also want to mention one more thing about the head tracking. This is self-calibrated. That is a big win in my opinion.
Yeah, internal self-calibration. Very cool.
Yeah, and I want to mention one more thing. When you're running ANC, do expect a little less battery life because you're using the ANC circuit. So without that on, you're still going to get that Maxwell 2 80-hour battery life. With the ANC on, it's going to run about 40 hours max.
Correct. Yeah, so that's still a ton.
Oh, yeah.
With ANC enabled. And again, it's so effective. All right, price. For the PlayStation version, $429.99. For the Xbox version, $449.99. And that comes with the Dolby Atmos license included in the purchase price. So do not miss at CanJam the Audeze Maxwell 2 ANC. This is the Audeze MM520. This headphone, I'm very excited about. It replaces, I believe, right? It replaces the MM500?
Yeah, 500 is gone.
So the 500, this replaces the MM500, which the MM series is like a pro audio focused headphone that audiophiles also love.
Yes.
This is an evolution of the MM500 that it replaces. It uses a 90mm planar magnetic driver on each side that incorporates Fluxor, Phasor, Uniforce, and SLAM technologies. Now, I want to mention that SLAM technologies, which stands for Symmetric Linear Acoustic Modulator. This is a technology they developed that they've been incorporating since its development in a lot of their recent headphones. They say about that, SLAM allows controlled pressure equalization between the diaphragm and the ear area, ensuring fully symmetric and uniform forces regardless of diaphragm direction. Jude's translation of that, my translation of that, a little more bass.
Yeah.
And I dig. All right, here we go. Machined aluminum chassis. Love that business-like chassis of the MM series headphones from Audeze.
I do too.
It is so simple and elegant and looks like something that you'd see in a studio, because you will find these in studios.
Yep.
It uses Audeze's spring steel headband.
Yeah, very comfortable headband.
Very comfortable headband, which is important because there's 555 grams of mass to distribute across your head. I've worn these for hours with no issues, so clearly it's doing a fantastic job, as are the ear pads to help with that.
Yes.
They're magnetically attached leather ear pads.
And that is a big win.
Huge win.
Yes.
Brian and I think there should be a law in HeadFi land that all over-ear headphones must have magnetically detachable or attachable ear pads. This has them, so this passes our law. All right, 18 ohm impedance. The accessories that the MM520 comes with: 2.5 meter headphone cable terminated in 6.35 millimeter with a 3.5 millimeter adapter, travel case, soft carry bag. The travel case is very cool, by the way.
Yes.
Very robust. Price, $1,699. So that's the same price as the MM500?
Exactly the same.
Exactly the same? So that's cool. All right, now here's what they say about the sound. The MM520 is designed with our latest acoustic technologies for bass that digs deeper and hits tighter and even more accurate mid-range expression. Now, Manny Marroquin, who is, what's his title there?
He's the head of professional products.
Okay, so he's the head of professional products.
Yep.
But he is also kind of a legendary fella.
Yeah.
18-time Grammy-winning engineer.
Yes.
And here's what he says about it. The MM520 is more focused overall. Everything translates a little easier, just more dialed in. That's a very interesting comment from him on this because, again, he's an 18-time Grammy-winning engineer.
Yeah, I trust his ears.
Yeah, I do too. I do too. Who are we to question Manny Marroquin?
Yeah.
However, you prefer probably the tonal balance of the MM500.
I still prefer the 500.
Yeah, this is a richer toned headphone than the MM500 that it replaces. For my tastes, I clearly prefer the MM520.
Right.
For my tastes.
I think a lot of people will too.
Yeah, but I have to give it to you. We always tease a lot about how we perceive neutrality. I have to give it to you, though. I would say, based on my definition of headphone neutrality, I'm not questioning Manny. I mean, for professional purposes, I'm sure he knows what neutral means. But like the way I think of neutrality, the MM500 is maybe a little more neutral, which you probably prefer and I find more boring. This, to me, is my neutral.
Well, they got feedback requesting those changes, so it makes sense that they were getting a lot of the feedback. They kept hearing it, and they incorporated it into the 520.
Well, I'm probably one of the ones that helped contribute to that big pool of feedback because this is what I wanted to hear.
Yeah.
I totally dig the changes from the MM500 to the MM520. So given that we only have one pair, guess this one's going to me, and you can keep using those MM500s.
I'll just do that.
This is going to be at CanJam. Thank goodness. These are fantastic. I'm in love with these. This is the Abyss Headphones Diana TC Signature. They made their debut at CanJam New York 2026.
Right.
Tried to hear them at CanJam New York. Every time I went in, they were taken. I didn't want to get in a fight, shove somebody out of the way, say, let me listen to those. So I didn't get to hear them at the show. But at the end of the show, they found us, and they left us a pair and took them home, put them on some of my top flight reference rigs, fell in love. I don't know how Abyss Headphones feels about me saying this, but it's how I feel. These are the best headphones I think they've made to date. So let's talk about it. So the Abyss Headphones Diana TC Signature is the Diana series flagship. It replaces the Diana TC. And I feel like, by the way, just even with their more affordable stuff, they've just been pushing and pushing and pushing and making better and better headphones. But again, these are the best I've heard from them. It uses the next generation Abyss TC Signature 63mm planar magnetic drivers, next generation CNC machine frame assembly made of aircraft grade aluminum. They've been refining. It looks the same if at first blush as a lot of other Dianas.
Yeah, and it still feels tanky.
Yeah, but they've just made them increasingly comfortable through just tweaks and refinements. And these now are the most conventionally fitting headphones that they make.
Yep.
And they're built, like you said, like tanks.
Yeah.
Like they're made to withstand a war. All right. Leather headband with ultra suede sling suspension. Very comfortable. Again, that fit is just improving over time. Lambskin pillow top base ported ear pads, I think, come with them. That's like the default ear pad.
Yep.
Sounds fantastic with those. I tend to favor smoothness where I can find it. They're already smooth with those ear pads. But these ultra suede ones that are base ported give me the bass response I want and even more smoothness. So I tend to favor these. You probably wouldn't. You'd probably want the standard ones. Custom artisan inlay with Corning Gorilla Glass. This colorway that we have here is called Black Art. They're gorgeous. 72 ohm impedance. Now, I want to talk about the cable very quickly because I think for those who don't know Abyss Headphones and their history goes back to JPS Labs,
right?
Like a high-end cable company. So the cables that come with Abyss Headphones are always fantastic.
Yes.
So what comes with these? JPS Labs high-quality headphone cable. There are balanced terminations you can choose from: 4-pin XLR, 4.4 millimeter, or 2.5 millimeter balanced, or single-ended, 6.35 millimeter or 3.5 millimeter, if that's what you prefer. I prefer 4.4 and 4-pin XLR typically. Yeah. Optional JPS Labs superconductor cable upgrade.
Yes.
It's worthwhile. Yeah. We finally got one of the upgrade cables. Fantastic. Custom hard carry case with a velvet line interior, $4,995. Now, here's how they describe the sound. Diana TC Signature has the speed of a huge horn speaker system, a deep, airy, and layered soundstage with smooth, clear highs that extend out into space, a distinctive mid-range, and vocals layered within the depths of the soundstage with deep and defined subwoofer bass. Okay. I mean, that's a lot.
It is.
It's a very specific description. I don't know that if I was describing it, I'd say it exactly like that. Here's what I'll say. I get where they're coming from. That bass is fantastic. The bass is fantastic.
And it is what Abyss Headphones is known for.
And it's what they're known for. And it's just refined. I would say, to me, this is among their more neutral tunings with a beautiful bass lift. But it's a refined bass lift, beautiful extension, tremendous resolution throughout. Again, I think they're the best headphones that Abyss has done. I've tried it with my EF1000 DAC from HIFIMAN, the IDSD Phantom, a bunch of different headphone rigs. And even the beautiful thing is even portably.
Yeah.
Like with DAPs, they're driven and they scale. So with DAPs, they're fantastic. SP4000, the M27 from FIIO, but then they'll scale. You put them on those big desktop rigs.
Yeah.
And it's just simply world class. So at CanJam, the Abyss Headphones Diana TC Signature, one of my highest recommendations to audition, unquestionably. This is the Dan Clark Audio Aeon Core. This will be at CanJam, and I think it's going to be one of the stronger value products at all of CanJam. We did a video about the Dan Clark Audio Aeon Core. Really, what it is an interview with Dan Clark.
Yeah.
Where he talks in quite some detail about this headphone and the research behind it and what goes into this headphone. So make sure to check that out. It's on our YouTube channel, of course, and on HeadFi on our website. All right, let's talk about what it is. The Aeon Core is a closed-back planar magnetic headphone. They say it's Dan Clark Audio's first headphone tuned to a revised Harman over-ear target developed through research with Dr. Sean Olive. Now, Dan goes into quite some detail about that research. For those of you who didn't know, Dan Clark did research that was published with Sean Olive. And that research has strongly informed the sound, the tuning of the Aeon Core. I should also mention that it's a direct successor to the Aeon 2. Anyway, for more on the research, make sure to watch our video about it. It has an all-new driver using materials they've never used before. This is something else Dan talks about in the video. Engineered for maximum efficiency, and it sounds fantastic too. So we'll get to that. An aluminum chassis that's quite simplified. It doesn't have the collapsible gimbal, but it feels like a Dan Clark headphone. An aluminum chassis with a titanium headband with self-adjusting suspension strap. If you're familiar with Dan Clark's headphones, you know how comfortable they are. This feels like a Dan Clark headphone. They say it's Dan Clark Audio's most easily driven headphone to date. Sensitivity is rated at 97 decibels at a milliwatt, so it's quite sensitive. 17 ohm impedance. It uses Dan Clark Audio Aeon ear pads. Again, an exceedingly comfortable headphone. I find Dan Clark's headphones exceedingly comfortable, and this is. 440 grams is the weight, distributed beautifully over my head. I can wear this for hours and have. The cable, the stock cable it comes with Dan Clark Audio's dumber cable. That's what they call it, DUMMER. And then there is an upgrade cable available called the Dan Clark Audio Vivo cable. That would be an additional cost. The price with the stock cable, $899.99. Okay, that's not cheap.
No.
But as Dan Clark Audio headphones go and for the performance you get, I think it is a fantastic bargain.
Right.
I love the value for the price with the Dan Clark Audio Aeon Core. So again, make sure to watch the video to learn more about what goes into it, the materials, the research. Okay, now let's talk about the sound. This to me is probably Dan Clark Audio's, to my ears, most neutral headphone to date. And that's saying something, given that I think a lot of people would describe Dan Clark Audio's headphones as among the most neutral line of headphones available, period. This, I think, might be they're the most neutral. So, for example, the closed-back Stealth, that's their closed-back flagship, still one of my favorite closed-back headphones. That's a richer tuning to me than this, but still on the neutral side, the richer side of my neutrality range. This is just on the neutral side of my neutrality range. What do you think?
I agree.
Yes. And so I find the Stealth to be more to my tuning, right? Because it has that richer tone. You probably find this to be more to your tuning, which I think most people who would prefer like more neutral headphones would. But I will say the Stealth is more resolving than this, but this gets way closer than it should.
Yeah.
Way closer than it should for the price. Imaging, it also gets closer than it should. I'll give the edge to the Stealth there as well. But the Aeon Core at $900, I mean, the Stealth is like multiple times the price.
Right.
Gets way closer than it should. So I think with those looking for a strong value in the audiophile world, they're going to love this headphone. It's just a beautiful headphone to listen to, very musical as well. So it's neutral, but very musical. But I also think it's going to find a lot of favor with the professional audio types, because I think it's on the higher side of the premium priced headphones in the studio market, but it's so neutral and resolving that I think it will find popularity there. So at CanJam, make sure not to miss the Dan Clark Audio Aeon Core, and make sure to watch our video about it. This is the ZMFheadphones Thieaudio. This is an open back planar magnetic headphone. I'm very excited about this one. So this introduces, now I have a lot of experience with ZMFheadphones. I don't know that I've heard everything they've ever made, but I think I've heard most of it. This, the Thieaudio, introduces like a new flavor that I kind of consider my ZMF neutral. I'll get back to that. All right. Again, it's an open back planar magnetic headphone. It uses a newly developed planar driver with a 1 micron thick diaphragm, which is quite thin. It's 35 ohm impedance, uses thicker traces, has ZMF's TPE construction with silver plating. So it's a new diaphragm, new driver.
Right.
It's the first ZMF headphone, the Thieaudio, to incorporate 5 patented and new patent-pending technologies. Now, the first of the new ones is what they call ZMF Acoustic Matrix, or ZAM, a precision-engineered 3D printed lattice structure within the headphone cup. You can see it in these vents. They're gorgeous. They are very pretty to look at, but they're also extremely functional, of course. That's the main purpose. Works behind the driver to break up coherent reflections, eliminate standing waves, and diffuse rear wave energy in a controlled, repeatable manner. And they say the result is a smoother frequency response, particularly in the treble region from 6 to 12 kilohertz, while preserving the dynamics and transient response that define the ZMF sound, along with more precise spatial cues and natural decay. Yeah, again, and they're pretty to look at.
Yes.
But so that's nice. Also new, SRS, Soundboard Resonator System, a passive wood resonator positioned behind the driver. They say the SRS interacts with rearward sound energy to shape tonal character and transient behavior. The resonator disc enhances punch and dynamic weight while providing assertive control over the mid-range frequencies. You can't see it from the outside,
No.
but it's in there. Okay, so now along with the SRS and the ZAM, which we just talked about, the other patented ZMF tech that's in there, ADS, Atrium Damping System. I think ZMF fans are probably familiar with that. CAMS, CAMS, Caldera Asymmetrical Magnet Structure, and ZMF Caldera Pad System. Handcrafted in the USA, the Thieaudio, not surprising, ZMF headphones. Canary wood with black rods and grills.
They are very pretty.
They're very pretty. I don't think I've ever heard of canary wood until now, but it is a pretty wood. Aluminum frame, which ours has here. That's the stock option. And then there's an optional magnesium frame upgrade available.
Right.
That's pretty cool. Again, 35 ohm impedance. The price, $2,499. Now, of the sound, ZMF says, where the Caldera is energetic and bombastic, the Thieaudio offers a different expression of the ZMF planar vision, liquid, lush, and euphonic, without ever becoming relaxed or boring. This is not a laid-back headphone, they continue. It's a lush, engaging experience that maintains the impact and dynamics ZMF is known for, wrapped in a smoother, more refined delivery. And now let's get to the sound, of course, since we're talking about what they're saying about it. And if I seemed a little bit measured about what they said in that first part, it's because, yes, I agree, compared to the Caldera, which is more energetic and bombastic in comparison, certainly like, for example, in the treble, when they use words like liquid, lush, and euphonic, I don't disagree with them. I just want to make sure that when you say those words, we're not talking about like a thick, syrupy headphone here.
No.
This is a very resolving headphone. So that's all I wanted to qualify that with. Lush and engaging. So they continue with that. Now, here's what I'll say about the tonal balance versus Caldera. It is smoother. And in fact, as I said at the beginning of this thing, it's kind of what I consider my ZMF neutral. It's not just like flat, neutral, boring. It has ZMF-ness about it.
Yeah.
But it's neutral enough that I could see, of all the ZMF headphones I can think of right now, probably the one most likely to be used in a pro audio setting.
Yes.
I can see this being used in a studio. It's neutral enough for that. So for those of you who've desired like maybe more neutrality from a ZMF headphone, this is what you have to hear. I will also say that it is, though smoother in its tonal balance than the Caldera, to my ears, it's more resolving. So I think this is the most resolving ZMF headphone that I've heard so far, period. So I would venture to bet that if we measured it for that purpose, like transient response, I wouldn't be surprised if this had the fastest. That's how it sounds to me. Now, versus another open back flagship headphone from ZMF headphones that's dynamic, that's one of my favorite headphones, period, which is the Atrium. How do they compare? Okay, tonally, I still think I prefer the Atrium.
Yeah.
I find it to be a little bit more up my alley in terms of tonal balance. It's like my tube amp in a headphone kind of thing. It's romantic and beautiful. This, I almost enjoy as much, but it's certainly more resolving. So if you're looking for more resolution, right, then you have to hear the Thieaudio. Between the two, I probably still go Atrium personally, but I think a lot of people might go Thieaudio. I think this is going to be kind of split down the middle. It'll be interesting to see what people have to say. I'd be curious to know what you have to say. So at CanJam, make sure to audition the ZMF headphones Thieaudio and also the Atrium, do the comparison, and the Caldera, because that's the other planar. This is the Thieaudio TH2. I think a lot of you are probably familiar with the Thieaudio TH1, which is quite popular. Now, the TH1 and the TH2 are both, as they say, the world's only headsets with built-in vacuum tube preamp and dual mono amplification. And the TH2 is an improvement in every way, which we'll get to in a second. Now, one of the things that Thieaudio did that I think was very important in developing this was they brought in a seasoned hi-fi executive.
Right.
They brought in, a lot of you guys probably know Andy Regan. He's worked with JH Audio, HIFIMAN, Dan Clark Audio, and they brought him in as the president of Thieaudio. I think this was a good move, and it reflects in this product. All right, let's talk about it. So they say the Signature versus the TH1, now with deeper bass, extended treble, and even more articulate across all frequencies. Absolutely true. Improved dual mono full system tube architecture, which contributes to that. Redesigned resonance chamber, all new improved tuning profile. Not merely cosmetic changes, the different look comes from redesigning the headband and suspension strap for better comfort and weight relief. I agree that wider distribution of the weight does help a great deal. Redesigned chassis, improved durability, fit, comfort, and weight distribution. Also modular construction, interchangeable ear pad, suspension pad, and headband wraps for customization and longevity. From the longevity standpoint, it just feels built better.
Right.
This is, I mean, you can see it's an entirely new build, and it just feels built better. A new button layout. They've essentially taken the power button and moved it to where it makes more sense.
But that was a big change.
That's a big change, because now you won't confusingly hit the power button.
Exactly.
It's where the tube is. So the tube glows when you turn it on, and now it's easy to tell when it's on. Considerable optimization of the DSP across all headphone response and functions, which speaks to the sound, and it also speaks to improved noise control. Even lower noise floor for the ANC and a more natural-sounding transparency mode. True on both counts, based on my listening experience with it. And again, this is pre-production, so it's doing real well for a pre-production unit. Improved passive isolation, innovative shielding, improved RF and microphonic isolation around the tube preamp stage. Absolutely true. With the TH1, when you manipulate it whilst it was on your head, you can sometimes get the ringing out of the tube.
Yeah.
This is much less susceptible to that and less susceptible to RF noise. I can confirm both of those things.
Right.
Custom tuning available via improved ACUT app. This doesn't, the app that we have isn't updated for this yet.
Correct.
But with the TH1, we like that you could adjust the sound. You'll be able to do that with this as well. Bluetooth 5.3 with SBC, AAC, and LDAC. Analog and digital input for wired use. USB-C connector. That's when it's at its best.
Yes.
Is wired and using its built-in USB DAC, which I think supports 24192.
I think so.
And that's when it's at its best. Now, I mostly use it wireless, but I love having the USB-C support, the USB DAC support. Now, the price, $999.
Right.
Isn't that only like $100 more than the TH1?
I think it's exactly $100.
I think the MSRP is $100 more, which is, and you get, and it's just to me, it's a significantly better headphone.
Yes.
So in terms of sound signature, the TH1 was like neutral, but on the like flatter neutral to me side for my tastes. This has richer neutral, and it is more articulate, more detailed as well. But I love that richness, and it's not. And again, I call it rich neutral. Not to me, it's not bass heavy, but you'll be able to tune it anyway. It images better, and I love the improved ANC as well. So everything about it's better for $100 more. And the build is better.
Yeah.
The TH2 at CanJam, do not miss it. If you have a chance, try it wirelessly, of course, but also in its wired USB DAC mode. I would recommend.
These days, when you think about FIIO, you think about their incredible range of products from the affordable to the flagship with excellent engineering all throughout. And it's easy to forget, or maybe just kind of, no longer think about the fact they got their start in the very affordable budget range.
Very affordable.
Yeah. I'm so happy they still continue that to this day, and they do it as part of their Jade Audio line. So this is the Jade Audio FIIO JT7, and they are definitely continuing that trend with this. This is a $110 open back planar magnetic headphone, which is crazy because when you think about planars, they typically start at a much higher price point and then go up from there. So in the, right around $100, that's kind of insane, and I think they nailed it with this.
I think so too.
Yeah, they did. So inside of this is a 95 by 86 millimeter planar magnetic driver that has a 3-micron ultra-thin diaphragm. Very, very thin diaphragm. It has a 2-way heterogeneous high-density magnetic system, which FIIO says is for higher sensitivity. And it also features FIIO's FES, which is their FIIO elastic system, and they say that enhances diaphragm elasticity through a special textured design. This has replaceable ear pads and headband cushions, so even in something that's only about $100, you still have longevity out of it because those two parts do wear down. It's nice that you can swap them out and don't have to buy a whole new headphone. It has a foldable, collapsible design, so it's rather portable. You can fold it down and put it into a bag very easily. It does come with 2 cables. You have they're made of high-purity copper, dual 3.5 millimeter connections on the headphone side, and then either 3.5 millimeter or 4.4 millimeter termination. Again, they're included, but they're not swappable. And it has a 6.35 millimeter adapter in the box. Now, how's that going to sound for $110? Well, in my opinion, I think this sounds relatively balanced.
Yes.
And it has great planar detail and texture that you don't get from a lot of dynamic headphones, or especially not in this price range.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I'm so surprised this is $110. I think they knocked it out of the park.
Okay, so FIIO came to me. I visited them.
Yeah.
Incredible facility, by the way, and they've since upgraded it since I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Tremendous engineering chops.
Yeah.
If they came to me, I didn't even know about this until it arrived, but if they came to me and said, hey, listen, we're going to make an affordable, like $110 planar magnetic headphone,
yeah,
I would have been very, very excited because it's FIIO.
Mm-hmm.
This is the headphone that I would expect them to make at that price, and it still surprises me.
Yeah.
So I agree with you. The sound is balanced. It's reasonably sensitive.
Yep.
It has, like you said, the planar magnetic detail at $110. It's clearly performing way above its price point. It's going to be a huge hit at CanJam.
It definitely is. A lot of guys are going to stop by and check out FIIO's flagships, but honestly, also start here.
This is the Grell OAE2. Grell. Axel Grell. Legendary name in our industry. Axel Grell is an engineer that used to be at Sennheiser, was the man behind pretty much all of their legendary headphones until he left and started his own company. Think of a legendary Sennheiser headphone. Axel Grell was probably the guy behind it. The Grell OAE2 represents, to my ears, the best realization, the realization of a vision, of a design that he's been talking to me about for pretty much as long as I've known him, and I've known Axel a long time. We'll get to that. So let's talk about just the basic specs. Grell OAE2, the second Grell headphone from legendary headphone designer Axel Grell. On each side, one 40mm biocellulose dynamic driver mounted very much in front of your ear.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get to that because that's key to this whole thing. Front-sided sound field modulation, FSFM. This is what we're talking about. Developed by Grell based on decades of experience, this technology makes the finest nuances in the mid and high frequencies audible in a natural and detailed clarity. And I'll say more about that just looking at some of the more detailed specs on the site. Modular design with user-replaceable components, which is nice. Largest open baffle design, open stainless steel mesh. It is very open. 38 ohm impedance, 100 dB at 1 kilohertz sensitivity, so it's reasonably sensitive. 378 grams, very comfortable. And they've improved it over the OAE1, so it's much more comfortable on my beach ball-sized head. 2 cables are included, and it's a single-side entry now. It has entry points on either the left or right, and you can put them in one or the other. With the OAE1, it was on both. It was a Y split. 2 cables included, 1.8 meter silver-plated OFC copper, one terminated 3.5, the other 4.4. Carrying case, which we have on the table here, $599 US, which I think, given everything you get with this, is a fantastic value.
Yeah.
They say about it, Grell says, the OAE2 delivers sound in its purest form. The natural tonal balance across all frequencies results from the deliberate selection and fine-tuning of every acoustic component. Now, you found some quotes from Guillermo Conca, who works with Axel. He also used to be at Sennheiser. You found some quotes from him online. It says the OAE2 has been overhauled mechanically. There are new ear pads, a wider and softer velour headband cushion, less clamp, and longer extended sliders. Again, more comfortable on my head for sure than the OAE1. He also says, and this is more important, most importantly, the tuning is completely different and much closer to what people expected from the OAE1. Now, before I get into the sound, I want to talk about that design again. The design is basically this. He wanted to engage your ears, like your pinna, your ears, more like loudspeakers.
Right.
And do so within a more normal headphone chassis, so not like an ear speaker type chassis. And when you look at the driver position in here, it's obvious. It's quite radical. Now, they say excellent interaction with the pinna through front-sided sound transducers. This unique orientation leverages your specific ear geometry to ensure the finest nuances in audio are audible and natural and unique. Right? The way it engages your ears is entirely unique. Largest open baffle available on the market. Let's see. Drivers tuned for exceptional low-end extension. The resonant frequency of these drivers is like 40 hertz. I think more typical with dynamic drivers is like 70 hertz. So excellent slam, excellent extension, and detail, bass detail. Natural perception of treble through angled transducers. By mimicking the angle of sound incidents found in real life, the OAE2 reproduces high frequencies with lifelike accuracy. And it's true. There is something about the timbre, the sound of the treble and the mids, that's just different, I think, from the way it engages your ears versus any other headphone that I've used. And the imaging is definitely worth mentioning. This is not out-of-head. Just because you're placing them to engage your ears more like speakers doesn't make it an out-of-head imaging, but it is a beautifully wide and holographic imaging when you lock it in. So there is some positional sensitivity, so make sure to try it on your head. I can do it instantly now because I'm so used to them. But the OAE2, if you've heard the OAE1, is a substantial improvement. The tonal balance is now dialed in. I feel like this is what he was after all along. Because we heard so many different versions, you and me, of the OAE1.
Right.
Because we've heard it from the very first prototype. I'm not even sure what the final total balance was. I know of all the ones I've heard of the OAE1, there were a couple that I loved. But this is better than any of the ones I heard of the OAE1. The OAE2, again, they've dialed it in. So this is one of those ones, given the radical design, that is harder to describe. It's more something you have to hear for yourself. And there's no better opportunity to do that, of course, than, well, CanJam. So make sure at CanJam, listen to me on this one, because it's such a compelling, I think it's priced $599. It's a strong value. There's nothing else like it. Nothing sounds like it. The Grell OAE2 at CanJam, big time can't miss. As high-end IEM companies go, Noble Audio has pushed the envelope in some other directions.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, like kind of more technology-related areas like wireless stuff.
Yeah.
True wireless IEMs, wireless over-ear headphones. You might think we're holding at first blush some versions of the Noble Audio Focus Apollo over-ear headphones. You'd be kind of right. These are actually new. This is the Noble Audio Focus Apollo Pro. It will be at CanJam. Several significant improvements, tuning being one of them. Let's get to it. So according to Noble Audio, the Focus Apollo Pro is an upgraded version of the popular Noble Audio Focus Apollo. They say about it, it has a revised tuning that brings improved balance, clarity, and cohesion for a more natural and engaging listening experience. I agree with that. We're going to get back to sound in just a second. Like the Focus Apollo, this is a 2-driver hybrid headphone. On each side, there's one 40mm dynamic driver, one 14.5mm planar magnetic driver, and a coaxial arrangement, and it's based on the Focus Apollo's hybrid dual-driver architecture.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a pretty unique arrangement, this coaxial arrangement,
Right.
and that driver-type mix, and they do such a nice job making it come together as one, which I appreciate. All right, there are 3 listening modes, ANC, transparency, and normal, and the ANC is quite effective, by the way.
Yeah.
Transparency works very nice, too. 5 onboard microphones, and then you can also attach this detachable microphone, this boom microphone.
Yes.
So outgoing voice, which is very important to me, by the way, because I'm on the phone a lot, and I'm on video conferences a lot. So the outgoing voice without the boom microphone is good.
Mm-hmm.
With the boom microphone, it's outstanding. So I have the boom microphone. We wanted to show you what it looks like with it on. And then there's hybrid ANC with noise reduction up to 35 dB noise reduction.
Yeah, that's outgoing noise ANC.
Yeah.
So it's canceling the noise that's happening around you through the microphone.
Right. So if you're in a place that's loud, it's nice to be able to cancel that so that the person on the other end does not have to hear it.
Yes.
It has updated and improved replaceable ear pads that are more comfortable.
Yes.
I've always found the Focus Apollo comfortable. I will say the Focus Apollo Pro is more comfortable, so that is a big win. There's a hardware mute switch, which is always nice. Bluetooth 5.3 with the Qualcomm QCC 3084 chipset, supports SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX HD, and LDAC. For us audiophile types, having the good stuff like those codecs is a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
Multi-point connectivity for me, kind of a big deal as well. Up to 80 hours of playtime, 60 hours with ANC. So from the battery charging standpoint, you don't have to worry about it too often, which is a big win for me as well. Wired functionality has 3.5mm and USB-C cables.
Mm-hmm.
The 3.5mm cable is improved with the Focus Apollo Pro, so that's also a nice thing to have. Improved, more compact carry case.
Yeah.
Okay, to me that's a bigger deal than maybe it seems like at the outset, because I carry so much stuff in my backpack, too much stuff really. So space is always limited. That is a nice compact carrying case. I am quite happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
New colors, red and blue, burgundy and peacock, they call it. I like these new colorways.
I do too.
$699 is the price. So the price increase over the Focus Apollo, in my opinion, it's minimal for the gains you get.
Yeah.
All right. So here's what they say again. Tuning is more natural, ear pads more comfortable, carry case more usable, and smaller cable is improved. The 3.5mm cable is improved. And on the tuning being more natural, I agree.
Yes.
So you can tune it. Oh, we should mention it's compatible with the Noble Audio app.
It is.
The phone app. So you can tune it. What's nice is with this, I'm happy with its default signature. But I do love that you'll be able to tune it with the app as well.
Right. The standard Apollo, I felt like I pretty much had to use the EQ. For this, I feel like it's optional.
Okay. See, that's a high compliment.
Yep.
So you're not necessarily having to take down the bass with these.
Right.
All right. Good for you. I like the default signature too, right from the get-go. So the Noble Audio Focus Apollo Pro will be at CanJam Don't mistake it for the Focus Apollo. If you've already heard it, this is an improvement, and it is definitely worth hearing. This is the RAAL 1995 Imanis. This is easily one of the best headphones I've ever heard for my tastes at any price in my whole life. It is that good. It is that resolving that fast. It is also, and I've been around hi-fi a long time, a long, long time. The RAAL 1995 Imanis is also among the most resolving transducers of any type I've ever heard in my life. And we're talking headphone, like over-ear headphone, which this is, IEMs, loudspeakers. It is just so incredibly resolving. What is it? The RAAL 1995 Imanis is an open-back ribbon driver headphone. It uses RAAL 1995's next-generation triple true ribbon driver. They call it True Ribbon R3 driver. So that means on each side, there are 3 ribbons, which you can clearly see on the inside of the ear cup.
Yeah.
Now, their first generation ribbon headphone was from years back. It was the RAAL Requisite SR1A. We both remember that headphone.
Yeah.
I remember hearing it. For me, it was like a ribbon proof of concept for me, because I think that was the first ribbon driver headphone I'd heard.
It was for me too, yeah.
Yeah, exceedingly fast. I remember that. And I remember that it had a quirky form factor, and somewhat there was some quirkiness in the tonal balance for me that would keep it from being a daily driver for me. A couple generations later, they get to this Imanis. I still can't believe how far they've come, and they make what is one of the best sounding headphones I've ever heard, like such a complete sounding headphone. We'll get to that shortly. All right. It's constructed with glass fiber and aluminum, finished with American walnut wood. It's a gorgeous design.
Yeah.
It is a gorgeous design. It looks new and old school at the same time. And there's some like European looking craftsmanship, like the detail work around the edging. And this is a 30th anniversary edition model we have here with a gold band and then engraving on the top for 30th anniversary. I think it's mostly an aesthetic thing.
I believe so,
cosmetic thing. Yeah. The memory foam ear pads are covered with lamb suede on the inside, exceedingly soft and comfortable. And perforated leather on the outside, and the openings, the round openings, are very large, so even the larger-eared headfires among us should rejoice. The Imanis will probably be comfortable for all of you as well. Now, the impedance, something you're going to see in the specs, but that has to be discussed, is 0.057 ohm. So essentially a short circuit to most headphone amplifiers. There are amplifiers made specifically to drive the Imanis. We don't have any of those, so how did we listen to it? With that. So on the table, we have something called the Imanis RCD interface. RCD stands for ribbon current drive. And that presents the amplifier with a 32 ohm load that it's comfortable with, and then feeds the Imanis with a load that it's comfortable with. So it's an interface between your headphone amp and the Imanis. It comes with a hard shell aluminum case. I only mention it because it's a gorgeous case. Now we have to talk about, like, there are a couple different packages in general, like, that you can buy. There's a standard package. I won't go over that in detail, but it's about $11,500. We're going to talk about the one we have here, which is the more premium package. That's about $15,300, $15,400, so it's significantly more expensive. But it comes with upgraded cables. So the premium package, the more premium package, comes with Star 12 silver RCD interface to headphone cable, and then a Star 8 silver RCD to XLR amp to interface cable. This is all part of the upgrade, and Alexander from RAAL tells me this is all part of why it sounds better. But maybe most key among the upgrades is the RCD. I think it looks a lot like the standard one.
I believe so, yeah.
But I've seen the inside of it. It is different. The upgraded premium RCD has the ribbon current drive, has silver multi-strand coaxial windings inside. And I've seen the inside of it. It's actually gorgeous. Now, I heard it at CanJam Singapore 2025 with the upgraded RCD and cables. For the first time. I asked Alexander, what did you change? Because I figured maybe they upgraded the headphone as well.
Right.
It sounded richer in tone, even more resolving. It just sounded better. And he said, no, it's the upgraded RCD and cables. I was like, get out of here. Yeah, I mean, And so we did a little bit back and forth between headphones that were one with the standard RCD, one with the upgraded one. But then it was at High-End Munich, or Munich High-End 2025, that I spent quite a lot of time at the RAAL 1995 exhibit with Alexander. And what we did is we took the same headphone, same amplifier, and just swapped the RCDs between them with the upgraded cables. And again, richer in tone, more resolving, just better. But now I'm using the same headphone, so I'm hearing the difference between the premium package and the more standard package. Is it worth it? It is significantly more expensive. even without the premium package, it's one of the most resolving, best headphones I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
With the premium package, it's just better still. What does it sound like? To me, it is, to my taste, I would say it's a more neutral sounding, exceedingly resolving, rich in tone when needed,
Mm-hmm.
and when called for, tonal balance. It is just so thoroughly good and complete. That's just the best way I can explain it. And it is, again, one of the best sounding headphones I've ever heard in my life. What have I been using it with? I've been using it with the Audeze HPA1. I tried it with the ZMF Aegis, which was beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
That actually was a nice, lovely, romantic sounding pairing with it. But I love it with the Audeze HPA1 because I love using the Oatley circuit with it. And so to me, yeah, I'm in heaven with these. So at CanJam, make sure not to miss the RAAL 1995 Imanis. If you want to hear what I think is one of the best sounding headphones ever made at any price. And if you have a chance, make sure to try the difference between the standard and the premium edition. If you know you can't make the stretch for the premium edition, maybe don't do that. But don't miss the Imanis at CanJam. This is the Final DX 10000 CL. I think Final is the first audio company I can think of whose product numbers get into the 5-digit range.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. But anyway, so this is the Final DX 10000 CL. When you think of Final and over-ear headphones, you probably think of planar magnetic headphones. But this isn't. This is a closed-back dynamic headphone. It looks open back, but it's a closed-back dynamic headphone. And just from a material sciences standpoint, not to even get into the sound yet, which is also fascinating, it is such an incredibly cool story.
Right.
Let's talk about it. So it uses a newly developed 40mm dynamic driver that incorporates a 26mm truly pure diamond dome. And they say about that, the entire dome structure is equivalent to 100% purity diamond, not a coating, but a solid diamond diaphragm. It's manufactured using CVD technology, which stands for chemical vapor deposition. I encourage you to online research what it takes to make a CVD solid diamond diaphragm. It is exceptionally time-consuming and energy-intensive.
Yeah.
And very, very expensive.
Oh, yeah.
This is an expensive headphone, and it's a very expensive process. Anyway, it's the same diamond technology introduced in the flagship A10000 IEM, another 5-digit model number from them.
Oh, yeah.
Diamond was selected for its hardness, stiffness to weight ratio, and its deformation resistance. It uses an entirely new acoustic chamber architecture. It is, again, a closed-back dynamic headphone. It has ultra-suede, high-density memory foam ear pads that I think are very soft and very comfortable, actually. 2 reference-grade cables come with it by Junkosha. There's a 3-meter silver-coated XLR cable and a 1.5-meter silver-coated 4.4mm cable enhanced with ePTFE insulation. I believe it's identical or similar to the one currently used on the A10000 IEM. Now, there are 2 editions. The limited collector's edition, which we're showing here with this gorgeous gold. The limited collector's edition has gold inlines on the outer appearance on the outside, and it has Japanese-themed premium packaging, and it comes with collector's edition-only accessories. Then there's a standard edition where you see gold here. The standard edition will have silver on the outer side and come with a more standard packaging. The limited collector's edition is priced at $8,499. The standard edition, $7,999. So these are expensive headphones. Again, that does not surprise me at all, given the performance, but again, given what we talked about with respect to material sciences and the costs. They say about the sound that the DX10000 CL delivers extraordinary bass control, natural tonality, and exceptional separation once thought possible only in open-back designs. Again, a closed-back design, this one. They say it has deep yet tightly controlled bass, exceptional clarity and instrument separation, natural, uncolored tonal balance, a spacious and immersive presentation.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with everything they've said there. So when I first put the headphone on, my mind immediately went and focused on just the spaciousness, the separation, the placement. Everything just felt so open.
Yes.
It's actually kind of hard to process that this is a closed-back headphone.
Yeah.
And then they also mention the color-free sound, and I agree. It's very lack of coloration, gives you just kind of like a natural open sound. Just the spaciousness of the sound applies, I think, also to the sound signature. But one of the things that are interesting is that this is a closed back, and you're not going to get a traditional closed back bass experience with this. It doesn't have the same kind of, closed back bass emphasized nature that you're going to find with a lot of different headphones.
Yeah, I actually agree with you on everything you said, which means I agree also with how they're describing it. So first of all, again, I don't mean to focus on material sciences, but it is fascinating to me because, like, if you think of beryllium, the breakup frequency for a solid beryllium driver is very, very high, very, very high frequencies. Given that diamond is stiffer, I would, and this is again a solid diamond diaphragm, I expect that the breakup frequencies to be even higher still.
Right.
Which means it should mean a lack of coloration, which I think you might have mentioned in what we've talked about. It is extremely resolving.
Yeah.
This is an extremely resolving headphone. The mids and the highs are so crazy resolving. The bass, okay, like you mentioned, to my ears is more perceived flat. It is not emphasized at all.
Right.
It is a fascinating headphone to listen to for its resolution, and that imaging is really something.
Yes.
So this at CanJam, the DX10000CL, I think it's one of the most fascinating headphones right now, just for all the reasons we've just discussed. And you definitely want to check out the DX10000CL at CanJam. Now, we've said before that since the release of the Focal Baptiste, which is their Bluetooth noise-canceling on-the-go headphone, that for that type of headphone, it's been our standard here at HIFIHQ.
Right.
And I'm happy and thrilled to report that there is a new standard for me, probably for you too, also by Focal, also a Baptiste, but it's the Baptiste MG.
Yes.
And as the name might suggest, it uses a solid magnesium dome driver versus aluminum magnesium dome drivers in the original Baptiste. It's just a better headphone to me, and I'm so excited about these. They're also more expensive. They're $1,299 US versus $699 US. So this is their shot over the bow of that class of kind of, I guess you'd say, ultra high-end Bluetooth headphones.
Yeah.
And hello, they've done a beautiful job with these. All right, let's talk about them. Focal says that this is the top-of-the-range version of Baptiste headphones, and it is.
Yeah.
They're just better. And then the noise canceling is better.
Yes.
So I want to talk about that very quickly. Here's what they say about the noise canceling. They say new digital microphones to optimize ANC, ensuring effective control over ambient noise and improved soundproofing of voices. So I haven't flown with it yet, but I will be flying with it very soon. Doing some testing, early testing here with just different noise stimuli here at HIFIHQ. This does cancel noise better than the original Baptiste.
Yeah, and I want to say in my testing, I actually find that the Baptiste MG has lower self-noise than the original Baptiste does.
Yeah, so in ANC mode with some headphones that have ANC, you'll hear self-noise in the circuit, usually very low level.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is even quieter still than the original Baptiste, which is always welcome as well. Did I talk about the tonal balance?
Not yet, no.
Okay. So the tonal balance for me versus like in its pre-equalized, so its default sound signature versus the original Baptiste is richer in tone but more resolving throughout.
Yeah.
Frankly, for me, it's just better. Period.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. And because of that resolution, if I make a small tweak in the EQ, it's phenomenal for me too.
I know where you're doing the EQ. You're probably taking a little bass down. Because it does have a richer tone than the original Baptiste, but it is more resolving. I've been leaving it in its default signature, but I'll play more with the EQ, but I'll probably leave it in its default signature. I'm quite happy with that. But the resolution, definitely better.
Yes.
So that's a big deal. All right. It's also more comfortable, as I might have mentioned earlier. It's more comfortable for me.
Me too.
Because they redesigned the headband. There's now memory foam, ear pads, and pads.
Yeah, that's what does it for me, those pads.
Yes, but it's what does it for me more. This is more of a problem with me because my head's so huge. I have a big noggin. The original Baptiste in its largest size setting was simply comfortable.
Okay.
But I could have used a half click out of each side.
I get you.
But I could still wear it for hours. This, on its largest setting, is actually, sometimes I need to click it in one. So I can get a perfect fit with these, like perfect. So they're even more comfortable for me. And I do find, I'm not sure if it's new ear pads, but they're more comfortable just on my ears.
Yeah, they are.
So there's a new backlit flame logo.
That's cool.
Just redesigned. I think it looks cool. Magnesium yoke, aluminum bracket, and real leather for the headband. Elegant chestnut finish following the design of the clear MG. And, okay, I should mention, it also has Bluetooth 5.2 multi-point versus Bluetooth 5.1 multi-point. But all the things that the original, other than the things I've mentioned as differences, it has all of the things that the original Baptiste has, including USB DAC mode, 3.5 millimeter analog wired mode, and that USB DAC mode is nice, 24/192 support. Yeah, but it's just a better headphone.
Yes.
And it's just more resolving. And it is, I think, going to be both of our new standards for Bluetooth on-the-go ANC headphone, and I can't wait to fly with this.
Yeah, we'll be fighting over that on the next flight.
Now, these are Focal's flagship headphones. You're holding the open back flagship, the Focal Utopia. That's the 2022 edition, which in the community we often call the Utopia 2022. And this is their closed back flagship, Focal Stellia. These are headphones that we've done video reviews of each of them.
Yeah.
Make sure to check those out because they're quite a bit more detailed than we could ever have a chance to do here, where we show measurements, measurement comparisons. And even for the Utopia 2022, we show kind of like a torture test of the driver outside the headphone, showing full excursion in slow motion including. So check that out. Anyway, so these headphones, what makes them both so special, I would say, are the solid beryllium drivers. That's not something that is common. In fact, I can't think of any other headphones that use solid beryllium domes offhand. And these use the same 40 millimeter M-shaped solid beryllium domes in very different drivers, though, for each. Now, I want to talk really quickly about the build, just because before I get to the sound, because these are their flagship headphones. They're French flagships. And, you know, they're very much French flagship headphones. They're stylish, and the materials are stunning. We are both leather goods enthusiasts, and these have very beautiful leather, like high-quality leather that you'd expect to find on high-quality leather goods. Different leathers for both, but that's something we're both very enthusiastic about with them. But the most important thing, of course, is the sound quality. And the Utopia 2022, their open back flagship, is within my range of neutrality. And versus the original Utopia, what I love about it is I don't have to EQ it. The original Utopia, I would sometimes EQ to take some treble out, put a little bass in. They've done enough with that one to refine the treble, because there were changes to the driver as well that refine and smooth the treble. So I don't EQ it there. And the tonal balance tweaks they've done to it give it more richness. So I don't EQ it. And it's lovely now to have a Utopia that I don't have to EQ. The Stellia, the closed back flagship, is a richer toned headphone. It has some bass emphasis for sure. But because of, I think, the solid beryllium dome driver, there's so much resolution for a closed back with that kind of tonality especially. And of all the closed back headphones in the world, this is probably one of my two favorite like reference closed back headphones. These are spectacular headphones. These are Focal's flagships, and they're not to be missed, especially if you haven't heard them. Make sure to watch our video as well. But anytime you have a chance to hear these, you should. All right, y'all. If I show this to you and say, guess who makes these, I can almost guarantee you will not guess correctly.
I still might not.
Yeah, exactly. This is the Unique Melody Umbral. This is a pre-production unit. This is a Unique Melody headphone. In fact, it's the first ever full-size headphone from Unique Melody.
That's a huge story.
Huge story, because these guys are obviously very well known and very well regarded for their IEMs. All right. The first ever full-size headphone from Unique Melody. Here's what they say about it. We wanted to create a sound that feels open, natural, and effortless, where music has room to breathe and details emerge without being pushed. I'm going to talk about the sound as we hear it later. It is an open back hybrid headphone. So on each side, there's a 96 millimeter planar magnetic driver and a Unique Melody MEMS driver. So a very unusual, that's certainly a unique configuration. They say one delivers scale and authority, that would be the planar magnetic driver, and the other speed and ultrafine detail. Of the planar driver, here's what they say about it. It has a gold nanofilm diaphragm, high flux magnet circuit, and a carbon fiber frame. The Unique Melody MEMS microelectromechanical driver is manufactured using semiconductor-grade processes capable of reaching up to 80 kilohertz. The housing is a walnut wood, and even though this is a pre-production unit, it's beautiful.
And I like walnut, so it's a nice touch for me.
Yeah, I agree. And the CNC machine parts and accents are nice. 2 sets of included ear pads, sheepskin leather ear pads, and something they say, or they call, Ice Silk Slow Rebound ear pads. Now, whatever ear pads are on here are the only ones I've heard.
But we got the pre-production units. It only came with the one pair.
Okay, that's why. So that's why.
That's the only one we've heard.
That's why. The cable, dual entry 3.5 millimeter connectors on the earpiece side, 2 meters in length, and it'll come in either 6.35 millimeter, 4.4 millimeter, or also 4-pin XLR. Now, we only got the 6.35 millimeter, so the unbalanced cable. So that's all we used. 520 grams is the weight, so it's on the weightier side.
It is, but I think the headband does a nice job distributing that weight. It's quite comfortable.
I agree. I find them comfortable. So they don't feel heavy on my head. 65 ohm impedance and 84 dB milliwatt sensitivity.
So those basically mean that it's going to kind of limit the amp selection people have. You're going to need something beefy.
Need some power. Need some power. All right, here's what they say about that. We recommend pairing it with a desktop amplifier capable of delivering 10 watts or more via single-ended output.
And they mentioned single-ended specifically for us because we had the single-ended cable.
Correct. So, Yeah, it's going to be like you say. You're going to need an amp with juice.
You need a lot of juice.
So we tried it paired with the HIFIMAN EF1000 DAC. I think from its single-ended output, that's like 7 watts or something like that.
7.5, somewhere in there, yeah.
And then the Topping DX9 discrete, which is pretty powerful.
Yep.
Maximum output on that's like 7 watts. I don't know what it is out of single-ended.
Right.
And then we also tried it with the FIIO M27, which is a really powerful portable digital audio player. But again, still not reaching anywhere near 10 watts, I don't think.
Right.
But here's how it sounded to me. You tell me what you think. So to me, I find its sound to be on the leaner side for my tastes. That probably wouldn't surprise you.
It doesn't.
But the bass, for example, is extended.
Right.
But I would say on the flatter side. The mids to me are more like clean, not lush.
Right.
Not warm. The mids are clean and detailed. And then the high end is quite present.
Yeah.
And airy.
Yeah, they use the word effortless, and I can see where they're going with that.
Yeah, as far as the detail goes. Yeah, what did they say? Room to breathe and details emerge without being pushed. And I think that's accurate. As a first headphone goes from Unique Melody, this is quite exciting, the Umbral. And again, this is the pre-production unit. I would love to try it with like a tube amp that meets that power.
Yeah.
Sort of, their recommended power. And I think that would be a wonderful pairing. So this will be limited to 99 units globally.
Yeah, very limited.
Very limited. And again, it's $5,999 US. At CanJam, high-end headphone enthusiasts, make sure to go to Unique Melody, because headphone enthusiasts might not typically stop at Unique Melody if they want to hear headphones.
Yeah.
Now you should. And listen to the Umbral. What a cool first effort from Unique Melody to make a headphone like this. This is the Grado Labs signature HP100 SE. I love this headphone. It's going to be a CanJam. I'm going to get back to this headphone in a second. I first want to talk really quickly about the long history with Grado Labs and HeadFi.org.
Right.
So if you haven't been around HeadFi for a zillion years, you might not even know about this. But in the earliest years of HeadFi, we started it back in 2001. I was running it just as a hobby of mine. And there's a whole history there that one day maybe we'll do a video about. I think it's interesting, but I'm biased. But anyway, in those earliest years, I was running it just as a hobby for me. And that means I was running it poorly as a business. It was losing money. And I think Todd Green from Todd the Vinyl Junkie must have told John Grado, and they came up with this idea of coming up with a Grado Labs HeadFi commemorative headphone to help support us. It was called the Grado HeadFi 1 or HF1. And through the sales of that, they did help us push through. And they subsequently came out with 2 other models, the HF2 and the HF3. And in those earliest years, Grado helped push us through. So that's pretty cool, and I'm always grateful for that. Now, as a personal audiophile, just an audiophile who enjoyed headphones, I also have a history with Grado Labs just on that front. So my first audiophile headphone was the Sony MDR-V6, but then not long after, I picked up a Grado SR60, then the SR80, several other Grado models, and then I found a used Grado HP1. Now, if you haven't been around this hobby for a long time, you might not even have heard of the Grado HP1. Look it up. It was a legendary headphone, and it was from the Joseph Grado era. And I enjoyed that headphone thoroughly. I found a mint condition one, and like a fool, I sold it. I sold it to Uncle Wilson from Jabin. I hope you still have that, Uncle Wilson. I do regret selling it. But this headphone, the signature HP100 SE, I believe is kind of an ode to that Grado HP1 model.
It is.
And I love it. So let's talk about what it is first, then I'll talk about why I love it. So the signature HP100 SE is a Grado flagship headphone. On each side, it uses one 52mm dynamic driver, and it's an all-new driver design that uses a new paper composite cone. It also has high-flux magnetic circuit using rare earth alloys and a lightweight copper-plated aluminum coil, and the drivers are matched to 0.04 dB. Now, they say Grado's goal was to deliver a speaker that produced excellent high-frequency resolution, mid-range smoothness, and bass energy with low distortion. It uses hand-machined aluminum housings, which I think are gorgeous, this low-profile aluminum housing.
They are.
It does remind me a little bit of the old Grado HP1. It has a leather headband, a detachable 12-conductor cable, 6-foot cable, 4-pin mini XLR connection on the ear side, which I love that it's detachable. Not something that we typically think of with Grado Labs headphones.
No.
By default, 6.35mm termination, but you can also get 4-pin XLR and 4.4mm terminations as well. I use the 4.4mm myself. It comes with Grado's G plus F cushions.
Right.
So that means it comes with the bowl, the big bowl pad, which I think is the G.
Yes.
And then the F, the small flat cushion. And it's hand-assembled in Brooklyn, New York, $2,495, $2,495. All right. I need to point something out, though. I heard these at CanJam SoCal 2025 for the first time. Now, despite the history we have with Grado Labs and HeadFi.org, I haven't really talked that much about Grado Labs headphones over the last many years. And part of the reason is I think a lot of the latest generation of Grado headphones, for my tastes, were on the bright side.
Sure.
Now, I heard these with the pads I'm showing here, which are called the Grado B cushion pads.
Mm-hmm.
These are pads that they released with the signature S750 model.
Yes.
And they are now available as a separate accessory. Buy them. So with the bowls, I guess that would be the G.
Yeah.
I find these to be bright.
They are a bit to me too.
Yes. Kind of bright and thinner for my tastes.
Yeah.
With the B cushions, to me, I think they're phenomenal. I heard this at CanJam SoCal 2025, and I was just floored at how much I enjoyed them. Beautiful bass and richness for an open back headphone, and these are open, really open. And the mids are clean. The highs are not bright. I mean, I've put every sibilance test track through these. Never offends.
Yeah.
Love the balance. Love the imaging. These, to me, I haven't heard the HP one in a long time because Uncle Wilson has them. I haven't heard them in a long time. But do these make me think, or do they remind me of that HP one? Yeah, I think so. And I love these headphones. So make sure at CanJam, you check out the flagship, Grado Labs Signature HP100 SE, a beautifully balanced headphone, especially for my tastes, with the B cushion. And I think you will understand why I'm so thrilled to have a Grado flagship that I'm this excited about again for the first time in a very long time. This is the Flowztone FR1. This is a true ribbon headphone system. I say system because I'm holding the headphone, and it comes with that amplifier between us, which you need to drive it. First heard it at CanJam Hong Kong 2026. Knew nothing about the company at all. Heard it at CanJam Hong Kong 2026 and was blown away. Okay, here's one of my conclusions. It's a world-class headphone, period. It's fantastic. Okay, let's talk about it again. Open back ribbon headphone, the headphone part of it, of course. Designed and built in Hong Kong. Full-range true ribbon driver, and they say of that true ribbon driver, 4-micron pure aluminum foil with viscoelastic thin film coating. I think it says in the literature that more typical is 6 microns. I think that's what it said. All right. They use a hybrid acoustic and electronic tuning, and they say we critically damp the ribbon with a sparse acoustic mesh and shape the overall response using attenuative electronic filters built directly into the headphone. And the sound they're getting out of this thing, just wow. Of course, we're going to get to that shortly. Carbon fiber and machined aluminum chassis. Gorgeous chassis.
Yes, it is.
Way nicer chassis than I'd have expected for a company so young, and with a principal so young. Martin's a young fella.
Yeah, he is.
Brilliant young fella, apparently. But love the way it looks, love the carbon fiber. And even when you look inside the grill, the motor just looks so beautiful in there.
Yeah, the design and even the name kind of remind me of like a Formula One vehicle, like a mid-engine showing off the engine.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if that's what they were doing here.
I don't know. Maybe Martin's an F1 fan.
Maybe.
I am. All right. So carbon fiber machine aluminum chassis, 370-gram weight, ear pad mounting system that's magnetic and fantastic. So easy to take the pads off, and then the moment you get that pad near its mounting point again, it just seems to auto-align and click into place. We love magnetic ear pad mounting systems, and we think every over-ear headphone should have them. All right. Very comfortable, by the way, with 370 grams in weight. Distributes it beautifully on my head, and I can wear it for hours and have. It has an included tuning kit, 6 Brilliance control modules for treble. They say it bypass the built-in 10 kilohertz band stop filter and 2 dB steps. I love the treble tuning with what comes installed, the default tuning, so much that I haven't even played with those yet. Love it so much. Yeah, I guess I'll play with them at some point, but I love the treble as it is. Now, on the bass side, it comes with a 0 dB mesh installed.
Right.
And you can change that with a minus 2 dB bass attenuation filter. We're going to get, and it's super easy to do, by the way. We're going to get back to that shortly. The amplifier is called a transconductance amplifier, and they say it describes a specific type of current source that drives an output current proportional to the input voltage. Again, you'll want to use this amp to drive it. You do not want to drive this with a normal headphone amplifier.
Right.
Single-ended Class AB design, this amplifier. It uses something called V-Symmetry OPS output stage, has XLR and RCA inputs. The headphone cable, by the way, I want to mention is very nice. It's a 1.6 meter cable, 32-core silver-plated oxygen-free copper cable. The carrying case is actually really nice. It's an aluminum carrying case. The price, $3,690. For $3,690, you get this system, and it is a world-class sounding system. So what am I hearing? The resolution is incredible. The treble which I said I enjoy thoroughly as it is, so I haven't played with any of the other settings, is so resolving and so detailed, and yet I run all of my sibilance test tracks through it, imparts no unwanted sibilance. It just gives me my recording. I would call the overall tuning, depending on the bass setting you use, the bass attenuation filter, I would call it rich neutral, warm neutral. On the bass side, use the 0 dB one. It's slightly warmer and more impactful. Use the -2 dB one if you want to take it a little bit down. That's probably what you will do.
Yep.
I enjoy them both, so I haven't really decided which one I prefer. But in both cases, you get incredibly resolving extended bass. I haven't bench tested it, so I have no idea how it measures, but I'm almost certain I'm going to see extended bass response. Fantastic. All right, staging. Soundstage is beautiful and wide and precise. This is a world-class headphone system. I frankly don't know how he's doing it for $3,690, and I hope he succeeds because I want to see this do extremely well, and I want to see more products from Flowztone. At CanJam, this is easily one of the biggest attractions. You do not want to miss it. The Flowztone FR1. What an incredible thing. Now, one thing I want to mention specifically for CanJam London is that there's a special pre-order price of $3,400. I still can't believe the pricing on this thing. Okay, so here's what he said to us in an email. He said, the retail price will be $3,690 per set. However, we promised a special launch price of $3,400 US at CanJam Hong Kong, and we intend to extend this offer to pre-orders taken at and immediately following CanJam London. I believe there's limited availability.
I believe so.
At that price, Headfires can place pre-orders at CanJam London. So, yeah, just still another reason to make sure to check out Flowztone at CanJam London.
We are no strangers to Thieaudio around here. We've heard a number of their headphones and actually liked quite a few. And I'm happy that trend is continuing with this. This is the Thieaudio Egret. Now, the Egret is an open-back headphone with a 98 by 84 millimeter planar magnetic driver. It has a nanoscale composite diaphragm with EB evaporated deposition-coated circuits. The cups are made from black walnut wood. I think it's a very lovely shade. I think they did an exceptional job on the cups.
Beautiful wood.
Yeah. And it has egret-inspired metal mesh. Now, they say that it's inspired by the wings of an egret in flight, but I'm going to be honest, never seen an egret, never seen a photo of an egret, so I have no idea how accurate that is, but they are pretty.
They are beautiful. I actually looked up egret in flight.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing exactly what they're saying, but they are beautiful grills.
They always do exceptional grills. It has CNC machined aviation aluminum components and an anodized gunmetal finish, and I love the look of gunmetal, so that's always a nice touch for me. It has a lamb leather headband and hybrid angled ear pads. They are made with lamb leather and velour. They're quite comfortable, I'll be honest.
They are.
Now here's something interesting. It has a triple composite cable made with Furukawa OFC, which is oxygen-free copper, silver-plated copper, and enameled gold-plated copper conductors. I don't think I've heard quite that combination before, so that's unique. It has a dual braided mesh shielding with PVC jacket, and it comes terminated in 4.4 millimeter. They also include a 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter in the box, and then you also get a 3.5 millimeter to 1/4 inch. So pretty much most connections you're set. It comes with a leather carrying case. It's a case that we've seen before, but it is a case that I like quite a bit. I love the rigidity to it, so it's great for traveling. 24 ohm impedance, 443 grams. So why do we like this? Well, in my opinion, they knocked it out of the park on the signature on this one. It's got like a nice studio sound.
It does.
But it's a fun studio, and I like it a lot.
So I first heard the Egret at Podafest 2025, their winter show.
Yeah.
And made great first impressions. Now that I've had time to listen to it with a lot of my music, yeah, even better than the first impressions. So their flagship is, I think it's still the Peacock.
I believe it's still the Peacock.
And that has a more relaxed signature that I also love. This is definitely more neutral.
Yeah.
Like, this is a little bit more lively sounding than the more relaxed Peacock to my ears.
Yep.
I actually can't decide which I prefer because it's a kind of a mood thing. I'm glad that we have both now.
Right.
But that is a more neutral sound, beautiful extended bass, just a great balanced presentation. Again, a little more lively for sure than the Peacock in a way that I think a lot of people are going to find positive. I think that's probably going to have wider appeal than the Peacock. I think for many it will be the favorite of Sendi's headphones. Probably for you it is.
Oh, it definitely is for me.
Yeah, because I tend to prefer a more relaxed signature sometimes. So I don't know which one I prefer, but I do love the signature of that. That is easily one of my two favorite headphones from them, unquestionably. You are holding a headphone that I have, in a way, been waiting years for.
Right.
And I'll explain that in a minute. So that is the headphone. That's HEDD phone D1 by Head, HEDD. Now, you guys know Head from Germany, from Berlin, for making AMT drivers, air motion transformer drivers, which this does not use.
Right.
And this is what I've been waiting years for. Let me get to it. So first of all, the headphone D1 is an open back dynamic headphone co-developed with composite sound from Sweden.
Mm-hmm.
I have known about this material, this thin ply carbon, for years. I've been waiting for it to be used in a headphone application for years.
Right.
The headphone D1 is the first to do it, and I'm so there for it. So this is the world's first dynamic headphone to feature a thin ply carbon diaphragm. Thin ply carbon is an advanced composite used in the most demanding fields, from Formula One racing to NASA's Mars helicopter. So on that Mars helicopter that they're talking about, I think it's a drone that comes off the rover.
I believe so.
And the atmosphere in Mars is so thin that the propeller on this helicopter has to spin at incredibly high rates of speed to get lift.
Mm-hmm.
And it uses, for that propeller material, a thin ply carbon like this. In headphone design, it becomes something entirely new, they say, a diaphragm that controls resonances structurally, eliminating the need for traditional damping at the diaphragm level. The result is faster, cleaner, and more accurate motion across the audible spectrum. And based on my discussions with the makers of this thin ply carbon, I've expected that maybe this would be a driver that would be fast sounding and resolving.
Right.
I haven't been disappointed. All right. So they say where dynamic drivers have long been defined by trade-offs, bass versus treble, weight versus stability, the D1 removes those compromises. The D1, that headphone, they say, delivers reference precision, natural balance, and long-term comfort in a headphone that feels as innovative as it sounds. We're going to get to the sound in a minute. 32 ohm impedance, 100 dB sensitivity, 350 grams, so reasonably light.
Yeah.
Perforated velour ear pads, textile-covered premium cable, includes that carrying case, a nice carrying case. 5-year warranty. Price, $799.
And that surprised me because I found out the price after hearing this.
Yes, $799, 699 euros, or 599 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now let's talk about the sound. I first heard those at CanJam SoCal 2025 in a kind of a sneak preview behind the scenes.
Right.
And I was hoping, so this is the diaphragm, impossibly light. And then this is the driver that would be inside there that uses that diaphragm. I was hoping that it would be, and kind of had the impression that the driver using the thin ply carbon would probably be fast and resolving.
Right.
Holy moly, that is a fast resolving sounding driver.
Yeah, it is.
So the D1 to me is tuned what I would call perceived neutral.
Mm-hmm.
You like more neutral headphones.
I do.
And I was guessing that one might be right down the middle of your preference range.
It is. This is actually one of those headphones, when you think about how many we get through HeadFi HQ, not every single one of them is going to give you that kind of goosebump feeling. I think it was my second test track. I'm listening, and this just went right down my spine. It's like, oh, that's good.
I knew you'd love these. And I also enjoy them thoroughly.
Yeah.
Now, for me, of course, because I would call the bass level as perceived flat bass, which is kind of what you like.
Yes.
I don't mind EQing a little more bass into them, but still enjoy listening to them even in their default signature. These are like studio monitor, open back studio monitor headphones. Head has a lot of experience in pro audio.
Yeah, they do.
I feel like it's coming through with this headphone. It is, to my ears, incredibly resolving. Honestly, I think these are going to be a huge hit at CanJam.
Yes.
I've been waiting, like I said, years for a headphone to use the thin ply carbon drivers, and I have not been disappointed. Make sure at CanJam to check out the headphone D1 using thin ply carbon drivers. Phenomenal. This is an open back dynamic headphone from Austrian Audio called the Arranger. And I quite like this one. Of their headphones, this might be my favorite. All right, we'll talk about it. So the Arranger from Austrian Audio is a dynamic headphone. It's an open back headphone. On each side, there's a 44mm high excursion dynamic driver that uses a DLC-coated diaphragm and a proprietary ring magnet. And it's actually the same magnetic system as used on the Austrian Audio, the Composer.
Which is nice to see, because since the Composer is so much more expensive, we're getting trickle-down technology into something more attainable to a lot of headfires.
Yes, I agree. I love that they're using it. The Composer is their flagship.
Yeah.
They say it has clean bass extension down to 5 hertz, and while, of course, neither of us can hear down to 5 hertz, it's nice to know that it has deep extension. Suede leatherette ear pads that I find quite comfortable.
Right.
Do you as well?
Yeah.
Foldable metal frame. I love the foldable design, that it's more portable. 100% serviceable design. The ear pads and headband can be replaced. I'm going to try to show this. I don't know how well it's going to show up on camera. I love that you can just fold those out, and if you fold both sides out, it comes right off.
Right.
It's a magnetic catch I love that it has a serviceable design. The impedance is 25 ohms. The weight's only 320 grams, so very reasonable. The detachable cable that it comes with is 3 meters in length, and it's a 3.5 millimeter termination with a 6.35 millimeter adapter. Now, that's a long cable for me.
Right.
And thankfully, there are optional accessories. So you can also get a 1 meter, 3.5 millimeter terminated cable, a 2 meter Pentacon terminated cable, and a 3 meter XLR cable. And you can also get an optional headphone travel case. Now, the price for the Austrian Audio, the Arranger, $1,299.
Yeah, significantly less expensive than the Composer.
Yes, again, the Composer is their flagship, and this is quite a bit less expensive. Now, for my tastes, this is more my taste tonally than the Composer.
Does not surprise me.
Probably not. All right, so here's how they describe it. Clean, precise, and deeply immersive. It delivers a natural soundstage where instruments feel placed in space, not trapped inside your head. Okay, I'm gonna address that because that description. So I agree with what they're saying about the soundstage for sure. Again, this is an open back headphone. It looks kind of like a closed back, actually.
Right.
But it isn't. This is an open back headphone, and it sounds like an open back headphone. I like what they're saying about the soundstage. I agree. I actually don't disagree with the rest of it. It's just that they started off with clean, precise. It might make it sound like a clinical sounding headphone.
Right.
Now, if you've heard the Austrian Audio, the Composer, which we have, that's probably how I would start the description off for that one.
Yes.
Clean and precise. Kind of, it's more on the bright side for my tastes.
Yeah, but I like it quite a bit.
Right. Yeah. Right where you like headphones to be. For me, this is more my speed. So let's talk about how it sounds. The low end I'd describe as warm and substantial, but still detailed.
Yeah.
The mid-range, rich and relaxed, also still detailed, but it's clearly a warmer sounding headphone than the Composer. The treble, though, is energetic and airy, but still on balance overall, right? Definitely a warmer sounding headphone than the Composer. But I love when that treble energy comes in a song, and it just has that sparkle with these. So to me, is it as resolving as the Composer? This is a resolving headphone, but not as resolving as the Composer. But for the price, for the portability, the design, again, this is more my speed. So make sure when you check out the Austrian Audio headphones, if you want to hear the one that is probably my favorite of their models, it's the Arranger.
Before we move on, I want to take a second to mention a few unique headphones that we weren't able to audition ahead of CanJam London, but which have caught our attention. If you're looking for electrostats, Shanghai-based Hongshu Audio will be showcasing their EH1 and EHA1 electrostatic headphone system. Spirit Torino will be showing their Valkyria Titanium, and we're big fans of titanium here at HeadFi. Finally, Viking Weave Cables will be demoing their soon-to-launch Dropnear with its rather unorthodox dual 50mm glass diaphragm driver design. Linsoul will be joining us at CanJam London this year, and they're also one of our CanJam London event sponsors, so thank you Linsoul for helping make the show possible. By now, we've all heard of Linsoul's Thieaudio brand, and while we're going to dive into their latest Monarch in a moment, there's another in-house brand that may be new to some, Zigot. Here's our take on the Thieaudio Monarch Mark IV and Zigot's all-new Roomba. So I have a prediction that this IEM right here is going to cause a lot of headfires to start tapping their toes, because this is the Zigot and Vivir Digital Roomba. Now, the Roomba is a collaboration between Zigot and well-known Mexican reviewer Vivir Digital. Has a popular YouTube channel with a number of videos out there as well.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check out his channel.
Yeah, definitely do. So the Roomba is a single 10mm graphene dynamic driver IEM, and that has a dual cavity acoustic design, which they say is engineered to provide better control of airflow through the dynamic driver. It has a really nice understated chassis. I really like how simple and elegant it is, but it has a cool red and black striped faceplate. Really, really neat design. Very simple, but I like it. And then the cable that it comes with is it's a 2-pin connected cable terminated in 3.5mm. Now, I have the standard version here, but if you need an inline microphone, you can pick one of those up as well. It's like $1 difference. So if you need the microphone, just get the microphone. It's $34.99 in the US for the version that we have, and I believe $35.99 for the cable with the microphone.
We need to make something clear because this is HeadFi.
Yeah.
It's $34.99 US, or
that's true,
or $35.99 because in our world, if you say $34.99, they might think it's $3,499. But we're talking $34.99.
Yes, this is very affordable.
Yes.
Now they say that it has a fun yet balanced tuning, and they go on to say it's tuned for a fun yet balanced sound. The Roomba offers fast transients, wide soundstage, and versatile performance, perfect for music, gaming, and everyday listening. They recommend it specifically for vocal, pop music, and hip-hop. So when I was listening to this, immediately popping into my ears, I realized, okay, This is going to be a bass head on a budget kind of dream IEM. So if you love bass and you really, really want to, get a great bassy sound without breaking the bank, this is a fantastic place to start. It's, like I said, right around $35 US. You're not going to be blowing your wallet open with that. For me, I hear it as a warm signature throughout. So warm lows, warm mids, and even warm highs with bass presence, bass emphasis. So it's like a bass forward presence. But I don't want to say that it's, too smooth. I still find that there's a nice clear treble presence without any harshness. So I know you have a couple of sibilance test tracks. I know I have a couple of sibilance test tracks. This is going to pass those with flying colors.
It did. I mean, like no sibilance whatsoever because it's on the smoother side up top.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then I want to mention how I found this best. So if you have a similar preference to my tastes, I found this best at low listening volumes because I feel like with the detail that it has and the low end presence, when you turn it down, we're more sensitive in that mid-range. I think it sounds decent to me at a low volume if I'm just sitting in the office and I want to still be able to hear, necessarily something going on in the studio. I can pop it at low volumes, and it sounds nice.
Yeah, I'm looking at my notes. I say warmish V-shaped tuning.
Yep.
What Brian considers like bass heavy, because you called it a bass head on a budget dream. I would say, certainly, I agree with you. There's bass emphasis. To me, this is a mild bass head headphone. So again, it's like a warmish V-shaped tuning. So I mostly agree with what you're saying. But I think any difference that we have an opinion on this is just based on the difference in taste we have, like in our general preferences. I said favoring smoothness, but still more resolving than I'd expect at its price.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's $35.
Yeah.
Which, I think at CanJam, for that price and the performance, that is one that must be heard. This is the Thieaudio Monarch Mark IV. Now, I don't have experience with every Thieaudio IEM, but most of the ones I've heard have been phenomenal values for what you pay. And this one, I would say this is one of those. So this is the Thieaudio Monarch Mark IV. It will be at CanJam, and you should listen to it. So let's talk about what it is. The Monarch Mark IV is a 10-driver tribrid IEM. On each side, it has 2 of Thieaudio's impact squared 8mm dynamic drivers. Then it has 6 balanced armature drivers and 2 Sonian electrostatic tweeters. And that's using a 4-way crossover. The shell is made of T6 aircraft grade aluminum, aluminum alloy. And then there's an adjustable tuning switch.
Yeah.
This is important. Actually, you know what? I want to come back to that.
Okay.
Let's finish. Let's talk about the finishes. So multiple finishes are available. There's what they call Stella Shot and Kaleido Glow.
Yep.
Stella Shot and Kaleido Glow. I mean, those are names. We have the Stella Shot here.
Yeah.
But I'm curious about this Kaleido Glow now. So anyways, numerous custom designs to choose from on their store for an additional cost.
Yeah.
Have you seen the Kaleido Glow?
It's got like a cool kind of hexel pattern to it.
Okay, I'll have to look for that. And then there's a modular cable system that's made of ultra-pure oxygen-free copper and silver-plated oxygen-free copper wires that have 4.4 millimeter and 3.5 millimeter terminations. Now, it's starting at $1,149.
Yeah.
So what are the price? Is it the finish differences?
Yeah, pretty much just the finish.
Gotcha.
Yep.
So now let's get back to the adjustable tuning switch. There is a standard mode, and there is a rumble mode.
Yes.
The standard mode they describe thusly. In standard tuning mode, the Mark IV goes back to its roots by bringing back a studio-neutral tonal balance. Now, of rumble mode, they say, rumble adds an additional 3 dB to the entire sub-bass shelf, increasing both the sub-bass and low-mid power. Accurate description.
Yes.
Unquestionably. All right. Which mode did you prefer?
Oh, come on,
Brian definitely preferred standard mode.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to say this now. I'm literally 50-50 on these. Because when I listen to standard mode, even though they're saying what they're changing, and I believe them, of course, is the entire sub-bass shelf and then sub-bass and low mids.
Yeah.
It has an effect on its tonal balance to me that with standard mode sounds sparklier.
Yep.
Like it's just sparklier. And it sounds like they're saying a studio neutral tonal balance. Totally agree. With sparkle. Beautiful sound.
Yep.
And it's definitely in my neutral definition.
Right.
And range. Almost like one of those ones that's kind of right down the middle of that. In rumble mode, it's on the heavier, richer side of my neutral range, which I thoroughly enjoyed. Now, even if they're not changing the treble, that tonal balance shift kind of smooths the sense of sparkle that standard mode had.
Sure.
But it's in a way that I also enjoy.
Yeah.
I know that you prefer the standard mode? You
I
know,
do.
Just given our taste differences. Yeah.
I will say, since they call it rumble mode, I actually expected a big change. 3 dB is nice. That's the right kind of difference you want to have.
Yeah,
between the two signatures.
To me, it's a pretty substantial change because it's 3 dB across a pretty.
It's pretty broad.
Yeah, it's pretty broad, and so it's over a pretty big frequency range.
Yeah.
But so I'm literally split between the two, like 50-50. But yeah, I want you guys to check it out at CanJam because I'm going to be very curious to know what that feedback's going to be like in the impressions thread.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have some discussions about it at CanJam. So let's stop and talk about it. But you definitely don't want to miss the Monarch Mark IV. This is the Campfire Audio Chimera. This is a very special IEM. I think it's a unique, daring IEM. Love the way it sounds. Doesn't sound like anything else. And I think that's the point of it. So this is Campfire Audio's flagship IEM.
Right.
It's a 9-driver quadbird IEM. So on each side, there's one 10-millimeter bone conduction driver.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's the first time they've used bone conduction.
Yeah, that is. I'm almost certain of it.
Okay.
I think you're correct. Then one true glass 10-millimeter dynamic driver.
Now, I know that driver is new.
You are correct also. It uses an ultra-thin glass dome, and the way they implement that bone conduction driver, by the way, I'll get to that, unique. That glass driver is also very unique. One dual diaphragm Knowles balanced armature for mids, one dual balanced armature for highs, and then 4 Sonian ESTs or electrostatic tweeters for highs and ultra highs. The way they integrate them and voice them, I totally dig. We'll get to that. Billet magnesium chassis. The chassis is beautiful.
Yeah.
Campfire Audio is known for making beautiful to look at IEMs as well, and I think this is by far their nicest looking IEM. It's gorgeous, very sculpted and gorgeous. Polished, electroplated, and PVD coated, this chassis. Comes in 2 colorways, black and gold. This is gold, so you can see half of it's gold. And then it has a CNC billet brass spout. Through the prototypes, they arrived at this spout and the brass material for its acoustic qualities. Now, no matter which colorway you choose, black or gold, you get the same faceplate. It's a high-performance carbon fiber faceplate made of Damascus gold fiber, which is a special blend of brass and carbon fiber. And again, it's very sculpted. This is just a gorgeous IEM. Now, inside, there's something they describe as a pressure relief system valve. Not sure exactly what that is and what it entails, but that's in there. Custom PCB dividing circuit. Inside, they also use vintage film caps or vintage film capacitors, which I think is very cool that they're doing. And then there's something they call fine-tuning acoustic filter damping elements inside. All right. Now, the cable. I want to focus on this just for a minute because if you know about the history of Campfire Audio, they go all the way back to a company called ALO Audio. And ALO Audio was known mostly for their high-end audio cables.
Right.
And this cable that comes with the Chimera is essentially a reintroduction of ALO Audio, which I think is very cool. So the cable is called the ALO Audio Valence 6 cable. It's a 6-wire design, and they say the Valence 6 cable features 6 conductors, 4 high-purity copper conductors paired with 2 50-50 pure copper and SPC conductors, which is, I believe, silver-plated copper conductors. 2 pin connectors on the earpiece side, 4.4 millimeter termination with aluminum hardware. It looks like machined aluminum hardware to my eyes. Gorgeous cable. So this cable looks, sounds, and feels like a high-end aftermarket cable. Now the price, $7,500. So it is priced like a flagship IEM, which is what it is. Now, the thing is, I said earlier that this is a bold, unique IEM. And I meant that not just the way it looks, but the way it sounds. Nothing else sounds like it. And that bone conduction driver is a big deal. It's a big reason for why I'm saying what I'm saying and why I'm hearing what I'm hearing. So a lot of bone conduction driver equipped IEMs, and there are a lot of them these days, you wouldn't know that they had a bone conduction driver in them just by listening to them. If I didn't tell you ahead of time that they had a bone conduction driver, you might not know. With these, you know it. You hear it and you feel it. Where do I hear it and feel it the most? Acoustic instruments, for example. Rick Beato, the YouTube channel. I love his channel. He interviewed a French guitarist, a young fella named Antoine Boyer. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. I can't stop listening to Boyer ever since I saw the interview. And listening to his acoustic guitar through the Chimera, his guitar is given, the wood is audible. You can feel it. It's like live and lively and real. And I love that about it. It's not just guitar, cello, piano, other acoustic instruments. All right, so that much I love about it. So that kind of that presence of the bone conduction driver makes it a little hard for me to so easily describe its tonal balance. And if I had to, though, I would generalize it as warm neutral. The bass from the 10 millimeter glass driver, which I don't know a whole lot about, is very textured and detailed, which I love. I would say that it's a little bit above what I would say is perceived flat, but this is not a bass heavy IEM at all. The mid's bell clear, and the treble is another thing I want to mention because there's a lift to it, a presence to it that's above what I would consider purely flat or neutral, but with the whole balance is exactly where I'd want it to be. So, yeah, am I a big fan of the Chimera? Yes. At CanJam, do you have to hear him? Unquestionably. This is one of my highest recommendations to listen to at CanJam. Now, this is a collaboration IEM between Astell&Kern and 64Audio.
Mm-hmm.
It's called the ZEO, and I'm so here for the ZEO. I love the ZEO. So another fantastic collaboration IEM with Astell&Kern, and I love the ZEO. So I need to talk about the ZEO on a couple different fronts.
Right.
The basics, of course, what it is, but also the platform it's built on.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll explain. So let's talk about the basics. It's a 10-driver hybrid IEM, and on each side there are 2 dynamics for lows in an isobaric arrangement, specifically a cone-to-magnet isobaric arrangement. 6 balanced armatures for mids, 1 balanced armature for high mids, and 1 TIA balanced armature for highs, all of that in a 4-way passive crossover design. Now, if that all sounds familiar, that's because the ZEO is effectively built on the 64Audio velour platform.
Right.
And for me, that's an entirely positive, beautiful thing, because since its release, the velour has been one of my reference IEMs. I actually prefer the ZEO for sound, but also for the way it looks, which we'll get to in just a second, but for the sound as well. All right, we'll get back to that. So the looks, so beautiful.
Oh, yeah.
So the body, made of 904L stainless steel. This is a very high-grade stainless steel. I believe if you bought a stainless steel Rolex watch today, it's probably 904L stainless steel.
Yeah, and it's the same stainless steel found in the AN Ultima SP4000 as well.
Ah, yes. One of our reference players here.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the things they do with the 904L, though, on the ZEO is they DLC code it.
Yeah.
I'm a huge DLC fan. DLC stands for Diamond-Like Carbon.
Mm-hmm.
It is an inordinately durable coating.
Right.
There are hobbies that I participate in, for example, I like to go to the range sometimes and shoot targets. And some of the pistols that I shoot use DLC coating.
Mm-hmm.
For high wear areas, I've just never seen a coating so durable. I don't even know that there is a more durable coating that you can use in that application than DLC.
Right.
And on the ZEO, they use a glossy DLC. I have to imagine it is also incredibly durable. It's also incredibly beautiful. I love that 2-layer faceplate and the angles and everything. I actually think the ZEO is probably one of the most beautiful looking IEMs out there right now.
Yeah.
I love the way it looks. All right. It also has a 64Audio Apex system, like other 64Audio IEMs, like the velour.
Yeah.
And like the velour, it comes with an M15 installed, but it has the other Apex modules as well. I happen to think the M15 is the best sounding module on it. I'll get to that in a second. But now Philip from 64Audio at CanJam SoCal 2025 told me a little detail I didn't know about, which is that the M15 module on the ZEO, specifically just the M15 module, is also made of 904L stainless steel and is DLC coated.
I wonder if they needed to use that steel to specifically get that DLC coating.
Yeah, because I don't know that DLC would work with the other alloy they're using on the other.
I don't either.
On the other Apex modules, but so just that one. The rest of the Apex modules are standard Apex modules.
Right.
But that M15 is special, stainless steel, DLC coated. All right. The cable is a 4-core cross-braided silver-plated UPOCC copper-Litz cable with a 2-pin connection on the ear side and 4.4 millimeter termination.
Mm-hmm.
I think this cable looks and feels and is constructed like a high-end aftermarket cable.
Oh, it definitely does.
I love that about it. I think most ZEO owners will probably keep that cable in place. Leather carrying case, simple, elegant, and then handcrafted in the USA, $3,000. It's a little more expensive than a velour.
It is.
I'm going to say it. Totally worth it.
It is.
There's the build, the appearance. I love the way the velour looks, that striking color of the velour, but these are just like kind of next level elegance. Right. These are pretty bougie.
They are.
Yeah, I love them. But the sound, more importantly. So I love the velour sound. Again, one of my references since its release has been out for a while. This tightens it up. Didn't know that I wanted that from the velour. It makes the bass more controlled, more textured, and I didn't know I wanted that. But also not just the bass. The balance is still all there that I love, but presence region, upper mids, treble, all of it is just more refined.
Right.
The ZEO is now one of my references. It'll probably replace the velour because they're close, familial in sound. And if you want to hear one of my high reference IEMs right now at CanJam, make sure you hear the Astell&Kern 64 Audio ZEO. Fantastic IEM. What a wonderful collaboration IEM this is.
Oh, yeah.
This is the Volk Audio and Astell&Kern Stella. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. So Volk Audio released an IEM, their first IEM, called the A12.
Right.
And I thought maybe when we first heard they're going to do a collaboration that maybe this would be voiced like the A12, but with some slight changes.
Yeah.
Completely different IEM from the A12.
Yes.
Completely. We'll get to the sound shortly. So let's talk about it. The Volk Audio and Astell&Kern Stella is a 12-driver quad brid IEM. And on each side, for lows, there's one Volk M9R 9mm dynamic subwoofer, 2 Sonian balanced armatures. For the mids, 3 Sonian balanced armatures. And for the highs, 2 Volk MP2 planar drivers and 4 Sonian EST drivers. And that's all in a 6-way crossover configuration. The shell is an aerospace-grade 6061 T6 aluminum shell, anodized black satin finish. It's simple and elegant.
Yeah.
On that black side. The faceplate, though.
That's what I love.
The faceplate uses sapphire crystal glass or sapphire crystal, which essentially should be scratch-proof.
Yeah.
And that's surrounded by a polished stainless steel faceplate frame. It's beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
And I love sapphire crystal. I love that they use that. That's so cool. The cable is a 23.7 gauge 4-core cable, and that's a 5N LCOFC copper, 4N silver, and 24 karat gold conductor combination, and a 12-strand Litz Type 4S geometry. It uses 6061 T6 black anodized aluminum hardware with 316 stainless steel polished accents, 2-pin connector on the earpiece side, 4.4 millimeter balanced termination on the plug side. We don't have the leather carrying case here, but I expect it's going to be gorgeous.
Well, yeah, it's coming from Astell&Kern, and they select some really nice leathers.
Yes, they do. So I'm expecting that to be gorgeous. Price, $3,900.
Yeah.
I think it's worth it. I think this is a flagship class IEM. I'm really digging this one. Okay, so again, I want to mention. So Jack Vang from Volk Audio on his first IEM, the A12, worked with a 5-time Grammy Award-winning engineer named Michael Graves.
Yeah.
I met Michael in Singapore, CanJam Singapore, and what a gentleman. Just this kind soul.
Yeah.
And obviously very talented 5-time Grammy Award-winning engineer. So, okay, the A12. Well, let's talk about what they say about this one first. So,
Right.
So they say new acoustic architectures and driver assemblies were created specifically for Stella to achieve the precision and tonal balance defined in its target response. I don't know what its target response is. I can tell you, though, it's very different than the A12s.
Oh, yeah.
So, and I don't know about you. I prefer the Stella to the A12.
Hands down.
I enjoy the A12. It's a more vocal forward design, like a sound, to my ears. But very enjoyable to me. But this is more neutrally tuned.
Yes.
And it has beautiful bass.
It's got some bass impact. Yeah.
It's got some So if there's something low, it hits hard.
It does.
But I don't find it overblown at all. I know for you prefer less bass than I do.
I make a small tweak in the EQ, but it's not a lot, and I really, really enjoy the final product.
I make no tweak. I take that impact and enjoy the heck out of it.
Yeah.
The mids are super clean and reference class
Yes.
mids. The highs are gorgeous, soaring. Yeah, I enjoy the heck out of these a lot. The imaging is beautiful. Frankly, again, I prefer these to the A12. I do enjoy the A12, but this is more my jam. What a wonderful IEM. I think it's going to be a huge hit at CanJam. I think I can see lines forming for this already. So make sure at CanJam to check out the Volk Audio and Astell&Kern Stella. Great job, guys. What a wonderful IEM. Ever since Campfire released the CP622B, as you well know, and I've said it many times, it's been one of my reference IEMs. Beautiful, magical mid-range. I believe it's the first IEM I heard with bone conduction mid-range drivers.
I think it was.
Anyways, loved the mid-range of the CP622B, and it was the Campfire flagship. Catch that? Past tense. I say that was because I'm holding the Campfire CP752B. This is now the flagship of the Campfire lineup, and it will be at CanJam, and you absolutely don't want to miss it because it is an exquisite, beautiful-sounding IEM. Let's talk about what it is. The Campfire CP752B is a 14-driver quad brid. On each side, 7 balanced armatures, 4 EST drivers, 1 planar magnetic driver, 2 bone conduction drivers. Now, in comparison, just to compare it to the CP622B, the CP622B was a 10-driver tri-brid. It didn't have the planar magnetic driver. I want to say Campfire did a beautiful job integrating those 14 drivers of 4 different types into a very cohesive sound. They did it with the CP622B though as well, but then when you add like another driver type,
Right.
it's a challenging thing to do. And it sounds as one, and that to me is so important. Beautiful job, Camper. The CP752B has a medical grade resin shell. Their shells are always beautifully built. They're like, this one's actually rather simple in design. It's elegant, but they're like flawless shells. I don't think I've seen a single flaw in that shell. They say it has next gen tuning philosophy. That's pretty general. I'm not sure what they mean, but I can tell you I love your tuning for the CP752B. Again, exquisite. They say it's an evolution of the CP622B built on the CP622B's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
I actually hear that. Actually looks the part too, but I actually hear that as well, and I'm glad. Because what I would want from Camper, like if they were going to make another flagship, when I was listening to the CP622B, what I'd want is an evolution of that. I wouldn't want them to completely upend it.
Right.
I love the way it sounded, and the way it sounds. It's still around. They describe it, the CP752B, as having richer mids and expanded soundstage. I hear the expanded soundstage. I'm not sure that I would use that phrase, richer mids, per se. I'm not disagreeing with you, Camper. I'm just saying that I get why they're saying it, but I'm going to explain how it sounds to me shortly. And then it comes with an exclusive ELETech cable.
Yeah.
Lovely cable, by the way.
Yep.
They say it's newly designed premium cable designed for enhanced signal transmission and aesthetics. Okay, that's literally the extent of the information that we have. We have limited information, but we have the actual IEM.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the most important part. Let's talk about the sound. All right, again, an evolution of the CP622B, I agree. What would I have wanted more from the CP622B, which is in the range of neutrality for sure? Well, one of the things I would have wanted was just a little more bass. Beautiful bass extension on the 622. 752 gives me that little more I wanted.
Right.
The 622 had beautiful bass.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted just a touch more. I got that touch more with this. Still as textured, detailed. Anyway, what else would I wanted? I didn't necessarily know I wanted more air from the CP622B. I'm getting more air with this. So there seems to be a little more treble energy, a little more treble air, but with no etch.
Right.
So what I always fear when companies try to seek more details that they could go toward etch. They did not do that at all with this. The CP752B is etch free to my ears. Now, on that richer mid statement, I'm not hearing it like that because I'm hearing maybe there's a little more in the treble, maybe a little more in the upper mids. And if that's what they're talking about, yeah. But that's not usually where I describe richness, maybe usually in the low mids to mid mids, where I'm not hearing necessarily more there with these. So maybe it's just a semantics thing. I will agree with them, though, that it's fantastic.
Yeah.
So the CP752B is an exquisite new flagship at CanJam. You absolutely have to check it out. It's still in that range of neutrality, but it has that touch more richness that I wanted, and it is an absolutely fantastic IEM. This is the Symphonium and Thieaudio Zenith. I love this IEM. I've been to so many CanJams, I don't remember exactly, but I think it was CanJam Dubai 2026 that I first heard these, a prototype of these. It was Felix from Symphonium Audio let me hear them. Told him right away, love these. Have to have them the moment they're out. CanJam Singapore 2026 picked up my pair, and I'm so excited. We'll talk about that. Anyway, all right. Collaboration IEM between Symphonium Audio and Thieaudio. Two companies that know their stuff when it comes to high-end IEMs, for sure. All right. And it shows when you listen to these. 4-driver IEM, which was surprising to me. When I first heard them, I wouldn't have guessed 4-driver IEM. I would have guessed more. And it's an all-balanced armature design. They don't tell us exactly what that breakdown is of the drivers, but it's a 4-balanced armature design, custom-tuned balanced armatures, True X 4-way crossover it incorporates. They say about the driver complement, Zenith delivers a level of coherence, balance, and resolution that brute force driver counts cannot replicate. A bold statement, but I get why they'd be so bold when they've done it with this with 4 drivers.
Yep.
It incorporates Symphonium Audio's proprietary Core Plus, FAT, that's PHAT, and flat technologies, which we've seen before in Symphonium Audio IEMs. The shell is an anodized AL6063 aluminum shell with forged carbon composite faceplates. It looks like a Symphonium Audio IEM.
Right.
They tend toward simple, elegant designs.
Yeah, it's got that nice teardrop to it.
Yes, but it's a very simple, elegant design. I love that, actually, about it. The tips that it comes with. Add Asla, Sedna Fit Origins, and Divinus Velvet Wide ear tips. So these are like aftermarket ear tips that come with it, which I love. 2 different types. The cable, the stock cable, Altaloon Audio Litmus cable, originally commissioned to be the standardized cable paired with the Symphonium Audio Giant.
Right.
It's a 24-gauge 2-wire twisted configuration cable with swappable terminations 3.5 millimeter and 4.4 millimeter. Here's the thing. This is not the stock cable you're looking at on mine because you get all that for $1,800, the stock cable with the Zenith. This is the Vortex Cable's Iris 8-wire upgrade option. That's $2,200. They say of that, Vortex Cable's Iris 8-wire cable can be purchased at significant savings. Richer lower mids and fuller body than the stock Litmus cable, and with gracefully delicate, effortless highs. Incredibly natural treble extension. Note that this add-on means you will receive both the Litmus and Iris cable. I love that it comes with both. That's the option I went for. That's what this is. This is the Vortex Cable's Iris 8-wire option. All right, they say of the sound of the Zenith delivers a sound that is both powerful and nuanced, starting from a foundation of thick, grounded bass and lower mid-range. I want to circle back to that because I mostly agree with what they're saying. I somewhat agree with what they're saying there.
Right.
In the mid-range, vocals and instruments are not merely separated, but given their own distinct three-dimensional space. 100% agree with that. Up top, the treble is effortlessly extended without harshness. I also 100% agree with that. Imaging is holographic, and each element is placed with pinpoint precision, yet never over-sharpened. 100% agree with that. So now I want to circle back to the thing that I don't 100% agree with, which is the bass description. Thick, grounded bass and lower mid-range. I agree that it is a very present bass, but in terms of level, to my ears, it's more neutral than it is thick.
Yeah, when I heard that, I expected significantly more bass.
Right, based on that description.
Yes.
Yes. To me, it's more neutral than thick, to my ears anyway, and to my tastes. But it is beautifully done, beautifully extended, and impactful. Everything else they said about it, I fully agree with, which makes this a very special IEM. I actually compared it, the first time I heard it, directly to the Subtonic Storm, because it was like right next to it. And to me, this is kind of like a Storm I can afford, because the Storm is quite expensive. Don't have one. It's one of my high reference IEMs, and I love it. But this is like a Storm I can afford. And frankly, to me, if I had to make the direct comparison, I'd say these are more neutral than even the Storm. So if that's something you're looking for at a more affordable price, goodness gracious, the Symphonium Elise Audio Zenith is just a phenomenal option, and you can't miss this at CanJam. This is the Meze Audio Astro. It's a flagship single dynamic driver IEM from Meze Audio. I knew it was coming, but until we got this one, this is the first I've heard it.
Right.
And I was wondering before I heard it, like, where's this going to come in terms of value? Because they released the Meze Audio Alba, and that's like $160.
Yeah.
And punches way above its price. This is $899 or €899, and this also punches above its price. So I'm happy. I'm happy with these a lot. So let's talk about it. On each side, there's a 10-millimeter dynamic driver. It uses a multi-layer composite diaphragm. And they say that the diaphragm dome features over 80 ultra-thin layers of gold, bonded to a titanium layer that is mounted on a PEEK base, like PEEK, which I believe is polyether ether ketone.
Right.
It uses a CNC machined titanium housing. It's machined from a single block of titanium. And they use a multi-stage electroplating process for a smooth satin finish. The impedance is 32 ohms. The cable, which is gorgeous, is a premium balanced cable. CNC anodized aluminum hardware, gold-plated 4.4 millimeter termination, and this wonderfully integrated 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter. It was attached when we got it, and it's so well integrated that at first I thought it was a cable terminated in 3.5. No, it's 4.4 with the adapter to 3.5. And I love the hardware on it. This Y-split that almost looks like a wishbone is just so beautiful and sculpted. And by the way, the design of this with the titanium earpieces is one of the most simple, elegant designs Meze has done. You know, here's a company that is known for its aesthetic beauty, and this is like so simple and elegant.
Yeah, kind of understated.
Very understated.
Yeah.
It comes with 2 carry cases, a zip-up carry case. We're showing them on this little table here, and then a pouch, like a snap pouch. And again, price is $899 or €899. Okay, so they say that the Meze Audio Astro was created for listeners who demand true high-end performance without crossing into flagship pricing territory. At $899, they've not crossed into flagship pricing territory, so that's a good thing. The philosophy, they say, one driver delivering a visceral, full-bodied sound that rivals the layering, imaging, and resolution typically associated with multi-driver designs. I think they've succeeded beautifully with that. Because, as I've said before, if you can do if you can accomplish your sonic goals with one driver, it's a beautiful thing, because there are some advantages that come with it, like in terms of phase, coherence, things like that. And they've done it with this. So now I'm going to compare it to the Alba, because the Alba, even though it's so much less expensive, punches above its weight.
Mm-hmm.
And that I hear is like a more flat neutral tuning to my ears. This has a rich neutral tuning. The driver sounds like it's more resolving and faster, it's like significantly. And there's a richness to the tuning versus the Alba. It's, frankly, the tuning of this is kind of right where my preference is, like centered down my preference.
Mm-hmm.
The bass, like they said, is rich and impactful. The mids are also rich without being thick.
Yeah.
So they're clean, rich mids. And then the treble is smoother than the Alba, for example, but still more detailed. Honestly, kind of right down the middle of my preferences again. And the imaging is beautiful, which is something that if you execute a well-designed single driver design, you can take advantage of that for imaging, and it images beautifully. So to me, strong value even at the price. Well short of flagship pricing.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm excited about these, and they'll be at CanJam. This is the Meze Audio Astro. As far as I'm concerned, if you're listening to IEMs and checking out IEMs at CanJam, this is an absolute can't miss.
This is an IEM that I think is going to take quite a bit of explaining for headfires to really fully understand. It's quite involved, so let's go ahead and start getting into the weeds. This is Finals Tonality. It is a true wireless IEM, and they describe it as the first earphone with personalized timbre. We're going to come back to that here in a little bit. They say it's a new ecosystem that integrates hardware, software, a cloud server, and an application, so it's quite involved. Now, if we're talking about traditional IEM specs, it is a single dynamic driver system. On each side is a 10mm ultra-low distortion F-core driver. F-core is, of course, Final's patented proprietary driver technology. They say that it takes inspiration from the flagship A10000's diamond diaphragm in this IEM specifically. And they also say that every F-core 4-tonality unit is measured using professional-grade audio precision APX517B in combination with a Gross 43 AC system inside a specially designed quiet room. So they're going very serious about development and testing and matching for these drivers.
Yeah, I think it requires precision to do what they're doing with this.
It definitely does. Yeah. It features Bluetooth 6.0, so you get codecs like SBC, AAC, and LDAC. It has 2 active noise canceling modes, so you get one for sound quality priority and one for noise reduction priority. Depending on what kind of environment you're in, you may want one or the other. It's nice to have options. It has an ambient sound mode, and I want to mention that since I first took delivery of this, they've already improved the ambient mode, which is great to see because they are continuing to work and refine the firmware, and I love to see that, kind of after-sale support. It has 9 hours of playback, up to 9 hours, and the charging case holds up to an additional 18 hours, so you get a total of up to 27 hours of listening time, and it does support wireless charging on the charging case, which is also quite nice. Now, I want to talk about the Tonality app, because that's where you're going to be doing a lot of the communication between yourself and the IEM. So feature-wise, you're looking at, it has a 10-band equalizer in the app, which is nice to have, a multi-point connectivity setting, so if you want to have multiple devices connection, you have that as well, and a low latency mode as well. It is also compatible with voice assistants like Siri and Google Assistant, and potentially any others you want to program into the connection. And in the US, it runs you $329. Now, I need to come back to that app because they feature in the app settings for what they call DTAS, or Digital Twin Audio Simulation. So the way that I can best describe this is, think of it, they call it digital twin. It's like a virtual version of yourself rendered in 3D space, primarily focusing on your ears for the most part. It is a physical scan of your ears to create what they call an acoustic avatar. Again, that's basically you in the electronic space. The Tonality Companion app communicates with the server, sending your scan data to the server to process your personal DTAS configuration. Now, there are multiple DTAS settings and options in that app. The first is called DTAS General, which I would describe as basically, well, it is a culmination of many different scans over several years of research, creating what they consider to be a general average profile. Mine's actually in there as well. I took part in that. And it's not really personalized for you specifically, but it's based on all the data they've gathered over the years. Then they have the DTAS Personalized. That's where it's taking your personal acoustic avatar and creating a more natural timbre based on your ear shape and structure. And then they also have a guest mode, which basically allows anybody that you want to try the IEMs to do a simple scan for themselves, but it doesn't save it to the IEMs. Your information is still saved in there because it does delete your data from the server after about a month. Now, when I'm listening to the DTAS general profile, which is, again, the one that's just kind of based on an average of a lot of different samples, I find that as kind of like a warm neutralist signature with laid back vocals, and it sounds nice, but it's not truly the most natural timbre I've ever heard. Now, for a true wireless system, when I switch to the DTAS personalized, this is probably the most natural timbre I've heard yet to date. And to me, the signature overall is more of an airy reference signature when I turn into that personalized mode. It has more vocal presence, more upper end energy, and a tighter low end. Now, I want to mention specifically because they're talking about personalized timbre. This is not for preference. So this is mostly just to get to the kind of natural timbral presentation to the sound that you're listening to. Then if you want more bass, if you want more treble, if you want a little more mid-range, you can do that in that 10-band equalizer to customize to taste. It's basically setting a solid foundation for you for that natural timbre, and then you tweak from there as needed.
Gotcha.
And around the house, I got to say, this has become my single most listened to IEM when I'm doing anything. So if I'm, let's say, listening to audiobooks or YouTube, just kind of sitting back and chilling. Let's say I'm walking around the kitchen and cooking, or let's say that I'm doing dishes, or let's say I'm running up and down the stairs doing laundry. I have a very natural timbral presentation, so no matter what I'm listening to, it sounds very natural and realistic. I adore audiobooks and YouTube through this because it just sounds so nice compared to all my other true wireless IEMs. It used to be the AirPods Pro 3 was my go-to for pretty much everything around the house. I've switched to this almost exclusively. It's fantastic.
FIIO's been working on this for a long time.
They really have.
They put a lot of work into this tonality, the technology, the DTAS technology. So I'm very excited that it is now kind of getting out there more with tonality.
Yeah, and I think a lot of headfires really need to experience it for themselves. So at CanJam, stop by, ask for a demo. Let the people there show you how to use the tonality. And if you can even do the ear scan, even better. So when you get the chance at CanJam, you have to check out the final tonality.
I've been around the world of Head-Fi for a very long time, essentially since the beginning.
Yeah.
I'm an old man, Brian.
Hey, you said it, not me.
Well, I am. I'm getting older. But, I still get excited. I love this, though. I still get so incredibly excited when something comes along after all these years that is one of the best or the best of what it is in this space.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of those things. This is the Mysticraft Acoustic Research Hex, and it is incredible. These IEMs are incredible.
Yeah.
So let's talk about what they are. The name Hex comes from the fact that they are a hex brid IEM.
Yep.
6 different kinds of drivers. There are 13 drivers in total, 6 different types. On each side, 1 9.2 millimeter dynamic driver, 2 Sonian bone conduction drivers, 5 balanced armatures, 2 planar magnetic drivers, 2 EST drivers, electrostatic tweeter drivers, 1 piezoelectric driver in a 10-way crossover design.
Yeah, and that's an insane list.
That's an insane list. And if you showed me that without telling me anything else, and I hadn't heard them, I would say maybe not a great idea. How would you get that configuration, that many different types of drivers, that many drivers in a 10-way crossover to sound cohesive?
Mm-hmm.
Let Lee Kwan Min do it. That's how. So Lee Kwan Min, you guys probably know the guy originally behind Elysian.
Right.
Designed some of my favorite IEMs of the last several years, this being absolutely my favorite. It is so cohesive, so beautifully presented. I'll get to the sound in a second. I don't even know how he did it. They're incredible. So they have handcrafted titanium faceplates, very ornate, gorgeous faceplates, with copper and silver inlays. A titanium nozzle, which is quite nice. And the thing about the chassis, the earpiece, is they're clear.
Yeah.
Other than the faceplate, which is an interesting choice because I think we're used to at flagship class IEMs like CNC machined metal faceplate. Earpieces. But these are clear, and there's a reason why.
Well, yeah, I think they clearly wanted to show off what's inside and how it's built.
Yeah, it's like the fancy watches with an exhibition back.
Oh yeah, because you get so much more appreciation for what's going on inside when you can see the workings, as opposed to just looking at the faceplate.
Correct, and they only make 10 of these per month.
Yep.
When you see how intricate the design is, looking through that shell, you can see why they made it clear.
Yeah,
and you can see why they can only make 10 per month.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe it helps you understand better why they're also $9,000.
Yeah.
These are very expensive.
They are.
But they are phenomenal. All right, let's talk about it. The sound signature. So for me, this thing is essentially perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I like a richer tone. I like some bass emphasis, which this has. These are not neutral.
No.
But the bass hits so hard and is so textured and is so detailed that it is absolutely, oh my gosh, maybe my high reference for IEM bass. Incredible. The mids are so beautifully clean, yet with a richness and detail and sort of a holographic image and presentation of where the objects are within the space of the soundstage. Perhaps unrivaled in that regard. The treble.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which drivers are I'm not sure where the planar magnetic drivers are playing, but we know where the ESTs are, the piezoelectric. Whatever he's doing with the treble, with these, sets the highest standard I've heard for treble detail in an IEM.
Yeah.
These are, if you haven't figured it out, absolutely incredible. And again, the sound is cohesive. 13 drivers, 6 different types of drivers, and a 10-way crossover, yet it all sounds as one. These are one of the best, maybe the best IEMs I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
The Hex is phenomenal. I will say also, by the way, because we're leather goods enthusiasts,
yes,
it comes with a case made of shell cordovan. Would you expect anything less?
That's amazing, but I love it.
It has a shell cordovan case. If you guys don't know what it is, look up shell cordovan. It is also one of the most expensive leathers in the world. And he uses Riri zippers. And, you and I are bag enthusiasts, so we know what these things are, and we can appreciate how smooth that zipper is and how beautiful that shell cordovan case is. But enough about the case. Check out the Hex. Listen to this at CanJam. It'll be one of the best things you've ever heard. That I can guarantee you. This is the Mysticraft Acoustic Research Myth.
Mm-hmm.
So this follows a formula we've seen before now, which is a company releases a flagship IEM that the IEM snobs love. In this case, that would be the Hex.
Yeah, snob.
I'm turning into one of those. And then they release a model clearly inspired by that flagship.
Very.
For like a tiny fraction of the price.
Yep.
It's a great formula. I love that they do that. And I think we're going to see more and more of that. And that's what the myth is. This reminds me of the Hex. I'm going to get to the sound shortly. It reminds me of the Hex, though, a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't talked to Lee Kwan Min to ask him, like, if that was the goal.
Right.
It has to be, though.
It has to be. The sound signature here is telling a big story.
Yeah, I agree. All right, so let's talk about what the myth is. It's a 7-driver tri-bird IEM. So on each side, one Mystic 9.2 millimeter LSR custom dynamic driver for low frequencies, 4 balanced armatures configured with 2 Sonian drivers for mid-lows and 2 Knowles drivers for mid-highs, 2 planar magnetic drivers for highs, and a 6-way crossover design. The shell faceplate and spout, TC4 titanium, and the cable, well, there are 2 options. There's the stock option, the standard option. That's an 8-wire 7N UPOCC copper cable with an oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter plug. That's not the one I have on here right now.
Mm-hmm.
We're using the optional upgrade version. That is an 8-wire copper plus SPC cable. This is the upgrade cable that I have on here. The regular edition is $999. This upgraded cable edition, $1,399.
Yeah, and for anybody that's familiar with the Hex, that is a big savings.
Yeah. So the myth is like 1/9 the price of the Hex.
Yeah.
So does it sound like the Hex? As I said, it sounds to me clearly inspired by the Hex. Again, don't know if that was the goal. I can't see that I can't see how it wasn't, based on what I'm hearing. Does it have everything the Hex has? No. The Hex, of course, just has so many things about it that are special. A level of resolution that's standard setting to my ears.
Right.
But this is still a highly resolving IEM, and it captures tonally the spirit of the Hex very well to my ears.
Right.
That beautiful, impactful bass. Textured. Detailed bass.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful mids. Again, not quite as holographic as the Hex. Wouldn't expect it to be. And treble that's actually more detailed and resolving and refined than I would expect at this price.
Yes.
So does it remind me of the Hex? Yes. This is something that, I mean, most people cannot spring for a $9,000 IEM.
Exactly.
Which the Hex is. And they're only building 10 of the Hexes per month.
Yeah, there's always a limited supply available. I think there's quite often a wait list for them.
Yes, I believe you are correct. And these, I wouldn't be surprised if these sold out in the first batch.
Me too. Yep.
But because I think they're going to be immensely popular. But at CanJam, I think for that hex spirit at 1/9 the price, the Myth is going to be probably as popular and in demand at the show as the hex is. You know, I think a lot of people are going to want to hear the hex, whether they can afford it or not, just to hear what that class of IEM is. But then they'll hear the Myth and say, you know, for 1/9 the price, I think a lot of people are going to be so thrilled about the Myth IM, and it'll be immensely popular at CanJam. Do not miss the Myth.
So Noble Audio is bringing the Prestige back to the stage because this is the Noble Audio Focus Prestige Encore. And for those that have heard the Prestige before, I believe it used to be their flagship, and this is taking those reins once again. So the Focus Prestige Encore is a 4-driver tribrid true wireless system. It has one 8mm dynamic driver, 2 Knowles balanced armature drivers, and one 6mm planar driver. So if you're thinking about the original Prestige, this is going to sound different because that planar driver was not there before. They've kind of pulled out a little magic, and now it's suddenly here. Speaking of other changes from the Focus Prestige, this has active noise cancellation. This has a new chipset. It's based on Qualcomm's QCC3091, and they say that that delivers better sound tuning and more stable signal, and I will always take more stable signal anytime true wireless is involved because stability is king. It has a wireless charging case now, which is appreciated. They've changed the metal nozzles, so they're new metal nozzles with a 3 venting hole structure. It has a smaller housing, and they say it's more comfortable, and I agree, it is. And they also say that it has a more consistent wood color. Now, admittedly, I didn't see a lot of Prestiges side by side to really compare, but I'm definitely going to take their word for it, and this is a beautiful color. I love what they did. Connection-wise, you're looking at a Bluetooth 5.4 connection, and codecs, you're going to have SBC, AAC, aptX, aptX Adaptive, aptX Lossless, and LDAC, so a lot of modern codecs there for most portable devices on the go. It features multi-pairing and multi-connection. I also love that. And it supports Bluetooth Low Energy. Now, battery life, this is another place that it's improved. We have up to 7 hours with ANC or 10 hours of runtime without, and the charging case has 2.5 times full charge. So when you're thinking about without ANC, you get a maximum runtime of 35 hours, which is plenty in, without needing to stop back at the charging station and juice up. You will also get 2 hours of playback with about 10 minutes for a quick charge. You also get EQ functionality via the Noble Audio Focus app, and you and I were both playing around with the EQ settings. Obviously, we're going to have our own preferences. I actually ended up doing a custom EQ setting for this one, and once I popped in my custom, I like this quite a bit. It's $699 USD, so it's a little more expensive than the original Focus Prestige. However, I think it's worth it. So the addition of ANC is already a benefit. It also has transparency mode, and you can turn off both. I've mainly been listening to it with the ANC turned on. I'm not noticing any difference between swapping back and forth ANC on or off, and that's appreciated. It also does have touch controls. I want to mention that, so you can pause and play without messing with your phone. But sonically, once I had to bring down the bass a little bit, probably no surprise to a lot of people out there. However, once I did that, oh, this is lovely. There's a lot of great detail going on, a lot of resolution and clarity. Bring out a little bit of just that bass presence, and I was very much enjoying this. This is something that I could pop into my ears, go out and about, and enjoy on the road. I'm actually curious to try it on a plane because the ANC here canceled out all the fan noise that we have inside the office. So I'm impressed.
Yes, I am too. So I would say, from the default signature, you actually took bass out?
Yeah, the default standard, I actually took out a little bass, like the 250 hertz down range.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, so we have a difference in bass preference. I enjoyed the default. These are unquestionably reference, as true wireless goes, absolutely reference true wireless.
Absolutely, yes.
Yes, these are fantastic. So at CanJam, I would definitely make sure to audition these, even if you didn't know that you were interested in wireless, because it's so convenient to get that kind of sound in true wireless. In 2024, Noble Audio released what we both agreed was the best IEM they've ever made.
Yep.
It was the Noble Audio Chronicle. They only made 118 of them.
Yeah, very exclusive.
Very exclusive. They were to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Noble.
Yep.
This was one of the IEMs that's kind of rare for us. We fully agreed on it.
Yes.
This was one of the IEMs we both loved immensely. Well, this IEM, the reason I'm talking about the Chronicles, because I want to talk about this one, which is the Kronos. This is the Noble Audio Kronos. This will be at CanJam. The Chronicles are gone, people.
Yeah.
But the Kronos is here, and it will be at CanJam. And they say the Kronos is inspired by the limited edition Chronicle that commemorated Noble Audio's 10th anniversary. Kronos marks a bold new chapter in the evolution of the flagship line.
I think that phrase "inspired by" is underselling what this is.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
It sounds like the Chronicle.
Yes.
They even say the same internal components as the Chronicle. I'm going to say it sounds like a Chronicle.
Yep.
Looks different,
Mhm.
but it sounds like a Chronicle, which is a fantastic thing.
Oh, yeah.
So let's talk about what it is for those not familiar with the Chronicle. It is a 9-driver quad-bridge IEM. So on each side, 2 dynamic drivers for the lows, and that's one 10mm dynamic driver and one 7mm dynamic driver. 4 balanced armatures, 2 Knowles balanced armatures for mids, 2 Knowles balanced armatures for the highs, 2 Sonian ESTs, electrostatic tweeters, for the ultra highs, 1 dual membrane bone conduction driver.
Mm-hmm.
And all of that is tied together seamlessly with a 6-way crossover. We'll get to the sound in a second because I absolutely have to talk about it. Machined titanium shell is gorgeous.
Stunning.
Yeah, so the Chronicle had a very unique shell. It was like, I think it was entirely made of a...
That was drool-inducing.
Yeah, that was like all titanium
Yeah.
Damascus. This has titanium Damascus faceplates.
Mhm.
But it uses this machined titanium shell. I've seen a sneak preview of your photographs of these, which we're probably showing now. The facets on the inside are incredible.
The machining is so nice.
It's so beautiful. There's not a bad angle on these. Those facets are so precisely and beautifully and sharply cut.
Yeah.
I love them. I love the way these look too. So these are still stunning looking to me. Hand assembled and matched.
Mm-hmm.
The cable is also gorgeous. It's a 4N pure silver cable. That's 4 nines pure silver. And then silver plated 6N OCC copper. So that's 6 nines Ono continuous cast copper. And palladium plated 4N pure silver.
Yeah.
2 pin connectors on the earpiece side, and then 4.4mm termination, and these are $4,500.
Mhm.
So these are less expensive by a margin
Significantly,
than I remember the Chronicle being.
Mm-hmm.
And you're getting Chronicle sound.
Yes.
I'll say it again. This is the best sounding IEM. So these and the Chronicle, they sound the same to me, are the best sounding Noble IEMs I've heard. I think they're fantastic flagship IEMs. So
Yes.
what's the signature like? These are definitely for me on the neutral side.
Mm-hmm.
These are like neutral reference flagship monitors to my ears.
Yeah.
But there's a catch, and it's a nice catch. It's that the treble is on the higher side of my preferences.
Not mine.
Not yours. But it's in a way that for me is a very good thing.
Yeah.
It's this beautiful articulation in air, beautiful balance, the image is gorgeous.
Yep.
It might have something to do with that. It might have something to do with any number of things, but this is such a beautiful sounding IEM.
Yes, it is.
And it's flagship class all the way. So they're giving Chronicle sound in the Kronos for $4,500 at CanJam. Hello.
Yeah.
You do not want to miss these. This is an IEM again that Brian and I both love, that we both agree on. Doesn't happen to this degree very often. But we are 100% in agreement on this one. We love this. This is the Kronos. It sounds like a Chronicle from Noble Audio. Hercules Audio, no doubt, has another hit on its hands with the Hercules Audio Noah.
Yep.
This is a lot less expensive than their flagship.
Right.
And I mentioned the two in the same breath because, as I've said before, the Moses, which is a lot more expensive, isn't merely, its frequency response isn't merely an inspiration for the Noah. I have no doubt it's actually the frequency response target for the Noah. And so it comes closer to the Moses than it should. It's $380.
Right.
The Moses is most certainly not $380. It's a flagship, and it is flagship priced. To be clear, you're getting a better IEM, a more resolving IEM. I'm going to get to that in a minute. Let's talk about what this is. The Hercules Audio Noah is a 4-driver hybrid design. On each side, one 9mm solid silicone dynamic driver, two Knowles balanced armatures for mids, one Knowles balanced armature for highs, and a 3-way crossover design. All metal aluminum alloy housing for the price of $380. It's actually beautifully constructed.
Yeah, it is.
Hercules Audio Noah cable. It's called the Arc.
Yeah, it's aptly named.
Aptly. So the cable is Noah's Arc. It's a 22-gauge design, 4-wire design, silver-plated copper alloy, silver-plated foil-wrapped copper alloy with oil-immersed treatment, and Pentacon ear connections. And again, all of this for $380. And it captures the spirit of the Moses for $380. Now, what doesn't it capture? The resolution.
Sure.
Just the overall presentation of the Moses is better. There's a reason that even amongst those who love the highest end IEMs, the Moses is up there. But these, if you just can't make that stretch for $380,
Right?
this is the closest you'll get for anywhere near that price.
Yeah.
I think it's one of the best values right now in IEMs, in HeadFi, and at CanJam. It's going to unquestionably be a huge hit, and deservedly so. All right, this is a very cool collaboration IEM.
Yeah, it is.
This is the Fat Freak and EffectAudio Grand Maestro Anniversary Founders Edition.
Yeah, probably the longest IEM name in the world.
It is probably the longest IEM name in the world. So, again, a collaboration obviously between Fat Freak and EffectAudio. Yep. And as you'd expect in a collaboration between Fat Freak and EffectAudio, again, it's a very cool IEM.
Yeah.
It's excellent, actually. So this is a 14-driver Tribrid IEM that they say uses second-generation Tribrid technology. On each side, 2 dynamic drivers in an isobaric configuration. I think the previous Anniversary Edition had 1 dynamic driver.
Correct. Yeah, the standard Anniversary. The Founders has the dual.
Okay, the standard has. Okay,
yeah.
Gotcha. 8 balanced armatures on each side, 4 EST drivers with something they call ResoFlow, which is a custom Fat Freak waveguide system for improved driver integration and phase coherence, and all that in a 4-way crossover design. They say new bass Canon V2.0 Plus. That's probably referring to the isobaric drivers, the dual dynamics, designed for bass heads, live performers, and studio professionals who crave maximum low-end authority. They're known for their low-end authority.
They are.
And especially the Grand Maestro, the Maestro series, which even if you look at their lineup description is described as V-shaped, but I love the tuning of it. We're going to get to that in a second. Titanium chassis. It's an elegant titanium chassis. It's actually quite lovely.
It is.
Vocal boost switch.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I tend to use it with the vocal boost switch on.
I bounce back and forth, but I think I lean a little more towards vocal boost.
Yes, same here. Includes 4 sets of NOAA modules, Champagne Gold Superstage modules, Champagne Gold Control modules, Silver Reference modules, and Black Power modules. So the colors might be a little different than what people are used to.
They are.
But if you're familiar with those modules and a Fat Freak fan, there's nothing about those you won't understand. Ascendium flagship grade cable. Very beautiful cable.
Very.
This must be due to the collaboration with EffectAudio.
Yeah.
It is a UPOCC cable. That's ultra pure Ono continuous cast cable. Materials include palladium-plated silver, palladium silver alloy, gold-plated gold-silver alloy, gold-plated silver, and pure silver with EffectAudio central solid core.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's a gorgeous cable. And again, working with EffectAudio, I'd expect no less. Includes a full set of Connex connectors and Pentacon OFC oxygen-free copper 4.4 millimeter termination.
Right.
So that's a nice plug. Comes with adjustable bass impedance adapter.
Mm-hmm.
Founders Edition leather carrying case, which we don't have handy at the moment.
Right.
Limited to 200 units globally.
Very limited, yeah.
Very limited. The price.
Yes.
$8,599.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a premium priced flagship class IEM. The Founders Edition delivers deeper, faster, and more controlled low-end impact, they say, delivering a truly end-game level bass experience that brings a sensation of live performance to your ears. Now, I will say this. I've mentioned it before. With some of the earlier models of Fat Freak, like the bass was simply too much for me.
Mm-hmm.
This is still, obviously, unabashedly, a bass-emphasized IEM.
It definitely is.
But for some reason, it works for me, especially with the Superstage modules.
I do like the Superstage modules. It does some really cool stuff with the soundstage.
It does. It's a nice wide soundstage.
Yes.
And that's, to me, for as bassy as it is,
mm-hmm.
I thoroughly enjoy these, and so do many others. Like when we go to CanJam at the Fat Freak exhibit, a lot of people are enjoying the living daylights out of the Fat Freak IEMs.
Right.
This I do too. This is quite refined sounding, so I'm not sure exactly the changes they made, but the treble sounds more refined to me than maybe I've heard. We don't have any of the other models here currently to compare to, but just going from memory,
mm-hmm.
there's just a refinement to it. It's beautifully executed.
Yeah, from memory, this is probably the most enjoyment I've gotten out of all of their IEMs.
I think I agree with you on that for sure. So this is, again, the Fat Freak EffectAudio Grand Maestro Anniversary Founders Edition, longest named IEM that we're aware of, and it will be at CanJam. You will want to make sure to audition this. It is so good. This is the Melodic Artification Alter Ego. I believe these days Melodic Artification also goes by MA Audio.
Yeah, I've seen both used.
Yes. So the Alter Ego I first heard at a CanJam Singapore in the past. Fell in love with it immediately. This is an IEM I think we should be talking about more.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's fantastic. All right. They describe it as a reference flagship hybrid units IEM. It's a 9-driver Tribrid IEM. On each side, 1 dynamic driver, 4 balanced armature drivers, 4 EST drivers, electrostatic tweeters. It's an open back IEM design is how they describe it. To my ears, it's not like super open back sounding to me.
Right.
I mean, I wouldn't have known without the description, but I do think it contributes to maybe the imaging, which I'll get to shortly.
I bet it does.
There's a bass boost switch. That's what I think we're calling it. I'm not sure what they call the switch. To my ears, it's more of a richness switch, and we'll talk about that in a second too. TC4 titanium shell.
Yeah.
That is stunning.
I love those shells.
It is a beautiful shell. We love titanium, and it looks very titanium.
Oh, yeah.
For the Beijing Olympics, China built something called the Beijing National Stadium, I think it was called. Most people called it the Bird's Nest. I thought it was such a beautiful structure. This reminds me so much of the Bird's Nest for whatever reason. I have no idea if that was an inspiration or not. This is a beautiful IEM, and it reminds me of the Bird's Nest. It's a 25 ohm IEM. It comes with final Type E ear tips, and it has a 4.4 millimeter terminated cable. They don't say much about the cable that we've seen, but it's a lovely cable. It looks like an aftermarket cable to me. $2,499 US. Premium priced. I think it's worth every penny, and I think we should be talking about this IEM more than we do. Let's talk about the sound signature.
Yeah.
So that switch is important to mention because that's what gives it its alter ego name. It's two versions of the same personality, really.
Right.
So in the off position, well within my range of neutrality, a smoother sounding, resolving smooth sound to my ears, but well within my range of neutrality. Flip the switch. I actually don't know exactly what it's doing. I don't know what frequencies it's affecting, but it unmistakably gives it more richness. So you'll know that you did it, but it's also just a kind of a richer version of the same personality as when it's off.
Yeah.
And I love that about it because I love the signature. I use it. I'd say 50% of the time I'm using it, it's richness switch on. 50% of the time it's off and a little more neutral.
Yeah, I'm pretty much 100% off.
That doesn't shock me. And, and I love that we have that available to us with this IEM, and both are just beautifully executed signatures. Again, really just two versions of the same signature. Now the imaging, that open back description might contribute to its wide imaging. It images beautifully.
Yep.
And it's a wider imaging. But again, it doesn't sound like an open IEM to my ears.
Right.
But it does have that grill that suggests it is, in fact, open. But yeah, so if you're worried that you're going to get no isolation, don't worry about that. So, melodic artification alter ego. We should be talking about this IEM more. And at CanJam, you'll have a chance to hear it. You don't want to miss it. The alter ego deserves a lot more attention than it's getting. Fantastic IEM. You really like those, don't you?
Yeah.
I know, I can tell.
So this is the LETSHUOER Mystic 8. It's the first IEM in their Mist line. Now, the Mystic 8 is an 8-driver IEM. They're all balanced armature drivers. 4 of those balanced armature drivers come from Sonian. 4 of them come from Knowles. So I just find that kind of interesting.
I do too, actually.
Yeah.
For an all-BA design to use, 4 from Sonian, 4 from Knowles.
Yeah, it's fun. So inside, it has a 3-way crossover design with 4-way acoustic tubes, and all of that is housed within a CNC'd titanium alloy chassis. Now, they say that this chassis has a vapor black finish. I love the color they went with, and it has a phantom cat design. It's a really cool look.
I think so too, actually.
Yeah, I think it's really neat. I love especially the fact that I don't like high gloss piano black. It's kind of in between matte and glossy black, so it's nice where they settled, and the multi-layered faceplate is beautiful.
Yes.
So it also comes with an 8-strand, 20-core, single silver-plated monocrystalline copper cable that's terminated with 2-pin and 4.4 millimeter. And another interesting thing that they throw in the box is a custom ring and necklace. Now, LETSHUOER kind of seems to have a history of throwing in cool little accessories, little trinkets, because with the, what was it, the S12 anniversary, 2024 anniversary edition, they had that cool little spinning 8 anniversary logo.
Yeah, which we were kind of using as a fidget toy.
Yeah. I like that.
I do too.
So you get the ring and the necklace in this as well.
Actually, the necklace is kind of cool.
It is kind of neat.
Yeah.
I also want to say what's really neat is the sound. So the sound on this is phenomenal. This is one of those IEMs that I can pop into any player, start listening to my music library, and I'm pretty much never going to need to make any adjustments to the sound signature. It has a lovely low end. Mids sound phenomenal on this. It's a very airy sound, and it has a lot of detail and clarity through kind of the mids and the upper register. Overall, this is one of those things I popped in my ears. I was surprised. And when you think about it, it's basically right around $1,000 US. And I can't fault it in any way. It's fantastic.
Yeah, I think it's a little under 1,000. I'm going to do a little Brian translation on the bass. So I think the bass has nice extension.
Yes.
You find it to be, for your taste, probably, I think when we were talking earlier, mildly emphasized.
Mild, yeah.
Yeah, translated for most people, that means no emphasis. I find that to be actually perceived flat type bass.
Yeah.
Nice extension. I agree with you on the rest of it, though.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because I'm teasing, but Brian and I have different tastes. I think we've said it a million times, in bass especially. But I find it to be perceived flat, but I agree with you on everything you said about the rest of it, yeah.
Yeah, so if you're at CanJam and you have the chance to audition the Mysticgate, you have to do it. This little true wireless system here was getting a lot of discussion at CanJam New York 2026, and after having spent some time with it now, I can definitely understand why. This is the Thieaudio Pro X. Now the Pro X is a 3-driver hybrid wireless IEM. Inside you'll find one 12mm dynamic driver and 2 Knowles balanced armatures. It has 3 beamforming mics per side for a total of 6, and I'll come back to those in a moment, and it features ANC and transparency mode, and they even say that their ANC mode will reduce noise by up to 52 dB, so that's a great amount of isolation, and it does work very well on these true wireless IEMs. It has Bluetooth 5.3, so you get support for LEAudio, LC3, Auracast, and LDAC, which means pretty much all of your modern top-of-the-line codecs are here. And it even has Voice Loom AI, which I can best describe as an outgoing voice noise reduction system. So basically it's taking that beamforming microarray and it's focusing on your voice, sampling what's going on around you, and rejecting that. So basically, if you're on the phone calls with anybody, it's going to be giving you a nice, clear presentation. And we've seen this kind of array in a few different true wireless microphones, and I always love to have it because it just means that those calls are so much cleaner. Great to have. It has ear detection, which is a feature I personally love, and I think all true wireless IEM should have it. So anytime it's present, I'm happy for that. And it has multi-point connectivity, which a lot of headfires out there definitely want because they're bouncing between devices. It has an IP55 water and dust resistance rating. It has up to 8 hours of listening time just on the earpieces, and then an additional 24 hours in the charging case. So that's up to 32 hours total runtime. And that charging case is also compatible with Qi wireless chargers, another thing I like. Now, they also have the Status Hub companion app, and that's going to allow a lot of functionality and personalization here. So you can swap between listening modes inside the app, so go between ANC and transparency. You can apply, the standard preset EQs. You can do custom EQs. You can even enable side tone, which I don't see all that often, but it's nice to have because I'll pipe some of your outgoing voice into the earpiece, and that's nice. And then you have even the functionality where you can find the Pro X's last known location. So if you think about where, you might disconnect, say you're outside at a coffee shop or something, you set them down on the table and you leave, it'll tell you, hey, I was last connected at this location. That's great to see too. And then it's also available on iOS and Android, so most mobile devices are supported. It comes in black, alloy, and moonbeam colorways, and it runs $299 here in the US. Now, the main thing that really sold me on this piece, and I haven't really talked about it much, is the sound. Because when you first put these in your ears, the default sound profile, the one that just comes straight out of the box, I would describe it as a natural true wireless sound. When you think about a lot of true wireless systems, a lot of them have emphasized bass and low end, which in some situations is fantastic because it's going to be helping out, block out some noise or really drive home that low end emphasis when you're on the go. But this has a very natural tonality. I don't necessarily want to call it like a reference sound, but it's still fun. And I think a lot of headfires are going to click with that, which is probably why it got a lot of talk. Now, I mentioned those pre-made presets for the EQ as well. I actually spent most of my time listening to the Knowles Preferred preset and the Status Audiophile preset. Those two basically for me ended up giving me a little more high-end presence and, by comparison also brought down the bass a little bit. It tilted it more in the direction that I like. But out of the box, I think most headfires are going to be very, very happy with this. So, yeah, at CanJam New York, it's very easy to see why it was getting a lot of talk.
It was getting a lot of talk, and the sound quality is outstanding on those.
Yeah, absolutely is. So you got to check it out.
Unique Melody has such a strong lineup of IEMs, and now they're adding another one. And this will be at CanJam, so don't miss it. This is the Unique Melody Messed Fortune. It's a special edition IEM commemorating the 2026 Lunar New Year. And of that, they say, Messed Fortune is a celebration of the past, refined by time, and offered with blessings for the future. That's sweet.
It is.
That's a very nice message. All right, so it's a 10-driver IEM. On each side, there's one dynamic driver for bass, 4 balanced armatures, 2 for mids, 2 for treble, 2 EST drivers, of course, for ultra highs, and 3 bone conductors for low, mid, and high. And that's in a 6-way crossover design. Of the shell, they say it's a premium enamel-like shell. It is very elegant looking.
Yeah, it has to be actually one of my favorite styled Unique Melody IEM pieces in quite a while.
Yes, it's very elegant.
Yeah.
Actually, it's beautiful.
It is.
For as simple as it is. So, yeah, I love the way it looks. The cable, they call a Joyfort line custom cable. It's a 26-gauge 4-wire copper cable with a nylon jacket that matches the IEMs beautifully. So much so, I love the way they look together so much. I'd have a hard time changing cables on these.
Yeah.
2 pin connectors on the earpiece side, and then for the plug, 2.5 millimeter, 3.5 millimeter, or 4.4 millimeter. Now, it comes in a red or purple finish. This is red. I haven't seen the purple. You saw the photos.
I saw photos online, and I'm a big fan of purple, but honestly, because I love how nice this looks in person, I would have a hard time picking between the two colors.
Yeah, I love the way this looks. I haven't seen the purple yet.
Yeah.
So it's limited to 200 units globally. So get them while you can.
Yep.
Price is $2,699. Now, of the sound, Unique Melody says, the Mest Fortune, the overall tuning leans toward balance. Bass emphasizes texture and speed. Mids present strong density and separation, and treble focuses on smooth extension and fine detail retrieval. That's one of the descriptions from a company that I entirely agree with.
Yeah.
So the way I hear these, I always start with bass because I'm kind of a mild audiophile bass head, and this satisfies what I want from bass.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't call it, like, to me, I don't hear its overall signature as a bass-emphasized signature.
Yeah.
But there is enough emphasis in the low lows that when you get some low bass content, it can slam.
Yeah, when the song calls for it, it will deliver.
Yes, but they've tuned the bass to keep it all clean.
Yes.
So the bass is clean. I would not describe these as a bass emphasized IEM,
right?
But there is some bass emphasis, especially in the low lows. The mids are clean, to me, almost laid back, but very detailed and very. I would almost call it a reference type mid range.
Yeah.
But the treble.
Mm-hmm.
So the treble, which is probably your favorite part.
Yep.
It sings.
Yes.
So there's some lift and sparkle. I wouldn't call it incisive.
Right.
It's not past my preference range in treble, but it's probably at or near the top of it.
Yeah.
And it's sparkly. Actually, and then the total balance, I really, really enjoy the Mest Fortune.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of top end, especially when I heard their description, because they said that it focuses on smooth extension in the treble range. I was kind of expecting a smoother treble, and I'm happy to say that there is some shine up there that I like.
Okay, so while I agree with their description, I will say it's sparklier than I would have expected just from the description.
Yes.
So I love the total tuning. So at CanJam, another fantastic Unique Melody IEM. Make sure to not miss the Mest Fortune.
We're no strangers to soft ears here at HeadFi. We first heard soft ears, several years ago. I think ahead of a CanJam Shanghai, if I'm not mistaken.
Might have been the first CanJam Shanghai.
It might have been. And they're back, and I'm happy about it. This is the Soft Ears RSV Mark II. Now, full disclosure, I've never heard the RSV Mark I, so I can't really make direct comparisons, but I can definitely tell you what I've heard with this, and I think a lot of people are going to enjoy it. Inside of it, it is a 5-driver IEM. It's an all-BA design. It has a 4-way crossover. The housing is made from medical-grade resin and CNC'd aluminum alloy, and also forged carbon fiber. And we love the look of forged carbon fiber, and it's so beautiful on this. It's very subtle, very tastefully applied. They don't go crazy, and I love it.
Yeah, we love forged carbon fiber. We have some headphones here with forged carbon fiber.
We do.
And then I also have knives with forged carbon fiber scales.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Now, the cable that comes with this is a 6-in oxygen-free cable. It features 2-pin connectors, 4.4 millimeter termination, and in the box you get a 4.4 millimeter to 3.5 millimeter adapter, which I always appreciate when that's included. Now, I do also want to mention, before I get into the sound signature, because it's going to surprise a lot of people, this is only $699. Now, sound signature. To me, I find that this has kind of a tonality with a smooth upper mid-range and treble range. Now, for me personally, I want to qualify that, it's a little too smooth. However, I know a lot of headfires out there are going to love this sound signature because it's going to be right up their alley.
I'm going to help you qualify that statement further. Brian tends to like things that are perceived flat, like perceived neutral.
I do, or maybe even slightly treble forward.
Yes. But I think there's a trend with IEMs and a lot of the enthusiasts. I'm one of them, right? Where we tend to favor kind of that richer, smoother sound.
Yeah.
Or a controlled big bass sound even.
Yeah.
And so I know that doesn't really fit with your ideal.
It doesn't, but
that's probably more in my wheelhouse.
It's going to fit for a lot of headfires. And you mentioned big bass. I do want to, real quick, from my notes, I noted that it has a dynamic bass impact with big bass that's well contained. It's very well controlled and maintained throughout. And I think when you pair that with a signature that's smooth but still resolving and detailed, It's going to be a comfortable listen for a lot of headfires. It might be something they can just kind of unwind to after a long day, relax, kind of find their moment of zen in the evening. And yeah, for $699 US, I think that's kind of crazy. A lot of headfires are definitely going to want to check this out at
I have
CanJam.
no doubt about that.
Hi there, me again, back with another list of cool products to check out at CanJam London. If you're hunting for new IEM tips, stop by Asla's exhibit to check out some of my favorites, the Sedna Earfit Zelastic 2. Gamers looking for an IEM on a budget won't want to miss EPZ's G-Series. And headfires looking for new flagships must hear the upcoming Moses Legend at Hercules Audio. If you're in need of a new cable for your favorite IEMs, be sure to check out the Orff Cables Elizabeth. And for anyone looking to audition gear from the professional side of our hobby, make sure the Ultimate Ears UE Premier is on your list. So as you can see, CanJam London will have something for everyone this year, and it's all happening July 18th and 19th, 2026 at the Park Plaza Westminster Bridge Hotel. Before we go, we'd like to say thank you one more time to our CanJam London 2026 event sponsors, HIFIMAN and Linsoul, for helping make CanJam London possible. Be sure to like this preview video to let the CanJam exhibitors know you're excited, subscribe for our upcoming review videos and more CanJam content, and let us know in the comments what gear you're most excited to try at CanJam London this year. Now, we didn't have time to cover everything to be found at the show, so scrolling on the screen now is a list of all of the exhibitors and brands you can discover at CanJam London 2026. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in London and on the forums at headfi.org.